has to be endorsed by the United Nations. It's important. And that's exactly what we said at the summit in the Azores. Now, the details of that we will discuss with allies within the UN, with others. There may be certain diplomatic difficulties, but I think in the end people will come together and realize that it's important that any post-Saddam Iraqi government has the broadest possible representation, is respectful of human rights, is careful to preserve the territorial integrity of Iraq, and that the important thing after all the diplomatic divisions that there have been is that the international community comes back together. And I hope that it will. Nick.
Prime Minister, up till now you haven't taken the opportunity to warn the British people of a potentially long war with heavy losses. Should they be ready for that? And can I ask you about the Iraqi people too? There's been much talk of liberation. Isn't there a real danger that we're seeing now that many Iraqis regard Western forces as invaders and occupiers?
In respect to the first, we are 5 days into this conflict. Now, part of the issue that happens in the way that war is now covered is that we have constant reports coming back from the front line. We've got 24 hours a day media reporting, and sometimes people can lose sight of the essential strategic picture. That is that we move in the land forces at the same time as any air campaign. We push on towards Baghdad. Within 5 days, we're 60 miles south of Baghdad. We secure the oil installations in the south, which we've done. We make sure that the north is calm, which it is. We make sure that the west is not able to be used as a basis for external aggression, and that is also secure. Now, that is a strategy unfolding exactly according to plan. Of course, there will be tragedies and accidents and things that happen along the way. War is always like that. But the strategy is the strategy that I've described, and it is taking shape exactly as we thought it would. Now, in respect of the Iraqi people, the best... Look, you can listen to me, you can listen to others, but the best words on that will come from people who've got some experience of the Iraqi people themselves. And if I could just read to you some words that were spoken by Dr. Hamid al-Saki, from the UK, he was the UK representative of the Supreme Council for Islamic Resistance. He said this, and I think the words that are worth repeating. He said, the population in southern Iraq had a very bad track record of betrayal from the Allies in 1991 and following years. So they will not be willing to go against the regime unless they are sure they are going to have the support. And that is, again, what I think many others have said, that you cannot expect ordinary Iraqi people who've lived for years under the boot of Saddam and who have twice before been let down, I'm afraid, by Allied forces, to be confident that they're able to come out and express their views until they are sure that Saddam's regime is gone. Now, that is what you would expect and anticipate. But one of the other interesting things is just, again, from a source that is not a government source, and to be frank, I'm not sure even what the position of this particular individual is about the military action that we're undertaking. But let me just read you this as well. It's from Dr. Hani El-Banna of Islamic Relief. He says, Iraq used to be one of the most sophisticated countries in the whole Middle East. He said, now Baghdad or other cities are actually become like third world countries. I know that around nearly 1 million children died because of malnutrition and because of leukemia, which is very, very badly affected there. Hundreds of thousands of children die from other causes, as well as men and women in this area. Now, that is the reality of life under Saddam. It's not from government sources, it's from people with deep roots within the Islamic movement. And I have absolutely no doubt at all that when it is clear that the regime of Saddam is going, then people will demonstrate very clearly what they want, which is not, incidentally, to swap Saddam from government imposed from the outside, but is to have the chance to express themselves in a representative and democratic way. And the fascinating thing is, if you look at northern Iraq, where people have been able to express themselves in that way, that's precisely what they've done. So this is not something alien to the wishes or spirit of the Iraqi people. I am quite sure, given the chance, in freedom, to express their wishes, they will not want to live under a military dictatorship. Mother.
Another quote from you. This is a guards officer in Basra yesterday. He said, "We were expecting a lot of hands up from Iraqi soldiers, but it hasn't quite worked out that way. There are significant elements in Basra who are hugely loyal to the regime." Now, doesn't that mean that your strategy needs a rethink, and in fact that coalition forces are in danger of being overstretched?
No, it is precisely what you would expect, that the Iraqi forces that are most loyal to Saddam's regime, I mean, these are the people that have policed the country, gained from the rule of Saddam, been the instruments of repression of the civilian population. These people are going to fight, and that is always what we expected. What we have not seen, however, is the same degree of fighting from the Iraqi regular army. That has melted away. There are prisoners that have been taken, but otherwise it simply has melted away. But you would expect to find resistance from those forces that are very, very close to Saddam, because they know that if Saddam is removed, their power is removed. And that is precisely what we would expect and what we've had. Eleanor, sorry. No, I can just assure you of this. Before we went into this conflict, there was the most careful planning and consideration of the forces that we need, and we have the forces that we need to do the job. Eleanor.
How can you hope to maintain your strategy of minimising civilian casualties if, when it comes to Baghdad, you have those very people, the people who have most to lose by seeing Saddam go, fighting in the streets? I mean, aren't you inevitably going to get involved into the very scenario that you were trying to avoid?
Well, again, let me say that this scenario is exactly what we would have expected. At some point, the regime was going to come back in, retrench in Baghdad, and all I can assure you of, without going into the details of it, because it wouldn't be sensible to do it, is that this is entirely what was anticipated and what we have provided for in the strategy that we have.
So when you get to Baghdad, you still think you can do it in such a way that you don't alienate the civilian population by destroying infrastructures?
I think that is what we have done throughout, and it is why, for example, we have done everything we can to protect the infrastructure of services. We've done everything we can to spare the civilian population. Of course there will be civilian casualties. I think they have been far fewer than people anticipated. And the very reason why we wanted to make sure that the land campaign started at the same time, if not slightly predating the air campaign, was in order to demonstrate this is not a situation where we're trying to bomb Iraq into submission and then send in land forces afterwards. This is a situation in which we're combining land and air in such a way that we try and minimize the suffering to Iraqi people. And I can assure you that the strategy that we have when we get to Baghdad takes account, as I say, of exactly what you would suspect. Because I think, as some people have sometimes described it, in the Iraqi regime, I mean, there are concentric circles that, as they go closer and closer to the regime, you get tougher and tougher pockets of resistance. And those people that have literally based their lives on support for Saddam, I mean, they are going to fight until they know it's hopeless. But they will know it's hopeless.
We're watching Tony Blair answer reporters' questions in London. Meanwhile, on the right of your screen, you're seeing scenes live from central Iraq, from the US cavalry spearhead there, who've just crossed the Euphrates and have apprehended 3 Iraqis who are believed to be Iraqi military personnel. Walt Rogers is there. He was talking to us a little earlier. But that's what you're seeing on the right of your screen, the intense colours as a result of a sandstorm that is blowing. We'll get a full update on that as soon as we can, as soon as Tony Blair, in fact, finishes this press conference. But just so you know what you're seeing on the right. Now back to Tony Blair.
To the Arab world. One, that we will do everything we can to protect and help people in Iraq, because even if a fraction of those figures I have just given you, not from government sources, about the thousands of people dying needlessly in Iraq is true, then Iraq will benefit from a better, more representative government that takes care of the rights and prosperity of people in Iraq. And secondly, we also have to make sure that we show the even-handedness that I think the Arab world rightly demands by giving priority also to the Middle East peace process. And I simply repeat to you what I've said many times before, that I believe that, more than any love of Saddam, is what concerns and worries people in the Arab world. And I understand that concern. I understand that worry. It's one of the things I will discuss with President Bush when we meet together. And I simply tell you, I know people have been sceptical and cynical about this. I'm absolutely determined that we take forward this Middle East peace process, because I believe it to be in the interest, incidentally, not just of the Palestinians, but also of Israel too.
Prime Minister Matt Peacock from Australian Broadcasting. In Basra, as you pointed out, there is a humanitarian problem, and there was one before the war in the sense of people being malnourished and needing drugs, etc. Isn't that problem going to be much worse now, given the lack of water, food and other resources that you say will still be several days? And what do you plan to do about it, given that you're in effective control militarily? And secondly, you've failed to get one UN resolution already. If France and Russia persist with their insistence that this is an illegal war, how dangerous would it be if you failed to get a second one on the post-war Iraq?
Well, the reason I believe it will be different is because it's manifestly in the interest of the UN and the people of Iraq, whatever you think about the military action, the post-Saddam era in Iraq is governed by a UN resolution, and I hope and believe people will appreciate that. In respect to the first point, the International Red Cross and other bodies are working very, very hard in Basra. I understand that 40% of the water is now reconnected. We're trying to build this pipeline in from Kuwait into southern Iraq, which will supply water. I hope we can clear those mines reasonably swiftly, and Sir Galahad will then bring in the humanitarian aid and relief. And then it's going to be a matter, as we're doing now in Qasr, where British troops are now patrolling the streets, of making it clear to people that we are there to help them. And we are there, genuinely, to liberate their country.
Might it not be too late for a lot of those people, given their poor health now, for a week without water?
Well, as I say, I think that 40% has been restored, and I think we're getting additional chunks of that back over the next few days. But I simply say to you, we will do our level best to make sure that this happens. And I would also point out, as others have pointed out, I think, today, that unfortunately, shortage of electricity and water is not something new in Basra. It's something that has happened frequently.
Patrick O'Flynn, Daily Express. Prime Minister, there are reports coming out of America today of credible intelligence evidence suggesting that Saddam is preparing to use chemical weapons in the next phase of the conflict. Have you recently seen such intelligence reports? Are you satisfied coalition forces are properly protected against that? And secondly, you said repeatedly you're certain this war will be won. Can I just ask, for the benefit of a wide audience, what exactly is it that makes you so sure?
Well, the reason why I believe this will be won is not just the skill and professionalism of our armed forces, but the fact that the cause is just and that people inside Iraq, yes, there will be those intensely loyal to Saddam who owe their existence to Saddam that will defend him, but the vast majority of Iraqi people will want him gone. And as for I won't comment on intelligence reports, but I can assure you, obviously, one of the things from the very outset that we've had to be careful about and to be on our guard about are the possibilities of Saddam using chemical or biological weapons, and that is something we keep under constant review, but I won't go further into that.
Prime Minister Warren Hogue of the New York Times. There's been much more talk from you and your government, including today, about the importance of having the United Nations involved in the humanitarian aid and reconstruction of Iraq. Much more talk from you than there has been from President Bush and his administration since he said in the Azores 10 days ago that he would like to see the UN involved. Isn't it a fact that there is much less interest in Washington in that course of action than there is in London? And isn't it also a fact that the Bush administration would be reluctant to go back to the UN now after the bruising it feels it got in the futile pursuit of the second resolution?
Well, you know, in relation to the humanitarian aid and the Oil for Food program, we will need a UN resolution, and that's important. And in respect to the rest, I simply refer you back to what was said in the Azores. Maybe it's less of an issue in the public discourse in the States, but I can assure you that is our desire to make sure that the UN, as I said a moment or two ago, are centrally involved, and that's in the interest of the international community and also the coalition forces, because it is important that we make sure that we unlock the international financial institutions and others that will need to contribute to the rebuilding of Iraq. And I emphasize this again, the rebuilding of Iraq, not because of the bombing campaign of allies, but because of over 20 years of Saddam's rule. So, you know, I mean, I have these questions put constantly to us. All I can tell you about the diplomatic struggle there was about the second resolution that we didn't get is that although I was told on many occasions that the US administration was not really struggling for it, I was very, very clear that they were, and they did everything they possibly could to get it, because they recognized it would have been better if we had. So.
Prime Minister, isn't your need to go to Washington and to New York 5 days into this conflict precisely underlining the reality that you do not have agreement with the administration about a role for the United Nations immediately after Iraq is captured, if you like? That the United States are talking actively of an American civil administration in the initial months, a military commander and a civil administration, but with no role at that central core for the United Nations. And that your view is completely different from that. That's the view coming out of the State Department and the Pentagon. But your view is in quite variance with that, and that's why you need to go.
No, that's not the reason for going. I mean, in fact, we had anticipated having this meeting some time ago, indeed before the conflict began. It's important not just to discuss the role of the UN in post-conflict Iraq, but other issues as well, the ones that I've described to you. But there's no doubt in my mind, whatever, and you must realize, I mean, I don't, one of the benefits of the relationship I have is that I'm not having to, you know, pick up the newspapers and read what the State Department may be saying or the Pentagon may be saying. I'm actually talking to the President every day. So I know what the situation is. And the situation is that it is common ground between us, that the UN has got to be involved in the post-conflict Iraq. It's important for the coalition forces, as I said just a moment or two ago. Now, we need to get, you know, the whole set of details about how that works and the timing of it that we need to get right. That's true, but I've got no doubt at all that we will.
James Cusick from the Sunday Herald. Prime Minister, if, as you say, this war is going to plan, does that imply that you are politically prepared for a conflict that may last not a matter of weeks, but a matter of months? I emphasise the politically there.
What I say to you is, as I said a moment or two ago, that the strategy that we've unfolded is the strategy we anticipated having to unfold. And there is absolutely no point in getting into speculating about how long it takes. I simply point out that within 5 days of the conflict beginning, we're 60 miles south of Baghdad. A large part of Iraq has been secured, and each of the main strategic objectives has been achieved. And as I say, what is difficult sometimes is because it is an extraordinary thing to watch this being reported in the way that it is, with constant news coming in and incidents happening and people ascribing great significance to them or not significance to them. The thing to keep in mind is the strategy that we set out, and at the present time it is going as we anticipated it would. Yes?
Kayhan, London. In the past few days there have been tensions at the border with Turkey and at the border with Iran. Now, do you think it would be an opportune time to introduce a new Security Council resolution guaranteeing the borders of Iraq as demarcated as present? And secondly, what will happen with the Mujahideen Khalq organization, a guerrilla organization identified as a terrorist group that is operating inside Iraq at the moment and is being suspected by quarters in Iran of sending the missiles to Iran?
Well, I think in respect to the terrorist groups operating there, we've already made it clear that we will act against them as we need to. I think the point that you make about Turkey is obviously very important and is a concern for people. But it is a matter of common consensus throughout the whole of the international community that the territorial integrity of Iraq has got to be respected. And there are obviously been concerns that people have expressed about what might or might not happen in respect to Turkey. I can assure you that messages have gone from the American government, from the British government, to not just the Turkish government, but exchanges between our militaries as well. And I am satisfied that Turkey understands very well that, of course, there are various humanitarian issues that they may have to cope with, but that the territorial integrity of Iraq has to be preserved entirely. Yeah, Robin?
Robin Oakley, Robin Oakley, CNN. Prime Minister, you say there are common grounds between you and President Bush that the UN should have a prominent role in post-conflict Iraq. But President Bush seems to see a role in humanitarian aid. Are you confident you can persuade him that the UN should have the central role too in reconstruction and in any civil authority post-Saddam?
Well, Robin, I simply refer to you to the statement that we all signed at the Azores Summit, which is why I don't believe there will be a problem in respect of this. I think there are tremendous amounts of details that you need to get sorted out about how it all works. But there is no question of the UN role being reserved simply for the humanitarian situation. It is important that whatever administration takes over in Iraq, that has the authority of the UN behind it. I mean, that is going to be important, as I say, for the coalition forces, for the Iraqi people, for the international community. John.
John Camp from the New Statesman. Prime Minister, you said in your Commons speech last Tuesday in justifying the case for war against Saddam that the roadmap for a Palestinian state would be published as soon as Abu Mazen had been appointed Prime Minister. That happened on Wednesday. 6 days later and 5 days into the war, the roadmap has not been published.
Yes, but the reason for that is that both Abu Mazen and everyone else has considered that the best time to do it is actually when he has formed his cabinet. And I can assure you it will happen. The moment his cabinet is formed, the roadmap will be presented both to him and to the Israeli government. Mark.
Mohammed El, BBC. Would it be counted a success if Saddam simply disappears, as bin Laden has, or are you confident that this won't happen?
I mean, it's a difficult thing to speculate upon, but the most important thing is that the regime is removed from power. I think it highly unlikely that it will be removed from power and Saddam simply goes into hiding, but who can speculate on that? But I think you will notice that the immediate difference will come when people realise that the regime is not going to stay in place and that Saddam is going to go. And I think that is the absolutely critical thing to get across. Yeah, Peter.
Yeah. Hi, Gita Hari. Aren't we heading towards a point, without giving away any military details, where you have to decide to be more reckless with the lives of civilians or more reckless with the lives of soldiers? And secondly, who's going to pick up the cost of rebuilding all the buildings that are being bombed at the moment?
Well, just on the reconstruction point, as I say, the vast bulk of the reconstruction is about rebuilding Iran after Saddam. I mean, as I think people have seen and been in one sense surprised at, we said it would be precisely targeted. It has been precisely targeted. And the whole issue of the costs of that and how that is financed obviously is one of the things you discuss through the UN process. And the answer to the first question is no. I think we have got to achieve our military objectives, but one part of those military objectives, as I was saying to the House of Commons yesterday, is to make sure that we remove the regime of Saddam in a way that makes it clear that our target is and always has been Saddam's regime, not the Iraqi people. You know, sometimes I think these things are difficult for us to focus on. I mean, used as we are to our system. But again, if you just reflect for a moment that you have 4 million Iraqi exiles out of a population of 22 or 23 million, that there is a vast displaced group of people out of Iraq. There are then people inside Iraq. And again, I think the extraordinary thing is just to reflect for a moment on how they've created a system where they are able to subdue people by a mixture of repression and the fact they are absolutely dependent for their existence on the food aid programs that they distribute through these 45,000 distribution centers, and people who are hostile to the regime simply do not have the food and the medicine distributed to them. So it is an incredible machine of internal repression that is being created. I was just hearing this morning that insofar as it's possible to estimate these things, it is estimated that unemployment inside Iraq is around about 50%, in other words, half the population. I mean, they are people completely deprived of the normal means of existence. And what we have got to do, and this is what I think will be immensely powerful once this conflict is over, is just demonstrate to people exactly what the extent of that repression and that system, the way that that system was, so that people can see that as a result of Saddam being in power, you had a country potentially rich and wealthy, deprived of any proper form of prosperity for the vast mass of people. And I think that will deal with an awful lot of the concerns and worries. I mean, I've always said to people throughout that our aim has not been regime change, our aim has been the elimination of weapons of mass destruction. But I've also said that when we discuss the moral context of war, there is no doubt in my mind, never has been, and there is not any doubt now, that for people in Iraq, this will in the end be a moment of liberation for them, however difficult it is now.
Bassam Aloni, United Press International. Prime Minister, many experts in the Middle East think or even believe that had the United States and the United Kingdom changed the pretext of the current war from disarming Iraq of WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, into disarming the Middle East of DMDs, dictators of mass destruction, you easily could have won a lot of support from the masses in the region. How would you respond to that?
Well, I think it's a good point, and it's one that we've wrestled with throughout, because we have had to operate within the context of international law and the demands of the United Nations, which were for the disarmament of Iraq of weapons of mass destruction. And the logic of that position has been, somewhat uncomfortably, frankly, for me and for others, that if Saddam had voluntarily disarmed, he could have remained in place. Now, personally, I think his regime would have changed its very nature through that process, but on the other hand, he would have remained in power. In one sense, I feel more comfortable with the position now, where we're saying quite plainly to people, the only way now to disarm him is to remove the regime. And I think that the reason why, as I say, I've never had any doubt that this is the right thing to do, is because to remove that regime from Iraq is to send a huge signal, not just to the people of Iraq, but a signal right across the world. And I do think, and I'm sure people in the Middle East would agree with this, that if at the same time, and this is absolutely central, I can't overstate the importance of this, if at the same time we really do make progress on the Israeli-Palestinian issue, then that, I think, will put the whole attitude of the relations between the Arab and Muslim world on the one hand and the West on the other in a different context, which is why we've got to do both. Yep, James.
James Hardy from the Daily Mirror. Could I ask a question about prisoners, Prime Minister? Given that there isn't any specific UN mandate for this military action, do you believe there's a danger that the Iraqis might see themselves justified in declaring coalition prisoners as unlawful combatants in the way the US did with the Taliban? And is it not right, does it not make it difficult for us to hark on about human rights in this context when we are still treating prisoners with a lack of human rights at Guantanamo Bay?
In relation to Guantanamo Bay, first of all, we see our own British nationals that are there, and we investigate very carefully allegations of any human rights abuse, and we are satisfied that is not happening. Now, it is, as I've expressed before, it is a unique and difficult situation. I simply again say, though, that the one problem we have in tackling this is that there is still information that is being checked with people in Guantanamo Bay that does have a genuine interest and use for us in fighting terrorism. And that is the uncomfortable fact about that. In relation to any prisoners taken by the Iraqis, these are troops acting under the authority of the state. They're quite plainly prisoners of war and should be treated in accordance with the proper conventions. Yeah.
Prime Minister Andy Bell, Channel 5 News. Reports are now coming back from some British commanders that when they request maybe airstrikes or artillery strikes, the targets they've requested are being vetoed as being too sensitive. Is it not the case that the political imperatives which are being imposed by you, in other words, that this army should look like an army of liberation, not conquest, is actually tying the hands of the military, who still have to fight and win a dangerous war?
No, and nothing must be done to put our troops at risk, and the purpose of this is to make sure that we achieve our military objectives as swiftly as possible. But I can assure you, the issue of targeting, as it always is done carefully with the military commanders in a way that minimizes civilian casualties. And I can assure you from my discussions with the military who are involved in this process, they are also anxious, because they are decent people, humane people, to avoid civilian casualties as far as possible. Sorry. Yeah, Brian.
The opinion polls seem to suggest that British public support for this war has increased since the war began. How much attention do you pay to those polls, firstly? And secondly, what impact do you think that the immediacy of the TV pictures of this war has had on your ability to sell the war to the British public?
Well, in relation to the first, you can't conduct these things according to the polls. I mean, they are interesting reflections of where public opinion is, and it doesn't greatly surprise me, frankly, because I think that people were moving in this way once they learned more about the nature of Saddam's regime and once they heard the arguments expressed. And the one thing that I've found, not just with members of the public, but actually within my own political party, is that even where there is disagreement, there is an understanding, at least, of why I feel as strongly as I do, and why I believe that we're doing the right thing. In relation to the way it's covered, well, there are difficulties. I mean, I've certainly found this an extraordinary experience when you're watching it on television. I think it is a conjunction of war and immediate reporting in a way that is completely different. I feel completely different, incidentally, even from how the war in Afghanistan was reported, and of Kosovo. Now, you guys are in a better position to judge that than me, and I mean, there are benefits in terms of openness, and I think it's important that we have been more open with the media about what is happening than I think in any war in anyone's living memory. But at the same time, I think what's important is that people get a sense of the overall shape of the strategy, rather than just picking out individual facts or incidents, which may be the ones caught on camera, when there are lots of things that we don't see. I mean, we don't see the people being executed by Saddam who want to give up. But I can assure you that is happening. What we don't see is the repression and the brutality of the Iraqi regime, but it's every bit as real. We don't have any cameras inside the torture chambers and the prisons, the political prisons of Saddam, but those people are there and are being abused in that way. And that's the only thing I think we need to bear in mind the whole time, that what we see is real, but it is not the only part of reality. Yes, sir. Yes, sorry, I did say I would call you next.
Reuters. Are we currently in contact with members of Saddam's inner circle, and do you have any reason to believe that those talks could weaken his government or perhaps dismantle it?
Well, I don't think I should comment on any intelligence that we have. And no, I mean, our objective remains as it is, to remove Saddam's regime, and the people that are closest to him will naturally want to cling on to power.
Radio 1. Are you, leading on from that previous question, are you frustrated, perhaps even angry, that Saddam Hussein is still able to use television within Iraq to spread the message to his people and throughout the world that him and his regime are still in control? Aren't you surprised, perhaps like a lot of people, that that particular part of the infrastructure hasn't been targeted or taken out yet?
I don't think it's very surprising that Saddam is giving this picture to his people. I mean, that's what he always does. And you know, I think, again, this has been explained quite well to us from people that we have within some of these cities. For example, I got a report this morning from people who are inside Basra. And the report is, I think, a quite useful expression of how Iraqis are seeing this. They are seeing basically what is on Iraq television. They see the militiamen, heavily armed, patrolling the streets, as they've always been, the same people that have been in charge of them. And they're naturally very cautious about what is going to happen. But I think there will come a point where they realize that the regime grip on power is being prized away. And I think that will happen in a way that then has an immediate impact on the population. And it's not surprising at the moment, at any rate, that Saddam carries on pumping out the propaganda he always has.
Amar Al-Jundi from Al-Sharq Al-Awsat newspaper. Prime Minister, if those Iraqis were forced to defend Saddam's regime, why more Iraqis going back to Iraq rather than going out of it? One thing. And second, why those Shiite Muslims who have always been devastated by Saddam have been instructed by their clerics in Iraq and outside it not to support the war, which some of them see as the crusades promised by George Bush after the 11th September?
Well, first of all, I should say that, of course, just to put the point on record, I don't think President Bush ever promised crusades. I know this is what is often said, but it isn't actually correct. And there will be people who will judge this, as I was saying a moment or two ago, after the conflict. And it will be quite interesting to see, after the conflict, how people then react when they see that actually what we're trying to bring about is a situation of religious tolerance, of where the diversity of Iraq is recognized and the government is more representative, and where people's human rights are respected. And many of these same things were said about Afghanistan, that this was going to be a war on Muslim people. It wasn't true then, and it isn't true now. And I think that you will find, I mean, in Afghanistan, whatever the problems, 2 million exiles have returned to Afghanistan. And I think you will find that Iraqi exiles do indeed return to their country. And the Iraqi people have always been an immensely intelligent, enterprising people. And all they need is the opportunity to thrive under a government that allows them to work and to prosper and to express their views, whether in terms of their own religion or their own politics in the way that they want. Yes, sir.
Hosni Imam from the Kuwait News Agency. Prime Minister, the Kuwait has been at the receiving end of Scud and other types of missiles in recent days. Would this confirm the belief that he still possesses weapons of mass destruction? And secondly, the discovery of chemical and other reported discovery of chemical and other weapons inside Iraq, and also the fact that Russia has been supplying illegally some weapons. Would this cause concern to you?
Well, I won't comment on the latter point about Russia, except to say that I hope everyone understands their obligations to obey the United Nations rules on sanctions against prohibited materials. In respect of the weapons that he may have or use, I mean, that's one of the reasons why it's so important that we move quickly through the country. I mean, there will be a point in time when we are able then properly to begin the search for weapons of mass destruction. But again, what is essential to emphasize is this is a big country. It's a very, very big country. I think it's something like twice the landmass of the UK. And I often say to people, if you take Northern Ireland as an example, the British security services have been trying to search out weapons dumps of the IRA for the past 30 years, and not with a great deal of success, frankly, over the years. The idea that we can suddenly, discover this stuff is a lot more difficult in a country the size of Iraq. But of course, once the regime is out, then there will be all sorts of people that will be willing to give us the information that we seek. And in the meantime, what is important is that we continue to do everything we can to disable the regime. It is true also, as I've said before, that in part because of the program of concealment of these weapons, some of the weapons systems have been dismantled and would need to be put back together again. And so that is an inhibition on him. But having said all of that, we know he has this material, and we've got to take every precaution against him using it. Yeah. Sorry, Jerry, I was about to call you, but you put your hand down.
If the coalition forces didn't actually find substantial quantities of weapons of mass destruction, how damaging would that be to your own credibility and indeed to the whole raison d'etre for going to war in the first instance?
Well, we have absolutely no doubt at all that these weapons of mass destruction exist, and the only thing I would say to you is that if they didn't, his cooperation with the inspectors would have been a very, very easy thing to have done. And I think there's a very clear reason why he obstructed them for 7 years. Then effectively they had to leave. And I've always thought that the notion, once he got rid of the inspectors, that he decided to voluntarily do what he'd refused to do whilst the inspectors were there, was a slightly strange idea.
Ended press conference talking with reporters. British Prime Minister Tony Blair there laying out a lot of expanded thinking on what is going on in Iraq, what the coalition goals are. But the bottom line is he is on his way to Washington on Wednesday for talks with U.S. President George W. Bush. He's also going to be meeting with Kofi Annan, the Secretary General. He wants to discuss not only a new UN resolution for a post-war Iraq, something that the United States and President Bush might be opposed to. He also wants to talk about the Middle East roadmap arrived at by the quartet, laying that on the table, saying very clearly he thinks that would substantially change the view of the Arab world about the countries involved in this coalition. All right, we're going to go back now to the battlefront, if you will. CNN's Walter Rogers is with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry somewhere in south-central Iraq. He filed this report a short time ago.
The pictures you're looking at now are live pictures of 3 Iraqi prisoners of war taken just a few moments ago by the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry. They are bound, sitting on the ground. One of the 7th Cavalry's guards is gesturing to one of the soldiers to get up. You can see the plastic ties around his wrist. This is, of course, a very precarious moment for soldiers because you never really quite know if one of these prisoners is carrying a grenade. The other 2 are lying on the ground over to the left. There are 2 Army soldiers guarding them. They were taken just a few moments ago on the move north after the 7th Cavalry crossed the Euphrates River defense line. They've been very successful at last in breaking across the Euphrates River bridge and moving northward. These 3 were taken at what appeared to be a truck, an Army truck, a few 100 meters back. We were sitting by that truck a few seconds ago. I think you have pictures of it. But right now, those 3 were taken prisoner by the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry. These are Iraqi soldiers, although because they were driving a military vehicle, very clearly that was the case, although they appear to be wearing civilian uniforms, which we find increasingly to be the case here. We don't know the unit these soldiers are with. We don't know what they do by way of their service in the Army. But again, you're looking at live pictures of 3 Iraqi soldiers taken by U.S. Army troops on the march north towards Baghdad. Back to you.
Yep. Hot ideas. Cool creation. Catch the newest wave in the industry in Bangkok, Thailand, the 17th to the 21st of September, 2003. RH back 2003.
AT&T makes calling home to the U.S. easy. Ask your hotel operator for the AT&T access number. Use your AT&T calling card or any major credit card. Then call away.
CNN's experienced team of journalists from the ground, in the air, on the seas, reporting from the front lines. That's fast, balanced, and accurate. Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
The average computer has 110 keys. We say you only need 3.
When
when you work in combat zones and report from front lines.
Hussein surrender power and leave Iraq.
It takes experience to get the story and to get it right.
With his top military commanders.
CNN has more journalists with more experience, bringing you fast, balanced and accurate information that's important to you.
Snipers lined against the highway.
They have reorganized their anti-terrorist cell.
Running Iraq in the absence of Saddam.
Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
U.S. troops fight Iraqi snipers and the weather to gain ground, moving closer to their target, Baghdad. Hello and welcome to CNN's ongoing coverage of the strike on Iraq. I'm Jim Clancy in Kuwait. Ralitza Vasilova is with us from the CNN Center. First, let's get to the latest developments. A coalition convoy now closing in on the Iraqi capital despite a sandstorm and sniper fire. The U.S.-led forces have crossed the Euphrates River and taken at least 3 Iraqi prisoners that we've seen. With Baghdad now only tens of kilometers away, the toughest fighting is just ahead, according to General Richard Myers, chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff. And as a battle for that city looms, U.S. military sources say there will be a major shift in strategy in the air campaign. They say coalition warplanes will switch away from bombing campaigns and now focus on so-called targets of opportunity and on supplying close air support and cover for ground troops. British forces are preparing to move against Iraqi fighters near the southern city of Basra. British military officials changed their initial strategy. They've since declared Basra a legitimate military target. A British commander says the southern port city of Qasr is now safe and open. He says there's hope the first aid shipment can be received at Qasr within 48 hours. More intense fighting has broken out near the southern city of Nasiriyah. British Prime Minister Tony Blair is hopeful, having observed the developments of the last 5 days.
At some point, the regime was going to come back in, retrench in Baghdad. And all I can assure you of, without going into the details of it, because it wouldn't be sensible to do it, is that this is entirely what was anticipated and what we have provided for in the strategy that we have.
U.S. intelligence reports suggest the Iraqi Republican Guard may have been ordered to use chemical weapons. They say such weapons might be used against U.S.-led forces if they cross a so-called invisible red line around Baghdad. Senior British military officials say the southern city of Basra has now become, in their words, a legitimate military target. They say the change in strategy is necessary to wear down the Iraqi forces and distribute humanitarian aid there. CNN's chief correspondent, Christiane Amanpour, looks at the British military objective.
Weather in this region, too, a big concern. We've had sandstorms and we've had rainstorms, and we understand that that may continue for about 2 days, and that, of course, would affect the southern Iraqi portion, which is in the British area of responsibilities. And at the same time, the British now say that their military tactics, their strategy towards the city of Basra has changed because of the stiff opposition they're getting from inside Basra. We're told that now Basra is a legitimate military target for the British, that's because Iraqi army elements have withdrawn into the city with their tanks, their infantry and their heavy artillery, and that they are pounding British positions on the outskirts of the city. Britain wants to overwhelm those military forces and try to create a corridor to be able to take humanitarian aid into Basra for the population. It's going slower than they expected. Qasr, the port down south, apparently now we're told is under control of the British forces, and demining operations continue, and that port, of course, is the import point for humanitarian aid, which is currently stacked up in Kuwait awaiting delivery into Iraq. Now, also, British say they launched an offensive against a town south of Basra with the 7th Armored Brigade. 1 British soldier was killed. What they tried to do was decapitate some of the political leadership, Ba'ath Party officials. They say they got 1. Iraqi military also mounting counteroffensives on the Al-Faw Peninsula, which several days ago was taken under control by U.S. and British forces. British forces there right now responded. They called in close air support, and the aircraft, we're told, destroyed some 20 Iraqi vehicles. So in short, Iraqi resistance quite strong, counteroffensive by the Iraqis in the south, and the British reorganizing their tactics to take on the Iraqi resistance, especially in Basra. I'm Christiane Amanpour, reporting from British Divisional Field Headquarters in northern Kuwait.
Coalition forces say they have taken control of the southern city of Qasr again, that despite sporadic attacks by Iraqi resistors. A British commander says the city is now safe, its port open. He hopes the first aid ship will be brought in within the next 24 hours or 48 hours. David Bowden has more from Qasr.
Royal Marines from 4-2 Commando drive out into the streets of Qasr. The new rulers of this town patrolling right under the nose of the man who used to call the shots here. The Marines have to clear this area of any remnants of Iraqi opposition, which may threaten the aid effort due to begin later this week. As ever, they are hoping for the best, but digging in just in case they have to fight, and checking their weapons. For the locals who have seen their small town become the focus of the world's attention, there is little they can do but look on and wonder what next. The Iraqi flag still flies here, but its significance is not what it was. Those who hoisted it are now yesterday's men. After the weekend's fierce battle in Qasr, the Marines are wary of everything.
That's where they are, isn't it, Tom?
Dropping your guard is not an option. So far, the Marines have come across no opposition. The locals here more fearful than aggressive. Frightened not of the coalition forces, but of the remnants of the Iraqi army sent down from the north to fight in Qasr, who are now defeated, confused, and a long way from home. David Bowden in Qasr.
Well, sandstorms elsewhere on Tuesday slowed down coalition advances in the southern part of Iraq. That included the city of Nasiriyah, where U.S. Marines met with heavy resistance from Iraqi forces. Alessio Vinci is embedded with the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Division of the Marines.
There are a lot of forces in this area, and we are scattered, and they are scattered, and we, the reporters with them, scattered throughout pockets, if you want, especially near areas where it is believed to be the high number of Iraqi soldiers and Iraqi paramilitary groups as well. So the measures that you can take, of course, is by having some signals, by having some special lights. The problem, of course, and I noticed that last night when we were under fire by friendly and coalition forces, was the fact that up until that moment we were asked not to use any kind of lights. I mean, we couldn't even use the red lights. We cannot use our computers. I couldn't even use my phone because obviously the display of the phone makes a little bit of gleam of light. So we were really told to be in total darkness so that not to give the position of where the Marines and us with them are now. The moment we start receiving incoming fire by U.S. forces, then of course the U.S. Marines start using their chemical lights and all kind of signals that obviously not only signal to the other U.S. forces where we were, but also gave the position to Iraqi position. And so far, of course, that is a problem. So it is, if you want, a problem, because if you can tell other forces where you are.
All right, let's get an update on the situation in northern Iraq. Now, CNN's Ben Wiedemann is in the northern city of Kalak. He joins us for an update on the situation there. Ben.
Yes, Jim. Well, listening to Alessio and our colleagues down in the south, it all seems rather unreal, the situation here. It's very quiet. There's very little happening. Early this morning, we heard 2 large explosions in the direction of Mosul. Last night there was fairly intense bombing of that city. But here, it couldn't be more quiet. We were down in the village of Kalak, which is right behind me, going among the houses. We were looking up at the Iraqi position, seeing the soldiers, the Iraqi soldiers, not more than really a kilometer away from us. Under normal conditions, maybe a 10-minute walk away from us. They were walking, oh, I've got a bug in my eye, I'm sorry. Walking along the ridgeline as if nothing was happening whatsoever. They're still digging in, preparing their positions. Now, we do know, for instance, that in Erbil, the city where it's about half an hour's drive from here, that U.S. Special Forces have arrived. They're settling in. They're arriving at an airport that's about an hour's drive outside of Erbil. They're arriving at the Harir airstrip. Now, yesterday we did see for the first time the head of the U.S. mission in the north, Major General Pete Osman of the U.S. Marine Corps. But when he spoke to us, it really sounded more like he was here in addition to trying to activate this fairly dormant northern front, that he was here to keep the different military activities separated. Now, many Kurds are very concerned about the possibility that Turkish forces are going to enter. In fact, this morning I was speaking with one Kurdish commander who was saying that this war in Iraq right now is England and America's war. It's not the war of the Kurds. They're happy to take part of it because of their animosity toward Saddam Hussein, given their bitter history with that regime. But, for instance, he was telling me that they would rather keep Dohuk than win Kirkuk, which is one of the towns that the United States and Britain are saying that they would like to take control of eventually. So some very mixed feelings, it's a very strange situation up here, Jim, given the amount of action that we're seeing down south.
Ben, overall, it would sound as if the U.S. wants to take Kirkuk or to move in those directions, it's going to need a lot more on the ground than just special forces, lightly armed.
Yes, given the amount of resistance from Iraqi forces in the south, the number that they were talking about under the, let's say, the Plan B or C, 5,000 troops simply isn't going to be enough. Now, we should take into account that there are more than 60,000 Kurdish fighters who are very ready to go into battle, they say, but they don't really have much in the way of heavy weaponry. They've got AK-47s, rocket-propelled grenades, some heavy machine guns, but they don't have anything compared to what the Iraqis have. In fact, they really wouldn't be much of a match for the sort of heavy Iraqi machinery that we know is just on the other side of these hills behind me. Jim?
Ben Wiedemann reporting there from northern Iraq, the latest on the situation there. Meantime, British forces have been taking up positions along the Iraq-Iran border. Now, that is an area that is still littered with the remnants of a past war. The goal for the soldiers there to secure the area from possible neighboring insurgencies. Jonathan Charles is traveling with an RAF helicopter unit.
Tired but still moving forward, British troops are packed into an RAF helicopter on their way to seizing yet more Iraqi territory. This time the target's the border with neighboring Iran. The land around the frontiers pitted with shell holes, not from this latest conflict, but the result of the war Iraq and Iran fought against each other in the 1980s. Now British forces are securing the area to make sure Iran doesn't try to take advantage of Iraq's weakness. For the RAF crews who have to fly the troops in, there's still the danger of being shot at by Iraqi units.
At the moment, we're expecting small arms, as I say, pockets of insurgents and resistance. So for us, there is a possible small arms threat.
A massive operation's underway to subdue those Iraqis who still want to fight. We went in with the British paratroops, given the task of dealing with areas bypassed by the Americans racing to Baghdad.
More troops are being brought in all the time, dropped into very remote areas of Iraq like this. Their job is to clean up any pockets of resistance, those that lie behind the main advance.
The paratroops are trying to camouflage their positions, worried about guerrilla attacks. The terrain here means the troops can be seen for miles, though, across the flat sands.
We act accordingly with the vehicles that you can see around you. We sight tactically, but yeah, as you say, it's fairly flat out here.
The paratroops have come ready to fight, but they hope it won't be necessary. This is Jonathan Charles in southern Iraq.
Senior British military officials have changed the status of the city of Basra. What does it mean? Let's find out. We'll go to CNN's Christian Amanpour, who is with a British command unit. Christian?
Jim, indeed, the status of the British operation around Basra has shifted. At first, it was not considered a military target, Iraq's second largest city in the south, but now it is. Why? Because they're facing much stiffer opposition than they expected, and specifically because elements of the Iraqi 51st Army Division have moved back into the town of Basra and have turned Basra into an armed garrison. They've moved back with their T-55 tanks, their heavy artillery, and their troops. And in addition, the latest we're hearing from the British military spokesman is that the 7th Armored Brigade, the British army that's involved in those offensive operations around Basra, they are reporting that irregular Iraqi elements, the so-called Fedayeen of Saddam, the Ba'ath Party militias, those in civilian dress armed with machine guns and RPGs, have been coming out of the town using human shields in front of them as they take shots at the British army, and then they go back. So this is a new development that we've just learned. But in total, what's happening around Basra, we are being told, is that the British, who wanted to go in there on their own terms, deliver humanitarian aid, be welcomed as liberators, have not been able to do that yet. And quite the contrary, they are now being drawn in, they are telling us, on Iraq's terms. They're potentially being drawn into urban fighting, which they don't want to do, but they are being drawn in by an Iraqi garrison inside Basra, because Iraq knows full well, we are told, that the British do not want to inflict civilian casualties, and so they're going to be forced to try to neutralize this threat in a way that does not inflict civilian casualties. British officials here telling us that this is now a very difficult and, quote, high-risk military operation. Jim?
Christian, what can you tell us? A little bit earlier, we heard the news that one group of Iraqi tanks tried to really do a breakout out of the Basra area.
Well, what we've been hearing is that there have been significant exchanges of artillery between the British forces and the Iraqis inside Basra. That, in fact, was over a 10-hour period yesterday. And in the meantime, there are attempts by the Iraqis to fight back against the British. And the British conducted a military operation on a town just south of Basra, where they were trying to get, and they did apparently get, one Ba'ath Party official. They're trying to, in the word they use, decapitate the political structure there, to try to separate that political leadership from the civilian population, because what they want is for the civilians to have space to, quote, rise up and put aside the Iraqis who are there, the Iraqi regime structure which is there. Jim?
Do British forces essentially believe then that the Iraqi military is hiding behind the civilians in Basra?
Yes, they do. We've had these late reports this afternoon of these human shields. That's the first we've heard about that. But in the bigger picture, you know, a few days ago we were told that the 51st Division of the Iraqi army, which was defending around Basra, had surrendered some of the commanders, and the rest of the army, we were told, had melted away. Well, now it turns out that they've melted away back into the city, along with their tanks and their artillery and their infantry troops. And this is now causing a sort of urban environment for the Iraqi soldiers to be able to hit back at the British who are outside. And furthermore, the British don't yet know whether the Iraqi regime is supplying and reinforcing Basra from the east of Basra, because the British are on the west and they don't know what's coming down from the Tigris area north of Basra and coming into the east. So they're not sure whether even the 51st Army Division, which is quite significant in there, is being reinforced by even more people. So it's becoming a potential area of quite significantly higher military operations.
All right, Christiana Manpour reporting there to us from just along the border between Iraq and Kuwait. Well, for the latest on action just north of Nasiriyah, well, first, I'll tell you what, we've got some new pictures in, I understand, of Basra. Can we take a look at those right now? All right. These are pictures coming to us from Abu Dhabi television. You can see some destroyed vehicles here. There was a period in time when British officers said that several Iraqi tanks had tried to break out of Basra, and they were repelled by British forces. Those are just some new pictures coming out, destroyed vehicles, as we can see there. All right, we understand also that there's been a lot of activity up by Nasiriyah, and that's a strategic town along the Euphrates River. The U.S. 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment is nearby there. Carl Penhall joins us now with more on that. Carl.
Yes, Jim, actually we're much further north than Nasiriyah. We passed Nasiriyah several days ago. We're just south of the city of Karbala now. That was where Apache helicopters flew on a mission to attack elite Republican Guard units 2 nights ago now. According to the damage or battle damage assessment, so to speak, that the military have now carried out, then the U.S. Army is telling me that they did successfully destroy some targets and trucks and military trucks loaded onto trains, some artillery pieces. But nevertheless, the helicopters themselves sustained quite heavy anti-aircraft fire. And over the last couple of days, the pilots and the maintenance crews have been looking over those planes to see what repairs need to be needed and make sure that they're airworthy again, ready for the next battle. So the main news here right now, Jim, is the weather. It's only 4:20 here local time, but it's as black as night outside. Normally it shouldn't get dark for about another couple of hours, but a fierce sandstorm has blown in. It's been blowing all day, but this seems to be combined with some kind of other overhead storm. You can just about make out the lightning through the sand, but visibility here is down now to only several hundred feet. Jim.
All right, Carl Penhall reporting to us there. That is, as he said, significantly north of Nasiriyah. But obviously a sandstorm that has moved across central Iraq. It's got, well, both the Allied forces as well as the Iraqi forces somewhat blinded by all of the sand blowing in the air. The weather situation very much the dominant story for them this day. We want to turn our attention now to the refugee situation, and particularly in northern Iraq. Let's go to the Iraqi-Turkish border, where we find our own Jane Araf. Jane?
Jim, we wanted to show you a little bit of this fascinating mosaic of northern Iraq. We're in the village of Mengesh, which actually is about 15 kilometers from the major city of Dohuk. Now, you can probably see that church over in the distance. It's an ancient village and a Christian village. Now, people here believe that St. Thomas, one of the 12 apostles, came through here, and it's been settled by Chaldean Christians. They've opened up their homes to refugees, most of them Christian, but not all of them, and they've opened up this community center. This is the Chaldean Center, where people learn the language, a dialect of Aramaic, the language that Jesus spoke. Now, this is one of the young residents here. There are 3 generations here of this Circassian family, and they've come mostly from Dohuk. They've just finished eating lunch, a regional specialty called dolmas, which is made without meat for the season of Lent because they're fasting. But as you can see, there are 3 generations. They've come from Dohuk, but a lot of them do have relatives in Mosul and Baghdad that they worry about. Now, they've left because they say they're afraid of one thing, the same thing that everyone else has left their homes in fear of, a chemical attack by Iraqi forces. They say they're not afraid of missiles. They've seen missiles before, but they're terribly afraid that the city could be hit by chemical weapons, and they've come further away from the city to this village. Now, the village authorities have opened up this community center for anyone who wants to come here. Right now, there are about 40 people here, and other people have taken refugees into their homes as well. In other towns, we've seen schools and mosques being used as refugee places. This is the oldest member of the family. Her name is Shireen. Hello. She's 90, and she's seen some amazing things. She was telling us earlier that she came as a very small child from Turkey after members of her family were killed during the Ottoman Empire. This is an Armenian family and a very close-knit family. And they've all come here, they say, so they can be together. Now, refugee officials in northern Iraq say perhaps 20% of the people who have fled the towns and villages have returned because it's fairly quiet. But as for these people, they say for now they're staying put. Jim?
How, you say they are, of course, very concerned about the possibility of chemical weapons coming from the troops of President Saddam Hussein. At the same time, are they voicing any fears about Turkish forces along the border?
For these people, not so much. Now, again, this is a special segment of society. They're Armenian and Christian, And they're afraid more of Iraqi forces because northern Iraq was under Iraqi control up until 1991. A lot of the people here have either served in the army or have seen their city come under attack, and that's why they say that they've seen missile attacks. The Turks are perhaps a more distant threat to them. Now, there is a real feeling of fear here among people close to the border, not particularly this group, but a lot depends on whether Turkish forces do come in. So far, we've seen them massed across the Turkish side of the border with statements that they will come in if it's necessary, but so far they've said it hasn't been necessary, and for now, that threat of Turkish forces coming in remains quite distant. Jim?
All right, Jana Roth reporting to us there from northern Iraq. A good inside look at refugees, where they're going. We saw yesterday they were staying in caves. Today we find them staying in community centers. Well, Walter Rogers couldn't find either one of those places for some shelter in a sandstorm this day. He's had to make do with his Humvee. He's updating us now on the situation with the U.S. 7th Cavalry. Walter.
Hello, Jim. First, let me apologize for the pictures. It's not even 4:30 in the afternoon here. You have to use a flashlight to read your watch. That's how thick and dense this sandstorm is. The news out of here traveling with the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry is that the Army appears to have broken the defense line that Saddam Hussein had established along the Euphrates River between An-Najaf to the west, going down to Al-Samawa, to Nasiriyah, and then on over to Basra. The U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, early today punched through that line, taking a vital crossing of the Euphrates River. Elements of the 7th Cavalry are now across that line. They have had moderate contact with the hostile Iraqi forces. The Iraqis have been firing mortars at them, but again, the 7th Cavalry has pushed well beyond the Euphrates River crossing at this point. It's important to point out that, again, there was hostile fire the entire way, and before they ever got to the Euphrates crossing last night, there was a very fierce firefight. The Iraqis put up an ambush on either sides of the road in total blackness and opened up on the 7th Cavalry's convoy. However, no one was injured in the convoy, no vehicles disabled, and in fact, the cavalry blasted back with tracer-fired 50 caliber machine guns, 25 millimeter cannon, called in airstrikes, called in 155 millimeter artillery pounding, and ultimately those in the Iraqi ambush were pounded into oblivion. The Army was then able to proceed over the canal bridges, and as I say, the 7th Cavalry has broken Saddam Hussein's defense line along the Euphrates River. Jim?
Walter, any idea, and I know you're not a weatherman, but that storm looks fairly serious. Obviously, it's the same time of day, more or less, right here. We're along the same longitude, and I wonder if, I mean, you look at that, any idea when the storm's going to break?
I asked that question yesterday when it was brewing and was told by a senior officer here that the weather was expected to be like this for 24 hours. Now, remember, that was a day ago. These things can disappear as quickly as they come up, but this one appears determined to hang on for a while. I gather you're getting rain there. We aren't even getting rain in this vicinity, so apparently there's more of this sandstorm on the way, and that's making life pretty difficult for the Army. Jim?
All right, Walter Rogers there with the U.S. Cavalry. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more coverage of the war in Iraq. Stay with CNN.
By the Iraqis, and we repeat our demand that the Iraqis follow all the provisions of the Geneva Convention with respect to safe treatment of these individuals. And we will honor each of those warriors by pressing the fight. As many of your embedded correspondents have noted out in the field, it's a little bit ugly out there today. Weather has had an impact on the battlefield with high winds, with some rain, with some thunderstorms, and that's occurred really throughout the country. So it's been not a terribly comfortable day on the battlefield. However, that hasn't stopped us. Our precision all-weather weapon systems and an aggressive integrated operations plan by our air and land components have allowed coalition forces to maintain and increase pressure on the regime on all fronts, even in the bad weather. This effective combination of air operations, direct land-based attack, and precision special operations creates a synergy that is key to the coalition strategy. The air component will fly over 1,400 combat and combat support missions over Iraq today, paying particular attention to the Iraqi Republican Guards while attacking surface-to-surface missiles in a time-sensitive fashion. These missile systems that affect and threaten Kuwait and other neighbors in the region. And they will also focus on key regime command and control facilities. Let me make a point again today that we've made a number of times, but it is important. We continue to work very carefully to ensure that the most precise targeting possible is used. Later, Brigadier General Vince Brooks will show you some of the evidence on a few video clips. But I want to stress that the message that we continue to pass by leaflet, by radio, by broadcast, and by word of mouth every day is that the Iraqi people should stay at home, should remain calm, should avoid being in or close to any military formations, any military equipment or headquarters, or any building associated with the regime leadership, its command and control or communications. And maybe equally as importantly, to stay off the roads. Don't get out in their vehicles and drive around. The battlefield's a very hazardous location, as many of your reporters have mentioned. And we must continue to ask all the civilians in Iraq to remain in their towns and homes because it's very difficult to guarantee their safety on this battlefield. Our land forces continue to progress northward. We've had a few engagements over the last 24 hours in the vicinity of An-Nasiriyah and Al-Basra, and as you know, have suffered some casualties. But we've also inflicted more on the enemy and destroyed a number of their tanks, artillery pieces, and troop formations. The bottom line is we're on track, and we'll deal with these regular and irregular forces wherever we find them. I want to make note of the UK forces today for their rapid progress in establishing security in the town of Qasr, in the southern oil fields, and I'd especially like to commend our coalition forces that have done such great work clearing the port side of Qasr. The oil fields and the ports are real jewels of Iraqi future. And we want to ensure that the rapid economic growth for millions of families occurs and is protected as we improve these facilities. On that note, we're making very good progress extinguishing fires set by the regime's forces as they withdrew from the oil fields, and we believe we will continue to make very good progress at reestablishing the operational capability of those fields. We also believe that we'll be able to flow humanitarian aid into that port in a very short time, and in fact we have ships already loading with humanitarian supplies donated by a number of different countries, and we hope to have them up the channels into the port within a very short number of days. I'd like to go back to a mention of prisoners for just a minute and just say that we are constructing camps for the enemy prisoners of war that we've detained and have in fact been in discussions with the International Committee of the Red Cross to ensure that they will have full access to those facilities. Our maritime forces are hard at work supporting air operations, maintaining security of the Arabian Gulf for all shipping, and completing the difficult task of demining Iraqi waters. They're even using some unique techniques. We have some specially trained dolphins that are out there helping us to determine where mines may be in the channels. Finally, our special operating forces from each of our coalition partners conduct missions throughout the country. These missions vary from reconnaissance to direct action to facilitation of humanitarian operations. I want to close my statement by just saying to everyone, reminding all that we remain completely focused, that we have the finest forces in the world, formed into the best team I've seen in 32 years, but that should not lead anyone to believe that this will not be a hard fight. That is not without significant risk on the battlefield. Prime Minister Howard of Australia a day or two ago said that difficult days and battles could lie ahead on the ground and in the air. I echo those comments, but I'm confident that the forces we have, the training they've received, and the team we've built will ultimately take us to the liberation of the people of Iraq. Let me now have Brigadier General Vince Brooks come up and run through a few notes and add some visuals.
Thank you, General York. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you an update again, as I have for the last several days, on how the operation is proceeding, and I'll use a number of graphic images to help illustrate what it is we're referring to. I'll follow a similar pattern to what I've done in the last few days, where we talk about the different things we're focused on in the operation, many of them reiterating what General Rinuart said with some more detail, and then carrying you down to some conclusions toward the end. I'll begin with, again, our efforts being focused on attacking the regime directly and aggressively, and doing so with precision. The first images we'll bring up today are attacks against equipment and command locations. These are weapons systems videos. The first one you see is a communications facility out in western Iraq, and there are actually going to be two bombs that come in. The first is at the crosshairs. The second that occurs almost simultaneously is the building to its right. Roll the tape, please. The next one is an armored personnel carrier in eastern Iraq. An artillery piece in a revetted position in eastern Iraq. A tank in a defensive position in central Iraq. A multiple rocket launcher system in southeast Iraq. And the explosion in this case occurs when the video goes black. Equally effective are our strikes against regime targets and the key command, control, communications, and information nodes. As I've done before, I'll show you some before and after images. Again, I'd focus on the precision that we use. We only destroy or damage the things we need to in order to achieve the desired effect. The first image is a military headquarters building. This is in the northeast of Baghdad. The targeted structures are just above the T intersection at the bottom, and they're highlighted with the blue arrows. And the post-strike, please. After the strike, if you look closely again at the blue arrows just above the road, you'll find that there are 4 destruction points. The center of the longest building is completely destroyed. And then the 2 of them side by side. The second set of images shows a water treatment plant in northwest Iraq. I might say in this case the regime deliberately put the plant and the residents of the surrounding area at risk by constructing a building to hide short-range ballistic missiles near the plant. The blue arrow shows the location of this building. In the post-strike image, only the hide site is destroyed. And the side-by-side comparison, please. Our coalition special operations forces do indeed continue to conduct a full array of missions, including last night's parachute assault in the hours of darkness to seize a desert landing strip. And this short video shows the jump. I'll describe some of the action of what you're seeing. This is being filmed by an escort aircraft that was part of the package. Exiting the aircraft. We had a combat camera team inside the aircraft to give you an insight into what happens on a jump out of the back ramp. And in the completion of the operation, they continue their mission. Our land forces continued their advance north of Al-Nasiriyah and defeated an enemy attack north of Al-Basra. Let's bring up the map, please. You see them highlighted here, and the zoom map shows a closer image of the areas we're referring to. Let me highlight the attack that occurred north of Al-Basra. There's some things that are worthy of note. The attack began with the arrival of several tanks which were repelled. Shortly after the battle was joined, a bus, a civilian bus with people in civilian clothes, and several civilian vehicles joined the battle. Out of those vehicles came Fedayeen Saddam in civilian clothes with weapons. The attack was repelled. We're beginning to see trenches filled with oil being ignited in the city of Baghdad. These two images will show you, I'll show you the one first and describe it. At the blue arrows at the bottom along the road, and in several places, ringing all of Baghdad, also up in the north and some in southern areas as well. Trenches have been dug, filled with oil, and prepared to be ignited. We're not certain what the purpose would be, but certainly you see here that the ignition has begun already. Unfortunately, this shows that the regime is very willing to destroy Iraq's resources to protect itself. Our coalition maritime forces continued clearing the Khar Abdallah, and that will open the way for the very important humanitarian supplies to flow in here very, very soon. They also continued to counter ongoing regime efforts to mine the North Arabian Gulf waters clandestinely. I would highlight that yesterday an Iraqi dhow, a civilian vessel, was intercepted in the North Arabian Gulf. Upon closer inspection, it was found to be a mine layer. Mines on board. It was subsequently destroyed. Our efforts to communicate with the Iraqi people and the Iraqi military continue. We're currently broadcasting on 5 different radio frequencies, 24 hours a day, and have been doing so since the 17th of February. This is life-saving information that's being broadcast, as it has been the whole time. Additionally, I mentioned to you our leaflet efforts yesterday. Last night alone, 120,000 more leaflets were dropped. I'll show you an example of 2 leaflets that have been dropped that express the importance of not using weapons of mass destruction nor supporting the use of weapons of mass destruction. The first one, and these are actual leaflets, the first one says basically that we can see any movements and any attempts to use the weapons of mass destruction. That should be avoided because there will be accountability. The second one is a reminder that no one benefits from the use of weapons of mass destruction. We continue our efforts as well to preserve and ensure Iraqi's future. There's a video clip that I would like to show you of the movement of some humanitarian daily rations to a forward location. This is away from this area and has been moved to a forward location. A C-130 flew in carrying a plane load of humanitarian daily rations to be used as soon as we can get them moved in. Loaded them up and moved them out, so they'll be ready to go as soon as we have the requirement. We also continue to find other indications of the regime's intentions. I mentioned yesterday that we find equipment located at places that we think they should not be located, and we wonder why they would be. The next image I'll show you is a MiG-23 fighter jet that's been towed into a cemetery near Balad Airfield, north of Baghdad. Inside of the yellow dotted line to the left, you see the ends of the runway and places where aircraft would normally be stored inside of bunkers. About 4,000 feet to the right, as is indicated on this image, in a small box, you see cemetery. In the blow-up, you see the MiG-23 in the corner of the cemetery. The arrow points to the tail end of the aircraft and the nose is to the right. Finally, I'd like to give an update on the operations in the Romela oil field. Of course, the assessment team did go in yesterday and took a close look. One of the things it found was the image you're about to see. This is one of the wellheads in the southern Romela oil field. It was rigged for demolition, it was detonated, and it did not ignite. As we arrived, we noticed plenty of evidence of what the intentions were. First, you can see the charred wellhead right in the center. Blasting wire is still inside of the position, and the good news is it did not catch on fire. So this is one that we don't have to put out. We're continuing to work on the 7 that remain. Sir?
Tall people. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and take questions. Yes, ma'am.
Associated Press. I'd like an update, please, on the situation in Nasiriyah. You mentioned there were casualties in that region. The Iraqi information minister said 8 in an area south of Nasiriyah. Is that what you were referring to, like specific numbers? Also, you speak a lot about the precision of the weapons. I'm wondering if you have noticed any jamming efforts by the Iraqis to jam any of your satellite-guided missiles. The White House yesterday mentioned the sale of some GPS jamming equipment. Have you experienced any of that so far?
Let me go to your second question first, maybe, and then I'll come back to the first question. We have noticed some attempts by the Iraqis to use a GPS jamming system that they have procured from another nation. Actually, we've been able to identify the location of each of those jammers, and I'm happy to report that we have destroyed all 6 of those jammers in the last 2 nights' airstrikes. As to have they had an effect on us, I'm also pleased to say they had no effect on us. In fact, we destroyed one of the GPS jammers with a GPS weapon. Ironic. Let me go back to your first question real quick. We did have the Marines involved in combat operations in the Al-Nasiriyah area. They were involved in a firefight with a combination of regular and irregular forces. We did suffer some casualties there, and I'd like to not confirm numbers because we are still ensuring that proper notifications have been done. We have had some casualties, and we'll confirm those as soon as we know that that's been complete. Sir.
With ABC News. Our embeds are telling us that there's now a new procedure for dealing with Iraqis who appear to be surrendering. Can you talk a little bit about that, if there is a new procedure in dealing with these people?
Well, I think the procedures that we have for all of our forces have remained consistent. The intent is to not cause harm to any civilians. I think that as a result of some of the really terroristic use of people dressed in civilian clothes who threaten our forces, that all the commanders in the field are exercising extreme caution anytime they come up or come upon a force that is, or a group of people that appear to be civilians until they are able to verify the identities. And I think it's just really more caution than it is really changed procedures. I think they briefed each of the commanders to ensure that they're careful how they react. Yes, sir.
General Jeff Mead of Sky News. Are you declaring Iraq a no-drive zone, and what does that say about your reluctance to incur civilian casualties?
Well, I didn't make a statement that said it's a no-drive zone. What I did was actually continue to remind the same message, the people of Iraq with the same message we have used, that the battlefield extends across the country now. We have forces in all parts of the country, and that it's really not safe for the Iraqi people to try to leave the cities and drive away to avoid danger. We feel it's much better for them to remain in their homes, remain in their towns, remain in their villages. I'd also just add that because of the behavior of these paramilitary organizations that we've seen, it certainly causes us great concern when we see buses and pickup trucks driving in an area where there's no reason for civilians to be driving. And we have not taken any step to declare a no-drive zone, but really for the safety of the Iraqi people, we would encourage them not to be out on the roads at all. Yes, sir.
Krieg from Newsday. I'd like to ask you to comment on 2 aspects of the campaign that got a lot of attention before it started. The first, shock and awe. I think there's a little bit of a sense that some of these paramilitary forces are not particularly shocked or awed at this point and are still pretty aggressive. What do you think has been the status of the bombing campaign and the value of that on those folks? And the second being the Northern Front. As best we can tell, there really isn't a Northern Front except for some bombing going on around Mosul and Kirkuk. There doesn't seem to be any significant ground forces up there. Is that allowing Saddam to focus all of his attention to the south and perhaps make things a little tougher?
I'd say first on the aspect of how the enemy forces view our campaign, I think for those people that have been subjected to the attacks that we've been launching over the past number of nights, that there is a fair amount of awe there. Being at the receiving end of that is significant. On the other hand, we did not underestimate that the Iraqis would have a force that's capable of fighting on the battlefield. And so we believe that we are moving on the plan, on our timeline, and we feel comfortable that we'll continue to move rapidly along the time that General Franks has set in his strategy. With respect to the Northern Front, I'd say that one of the real gauges of how we're doing is the fact that the Kurds remain in relative stability. We continue to work with those folks. I think you may have seen a press conference yesterday where we have a U.S. officer in dealing directly in coordination with the Kurdish population as well as the Turks in order to fuse together a secure environment there. And we continue to focus military power where it's required in the northern areas. Let me come over here. Yes, sir.
Major General Paul Adams from the BBC. You said at the beginning that despite the weather, you were able to maintain an increased pressure on those Republican Guard divisions around Baghdad. Does the fact that you have these ferocious sandstorms make it more difficult for you to fly the Apaches, which are a key part of that softening up process? And does the fact that those divisions appear to be scattered about rather than classically arrayed, scattered about perhaps close to civilian areas, mean that this is a very laborious process? How long do you think it'll take to achieve your objectives?
Well, I'm not really going to talk about how long I think it'll take, but I will tell you that certainly the weather, the blowing sand and dust and winds do affect the Apaches, but as I mentioned earlier in my comments, that this is an integrated, synergistic approach, and we have the flexibility to be able to refocus additional air power who can use the kinds of precision weapons that aren't hampered by the weather in order to continue to strike these targets. In terms of forces being spread out, certainly they are displayed in a wide area. On the other hand, we have the most sophisticated intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance in the world, and it is working well to give us those locations and allowing us to continue to target. So while we may not have helicopter pressure or ground pressure at a particular point on the battlefield, we continue to balance special operating force and air operations on that force. Yes, ma'am.
You've, in the last couple of days, been telling us a lot about irregular forces in Fedayeen, and throughout we've been hearing a lot about the psychological operations. Can you tell us if there are any messages being tailored specifically to them? And since you've told us to encourage civilians to stay in their homes, how do you give them reassurance when they see dangers around them, including the infiltration of these Fedayeen and other very mercenary groups that are getting close to civilians?
Well, I think it's important to, and you make a great point, that these irregular forces are terrorizing their own people. An anecdotal point in an event a day or two ago where we were able to strike a headquarters location for some of these forces, it was a noticeable change in the local community almost immediately, because these people who have been really threatening families and terrorizing them had been eliminated. So pocket by pocket, piece by piece, we will continue to address those units as we move along. As to messages, really our messages are focused on the people of Iraq to try to preserve their safety and security as best we can, and to reassure them that we are coming, and they just need to stay safe and we'll get to them. Yes, ma'am, way in the back here.
Every day we see Iraqi civilians and children die under the attack of warplanes, and there is home destroyed. And here you demonstrate us pictures about showed that you attack a specific position of Iraqi army. What did you say about that?
Well, I think it's important for all of us to continue to remember that warfare, even in its most precise fashion, is not absolute. There are errors that occur. There are human errors. There are mechanical problems that occur with weapons, and so some percentage of the weapons we use will err from their target. There's no doubt about that. And that's part of the reason I mentioned the message that we passed before, is to try to keep people in their homes so that we can reduce the possibility of injuring anyone. It is a tragedy to see the children that are injured, and we continue to try to minimize that, but I can't tell you that nothing bad will happen. That's why we continue to ask folks to stay at home. Yes, ma'am, the lady right behind you asked a question.
Yes, General Laura Cohn with Business Week magazine. It sounds like you've made some good progress on the oil fields in the south, but that you might have a problem once you get to Baghdad. Could you tell us what your plan is to secure the oil fields?
I don't think there's any oil fields in Baghdad.
No, the oil's in the sector.
I see. Okay, the ones we showed you here today. It brings up a good point. You saw the second picture, the image of sort of from the ground in color, and all that black smoke that was being burned. I would say that those oil fires burning are more a hazard to the people living in Baghdad than they are an impediment for us to conduct operations. And so we really are not, there's not a tactical problem on the battlefield as a result of those trenches. Let me come back over here. Yes, sir. Right yes, sir. Go ahead.
General Tom Fenton, the CBS
I'll come back.
News. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead, Tom, and then we'll go right back here.
Right. General, this campaign seems to have been designed to bring about the collapse of the regime. At this point, day 6, what signs, if any, do you have that this is going to happen?
Well, I think our plan from the beginning was not designed to make it in 2 days. It was designed to be rapid, synergistic, but to follow a timeline. And we had every expectation that the regime would not disappear and crumble. It's not about a particular person. It is about an organization that has for 30-some years ruled in fear and terror in this country. It takes detailed work to get to that problem, and we'll continue that on our timeline, and I think everybody's very comfortable with that. Yes, sir. Let me come back to you again.
Gulf News. The Iraqi Army has announced today there was a suicide bombing in El Fao. Can you tell us about that? The second part of the question is that some sources are saying that in Basra you have changed the plan, that your forces, which have been going around the city, are going back into Basra. Are you planning to fight in Basra street by street? Thanks.
Well, let me go to your second question and just say that I'd like to not talk about how we will specifically fight anywhere on the battlefield. I think Basra has always been a key objective for us in order to return security to the city. As you know, the regime cut off water, has taken away some of the natural resources in the city, and that has become a real humanitarian concern for us. I'm happy to say that the Red Cross has been able to restore about 40% of the city to usable water. And we continue to have donations by many countries in the region to begin to move water in there. As to operations in Basra, our focus is really to return security. There are pockets of these almost terrorist-type forces that are in the city, certainly using terror techniques. And it's our intent to root out those individual pockets so that we can secure the city and allow Basra to return to normal life. Yes, sir.
Question from Al Jazeera satellite channel. First of all, sir, are you suffering from any kind of an intelligence failure in underestimating the kind of resistance that you are facing? And can you clarify the issue of Basra being declared a military objective? Should we expect a major assault on the city? Thank you.
I think first you have to be clear on your second point that objectives don't mean necessarily targets. They mean that it's your strategy to gain control of that particular area. And in the case of Basra, there will be some elements in the city that will be military targets. Those key resistance areas, these Fedayeen, these Special Republican Guard forces, Ba'ath Party forces that are fighting. But our intent is not to siege the city for sure. Our intent is to attempt to return security to the city as rapidly as we can and root out those forces that would fight in the city and use the residents of the city as shields and try to create targets. Now, I have to. When I lost my hair, I lost my memory. So, if you could repeat your first question for me, please.
Are you suffering from any kind of military intelligence?
How the Iraqi regime or Iraqi forces would fight? Yes. Absolutely not. I think our intelligence estimates have been pretty accurate. We expected the Iraqi regime to fight. We didn't expect that it would be any kind of an easy operation. And so I think we'll just continue with the plan as it stands today. Yes, ma'am, right here in the middle.
Hi,
Danelle Bell for CTV News. Yesterday, General Frank said that the goal was that they were going to fight this war, or you were going to fight this war on your terms. Instead, you're sort of being drawn into facing guerrilla resistance. You're being drawn into the streets of al-Nasiriyah and possibly Basra. How is this on your terms?
Well, I'm not sure I would say we're being drawn into fights that are not on our terms. One of the important aspects has been to very rapidly establish a threat to the Republican Guard divisions because they are so key to Saddam's success. And so as we push forward, we have tried to very rapidly position forces in a position that would have that effect. We understood absolutely from the beginning that we would still have to, in each of the major city areas in the south, reestablish some security. And we understood that there would be forces that would attempt to keep us from doing that. We do not believe that that's the feeling of the people in the cities, and that rather they're being held hostage by these very small elements. And as I said, we'll get to them one at a time and stay on plan. Let me come over here. I haven't asked a question on this side.
Jeff Schaefer, Associated Press Television News. There's widespread fear in northern Iraq amongst the Kurds that they could face a chemical weapons attack eventually by Saddam Hussein. What comfort can you give them? What kind of protection are the coalition forces intending to give them to prevent such an attack?
Well, I think first of all, the ability that we've exercised so far to target those units that are capable of delivering chemical munitions has been very important for us. Things like Frog and Ababil and Al-Samud surface-to-surface missiles, Astros, multiple launch rocket systems have been key targets for us in the areas occupied by the regular Army units and the Republican Guard units in the north. So I think the first point is we are spending a fair amount of energy up there and trying to attack and destroy those things that will most immediately affect them. In addition, we have forces that are in and amongst and with the Kurds, and that continues to provide them a degree of security that I think they're comfortable with. And as I mentioned, we have our coordination cell up there actively working to ensure that their security needs, those things that do threaten them, are addressed in our strategic targeting process. We go way back here. A gentleman in the glasses in the back.
Irish Times. General, the Basra situation, Kofi Annan has expressed anxiety about the humanitarian situation there. Can you give us any information about that? And also, before the conflict, we were expecting that the Shiites would be, less disposed to fight because of the hostility with the Sunni alleged hostility with the Sunni elements in Iraq. Has that? Do you believe that has failed to materialize? Thank you.
Well, let me answer your first question, and then I'm going to get clarification on your second because I'm not sure I understood it. With respect to Basra, as I mentioned earlier, we too believe that it's been a real crisis, a humanitarian issue that has been caused by the Iraqi regime. And so, as I mentioned, I think a minute ago, our intent is to try to reduce that humanitarian situation very rapidly. The most pressing requirement was for water, and we're beginning to see that flow. We have additional water pipeline that will be run into Qasr port, and then we'll begin trucking water up into Basra as soon as we are able to get it into neighborhoods and into water plants. So I'm hopeful that we'll get the water flowing into Basra very rapidly. With respect to humanitarian aid, a number of non-governmental organizations are already gathered together in a humanitarian assistance coordination cell in Kuwait, and they are leaning very far forward to bring that aid into Qasr, Asubayr, and into Basra just as soonly as we possibly can. So that's a very critical focus of our strategy, is to be able to provide that aid at the same time that we fracture and destroy the regime. Now let me go back to your question about the Shia. It sounded like you were asking me that were we surprised that the Shia weren't fighting? Is that?
One of the expectations that we heard about before the conflict was that given the historic tension between the Shia and the Sunnis, that the Shia would not rally to the regime. But given what we are hearing about resistance, has this Has this failed to materialize? Has this prediction failed to materialize?
No, I don't think so. I think, as I mentioned a little bit ago, the vast majority of the Shia in the country of Iraq have been oppressed by the regime, and they've been so in that situation for a number of years. I think that they feel a threat to their security by these Ba'ath Party, Special Republican Guard, Fedayeen troops as they're terrorizing their neighborhoods. I think their first concern is for their families and their safety, and as they begin to feel that we begin to neutralize some of these elements of fear in their cities, that they will come around very, very quickly. And in fact, we've seen that in a couple locations already, a noticeable change when we've eliminated one of those. Gentleman right here.
Hi. Paul Hunter with Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. What lessons have you learned, or what didn't you expect from the kind of street fighting that you've seen so far, and how might that be applied to what lies ahead in Baghdad? And as a follow-up, do human shields work? Will your troops shoot at Iraqi soldiers who are using them?
Well, human shields are a cowardly way to act on a battlefield. And I think that we have trained our forces well enough to understand when and where human shields might be used and how to respond on the battlefield. So I'm comfortable that we will not put our troops in a position where we would disregard the safety of any non-combatants out there. There are times, as you've seen in some of the videos, where the Iraq regime is placing military equipment, whether it's an airplane or a surface-to-air missile system or what have you, in and around schools, hospitals, and facilities that are of significant religious importance. And we have very clear guidance to our people not to engage those things, although the Iraqis endanger them by merely placing with them. So I believe our troops are trained to deal with those situations on the battlefield, and in the cases where we've seen some of that have been successful doing that. Right behind you, sir, with the mustache.
Jacek Polasinski from Polish Weekly Prost. Can you comment on the presence and combats of Polish unity GROM in southern Iraq, the fact which was hidden to the Polish society by Polish government?
Well, I don't know if it was hidden by the Polish government or not. I am pleased to say that we have had wonderful support from the Polish military, and that has been very welcome on the battlefield. Each nation in the coalition has its own desires for how much or how little publicity it gets, but I am pleased to say that we have some absolutely superb Polish military participating very actively and doing it wonderfully. Sir, right here with my kind of haircut there in the middle.
Michael Wolff, New York Magazine. I wonder if you can give a sense, even a critique about the ways in which you see the media at this point misreporting the progress of the war. Or, on the other hand, if you see that the media is generally giving an accurate picture, that would be interesting to know too.
I think that was a setup question. Now, I think the media is reality. I mean, I don't say that in that it's necessarily always the true picture, because the media is a snapshot of what it sees at that point. But it is in each of our societies, free societies have the media, and we allow it to report. We may not always agree with what the report is. I think that's the case in any nation. In terms of bringing the media onto the battlefield, I think this has been really an historic event. Certainly during World War II, we had some great media reporters, Ernie Piles and those kinds of folks who did wonderful work out on the battlefield describing the fight. But it took 6 months for their stories to get back in press. The challenge we have is the immediacy that the media has to report. And because of that capability, sometimes the report is taken just in the very narrow frame that it's seen, and so we have to understand that. But I don't think that the media has had an adverse effect I think most of the commanders who have embedded correspondents out there with them are very comfortable with them. I think they've been supportive of them, and so I think this has been it's something we've had to adapt to, but I think we've adapted pretty well, and we'll continue to have the media with us. Way back in the back here in the corner.
But when the generals start talking about the media, it is probably better to get back to the topic at hand. We've been listening to what CENTCOM, Central Command in Doha, Qatar, has to say about the operation of the war thus far, and I want to bring in our own General Dan Chrisman and ask him about some of his impressions from all of this. The issue of those GPS jammers did come up. 6 of them have been destroyed.
Right. My sensing is that that is an issue that will be primarily handled in the political level. I never sensed that it had gotten to the point where that would seriously affect the targeting of the precision weapons. So first, it's not surprising that we were able to counter that, and hopefully not surprising either that it's not had a more serious effect in terms of the air campaign's effectiveness.
What General Winmar, too, was saying there, that in fact, one of those jammers was destroyed by a GPS weapon. But overall, they're talking about the new strategy, a bit about the new strategy. Is it really an adaptation to where they are, or a change, a point reached in the plan where you decide this is the time to make a change, right before you engage those, or as you begin engaging those Republican Guard forces south of Baghdad?
Right. I think there are 2 dimensions with respect to the strategy that are important to acknowledge and that were reflected in this briefing. One is the element, the so-called guerrilla and paramilitary operations that have been conducted against the supply lines. Although the briefer avoided the question about whether we've had to react to this, clearly the coalition has had to do this. They've had to peel away some forces and provide greater security for the supply lines going north. But the second piece, of course, is the behavior of the Guard itself. And this is the most important dimension, it seems to me, of what will happen over these next 2 or 3 days. How the U.S. 3rd Division, the 1st MEF, the Coalition Marine Division, and perhaps eventually the 101st, address how the Guard divisions, the Medina and the Baghdad and the Hammurabi in particular, react to the environment that they're placed in right now. I think that was the important lesson to be learned from the Apache helicopter attack. They were going in very close. That's close air support, Apaches. And the perception that they got about disposition of forces in that region, the nature of the cover and concealment, how close they were to the buildings, all of this, my sensing now, is being analyzed, internalized, and will be part and parcel of the attack plan for the 3rd Division over this next 24 to 48 hours.
The latest leaflet drop, and I don't usually bring this up, but it looked at the use of chemical weapons, warning the Iraqis there with the image of a satellite looking down. And then a little bit later, they even trotted out a photo showing a MiG fighter jet that had been dragged from its hangar all the way into a cemetery. It looked like half a mile away.
Right. I think that was one of the other major items of sensitivity in this briefing. The whole question of chemical attack and this so-called red line, however one attaches much importance to that in terms of intelligence. But I thought what was critical with respect to this briefing was not so much the leaflet drop, but what the coalition air campaign is doing to attack those delivery systems. I felt all along that the best defense the coalition can provide is not so much the MOP gear, the chemical gear, and the masks, but to go after, as soon as they get actionable intelligence, against the rocket systems and artillery systems that may deliver that stuff. And I think that's what the coalition briefer so intensely emphasized, that that's the targeting right now. They've been apparently somewhat successful in ensuring that Saddam and his regime cannot launch the chemical weapons that they have against the advancing coalition forces.
All right, a good summary. As always, General Dan Chrisman, thanks for your analysis. We're going to go back to the CNN Center now, and Ralitza.
Jim, thank you. This just in, Serbian authorities say they have arrested a suspect in the assassination of Prime Minister Zoran Đinđić.
My request to Congress will pay for the massive task of transporting a fully equipped military force, both active duty and reserve, to a region halfway around the world. This money will cover the current cost of fueling our ships and aircraft and tanks, and of airlifting tons of supplies into the theater of operations. The supplemental will also allow us to replace the high-tech munitions we are now directing against Saddam Hussein's regime. My request includes funds for relief and reconstruction in a free Iraq. This nation and our coalition partners are committed to making sure that the Iraqi citizens who have suffered under a brutal tyrant have got the food and medicine needed as soon as possible. Tommy Franks briefed us this morning about coalition efforts to demine the harbors, the harbor to make sure that our humanitarian relief can be delivered safely to the Iraqi people. Coalition forces are working hard to make sure that when the food and medicine begins to move, it does so in a safe way. And soon the Iraqi people will see the great compassion of not only the United States but other nations around the world who care deeply about the human condition inside that country. Our campaign in Iraq involves assistance of coalition partners and friends in the Middle East. The funding request to Congress will help reduce the economic burdens these countries have experienced in supporting our efforts. Also included are funds essential to waging and helping our partners wage the broader war on terror, which continues in Afghanistan, in the Philippines, and elsewhere. We continue to fight the war on terror by protecting our homeland. At the federal level, I'm requesting more resources for the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security to deal with this period of uncertainty. We will provide resources for patrolling and safeguarding our borders, funds to help the FBI investigate domestic threats in this time of war, additional funding for the Coast Guard for port security in the United States and in the Middle East. In this time of heightened security, we're expecting states and communities to take on greater responsibilities to protect critical infrastructure. And so I'm seeking additional resources to help states and cities make these preparations for the protection of our citizens. Yesterday, I informed the leaders of Congress of these spending requests. The situation in any war is fluid. I reminded them of that fact, and so I'm asking Congress for flexibility in how these funds can be allocated. They heard that message. They also heard the message that the need is urgent. The wartime supplemental is directly related to winning this war and to securing the peace that will follow this war. I ask Congress to act quickly and responsibly. One thing is for certain, business as usual on Capitol Hill can't go on during this time of war. And by that I mean this supplemental should not be viewed as an opportunity to add spending that is unrelated, unwise, and unnecessary. Every dollar we spend must serve the interest of our nation, and the interest of our nation in this supplemental is to win this war and to be able to keep the peace. 18 months ago, this building came under attack. From that day to this, we have been engaged in a new kind of war, and we are winning. We will not leave our future to be decided by terrorist groups or terrorist regimes. At every turn in this conflict, Americans can be confident in the people who wear our nation's uniform. We support them. We are thankful for their service in places of great danger in this hour of great need. May God continue to look out after those who defend the peace and freedom. And may God continue to bless America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. U.S. President George W. Bush, they're talking at the Pentagon. Obviously, most of them were Pentagon officials, not members of the press. No questions, of course. The president really laying out to the Pentagon there his vision, but this is intended for the domestic audience as he calls out his spending bill, which is going to be $74.7 billion, not only for the cost of the military operation, incorporated in that about 10% for the cost of humanitarian aid to Iraq, yes, and a warning here, a warning that no one knows how long it will take, meaning this conflict in Iraq. With that, let's go back to retired General Dan Chrisman and return to his analysis of it. The president saying no one knows how long. Is that accurate?
In a situation like this, Jim, that's certainly the case, especially with so much uncertainty in these coming days over the confrontation that lies ahead with respect to the attacks on these Guard divisions. I think that's what the coalition is now looking at as the really decisive moments here in this coming war.
All right, General Dan Chrisman, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with a look at how the Arab media is covering the conflict in Iraq.
And low pressure centers, then the wind switching and picking up especially all the sand that is here in this area, the dry area, and rain in northern parts, because the rain stays in the western side of the mountain. That's why we had this, and now it's moving away little by little. So we can see here the satellite picture. Most of it then, it's going away and into Iran and Afghanistan. Ralitza?
Guillermo, thank you very much. British Prime Minister Tony Blair says he is...
We've talked about Romania's entry into NATO. We were delighted to encourage that, and I think you're signing some official documents about that tomorrow, and particularly Romania's application for European Union membership. Under Prime Minister Blair, we've been fully committed to encouraging Romania into membership as quickly as possible. The date for completion has been set as a target of 2007. But as the Prime Minister said, we want to see the negotiations through by the end of this Commission, by the end of next year. And we think that those negotiations are making good progress. We also talked about wider issues, Middle East, questions of the imminent publication of the roadmap, a matter which I discussed at considerable length in our House of the Parliament question time earlier today, and of course about Iraq. And I expressed our government's very great appreciation to you and to the government of Romania for their steadfast support for the position which we in the United Kingdom and in the coalition with the United States and other countries has taken to disarm Saddam of his weapons of mass destruction. Sadly now, not by a peaceful route, but by the removal of the Iraqi regime. But we believe that although this is the less good option that we had, it will produce a benign outcome. As I've said, we're extremely grateful to you for the support which you and your country has provided us. And we talked too about the role which Romania wishes to play, as it should do, in the reconstruction and rehabilitation of Iraq.
Thank you very much. We had an excellent conversation. This is a follow-up of the recent meeting between Prime Ministers Blair and Nastase at 10 Downing Street a few days ago. Of course, we discussed at length about our bilateral relationship. I'm happy to report to you that probably the quality of the partnership between the UK and Romania is unprecedented. We share a common vision and we share a deep feeling of trust that is very difficult to fix, forging a true alliance between our two countries. Of course, we are anticipating a continued support from the UK in terms of Romania's aspirations to join the EU and NATO. We're extremely grateful for the support that Prime Minister Blair and Jack Straw and his team in the Foreign Office have provided constantly to Romania. Romania is determined to be a member of the family NATO EU very, very shortly. In terms of the very divisive discussions that we had in Europe over the last few weeks, I think the time has come for all of us to learn some lessons from this. And I think that from every crisis, there is in the European tradition an opportunity to move forward. And Romania will use its ability and capability diplomatically and politically to contribute modestly to this exercise. Secondly, we'd like to see countries like Romania participating in the humanitarian effort in Iraq. As you know, Romania has witnessed one of the most tragic dictatorships in communist Europe. And we have a deep sense of obligation for the people of Iraq to see not only that they're liberated from dictatorship, but they start enjoying the fruits of prosperity, of decency, in a country which is united, which is sovereign, and which is also becoming growingly democratic. For us, for Romania, this is a very important dimension, and this is a part of our message here in London as well. This is also true for the greater Middle East, and I think that the discussions that President Bush and Prime Minister Blair, Colin Powell and Jack Straw will have over the next few days will be also very important for the future development in the Israeli-Palestinian debate, which is critical for the long-term stability of the Middle East. We also discussed about the support that we expect from the UK in terms of speeding up the process of transformation in Romania. The UK is today the leading European nation when it comes to making sure that our customs, that our effort to bring more transparency and to fight corruption in Romania is becoming a successful operation. We discussed about the Western Balkans, the implications of the assassination of former Prime Minister Gingic. We discussed about the Republic of Moldova and the strong desire of Romania of seeing this nation becoming part of the European mainstream in the future. We discussed about the Black Sea. We discussed about the relationship between our part of Europe and our friends in the US, and also more to the east. In a nutshell, this is a superb relationship which is developing well. We hope to see high-level contacts continuing, and I'm convinced that this visit will be another important step for this very, very strong alliance between our two countries.
Thank you very much. Questions, please. Yeah.
On Iraq,
We've been listening to a live press conference with the British Foreign Secretary Jack Straw. Next to him, the Romanian Foreign Minister Mircea Joana. Jack Straw expressing gratitude to Romania for its support of the war in Iraq. Romania and other former communist Eastern European countries have offered support to the alliance, and we saw that they had talked also about Romania's bid to join the European Union, Britain expressing support for that. And the Romanian foreign minister also explaining the position of his country, saying that Romania has also suffered under brutal dictatorship. That is one of the reasons why they support the war in Iraq and the allied coalition.
So offered a peace proposal to both Baghdad and Washington. Thus far, our Saudi sources tell us there has not been a response from either side, but Saudi Arabia trying to step in with a new proposal to both the United States and to Iraq for a way out of the conflict. All right, another friendly fire accident is being reported now. U.S. military officials saying an F-16 fighter jet mistakenly launched an airstrike against a U.S. missile battery near the city of Najaf. No soldiers were injured or killed. The U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry punched across the Euphrates River in central Iraq early on Tuesday, despite the blinding yellow glow of a desert sandstorm. They said they found the bridge packed with explosives, but not yet rigged to detonate. Under the cover of the blowing sand, Iraqi fighters moved closer to the highway. Soldiers captured 3 Iraqi soldiers who were driving a truckload of weapons. To the south, the port city of Qasr could soon be ready to receive aid shipments. Area commanders say the city is now safe and open, in their words. A different situation, though, in the south-central town of Nasiriyah. Coalition and Iraqi troops have been engaging in sporadic but heavy exchanges over the past 3 days. Coalition officials say some of the Iraqi soldiers have discarded their military uniforms. They're now fighting a guerrilla war from among the civilian population. Both the U.S. and Iraqi presidents have been heard from in recent hours. George W. Bush provided the U.S. Congress with details of his $74.7 billion funding request for the war in Iraq.
Continue to fight the war on terror by protecting our homeland. At the federal level, I'm requesting more resources for the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security to deal with this period of uncertainty. We will provide resources for patrolling and safeguarding our borders funds to help the FBI investigate domestic threats in this time of war, additional funding for the Coast Guard for port security in the United States and in the Middle East. In this time of heightened security, we're expecting states and communities to take on greater responsibilities to protect critical infrastructure. And so I'm seeking additional resources to help states and cities make these preparations for the protection of our citizens.
Iraqi President Saddam Hussein is exhorting Arab tribesmen and clans throughout the country to join in the fight against the U.S.-led coalition. A statement attributed to the president was broadcast on Iraqi television on Tuesday. It said in part, "They came to dishonor your land and your honor. Today is your turn to show your pure Arab heritage, your courage, fighting on every road and every land. Every man or woman is a glorious symbol of jihad, holding the flag of God. Hit them back and front, so they stumble and lose control, so they fall in your fire." Well, let's turn to military analyst, retired General Dan Chrisman, for the big picture at this hour. General Chrisman?
Jim, the big picture really boils down to three themes. First, the coming major ground combat operation south of Baghdad between the U.S. 3rd Division and the Medina Republican Guard Division of Iraq. That will be coming in the next day or so. One very important theme. Second, humanitarian relief. The opening of 2 critical airfields in the northern part of Iraq, also the opening of Qasr in the south, allowing some critical supplies to be coming in, as the coalition says, in the next several days for sure. Third, this growing concern about paramilitary and guerrilla forces on Nasiriyah and Basra in particular, the declaration by the British of Basra as a military objective, underscoring the importance which the coalition is now attaching to that threat. Jim?
When we look at that map and you look at the progress that has been made, there's many ways to measure all of this. Excuse me, I'm going to have to interrupt. We've got to go to U.S. Central Command in Doha, Qatar, and Tom Mintier. Tom?
Jim, we have another incident of friendly fire. This just being reported not at the Central Command briefing this afternoon, but just after it concluded. Apparently, about 24 hours ago on Monday, 7:40 a.m. Eastern Time, a U.S. F-16 fighter engaged a U.S. Patriot missile battery in southern Iraq, about 30 miles south of An-Najaf. The F-16 pilot apparently executed a strike against the Patriot missile battery while en route to a mission near Baghdad. No U.S. soldiers were either killed or injured in this incident. It's under review to ensure the future safety of the Patriot crews and air crews. That is a very short release that was issued just moments ago, issued by the Combined Forces Air Component Command Public Affairs Office here. So the second time in less than a week that we've had a friendly fire incident involving a Patriot missile battery. The last one was a British RAF Tornado that was shot down, and the 2 pilots were killed by a Patriot missile battery in southern Iraq. Now we have a U.S. F-16 striking one of its own units. Fortunately, no casualties involved in this incident, but there was no loss of life, but the incident is indeed under investigation. So 2 times in a week, Patriot missile batteries have been involved in friendly fire, this time on the receiving end.
All right, Tom Mintier there reporting from Doha. Well, a ferocious sandstorm, as well as Iraqi sniper fire, greeted coalition troops as they crossed the Euphrates River somewhere in south-central Iraq. The crossing is regarded as a milestone in the advance toward the capital, Baghdad. Walter Rogers is traveling with the U.S. 3rd Army 7th Cavalry, which made the breakthrough.
What we saw today was perhaps the best news. The
authorities over Iraq, but it's not because of any war plan. It's because of Mother Nature. We're right now in the middle of a thunderstorm system. We have winds gusting up to 80 kilometers per hour, and we have lightning, and we've had heavy rain at times. So authorities are telling us they're expecting a total today of about 1,400 sorties into Iraq. That's down from 2,000 the day before. At this base we're standing at right now near the border of Iraq, we've been used to seeing over the past 4 days 10 to 15 warplanes taking off on the runways here. We've seen half of that, if that, so there's a big decrease. This particular base alone has had more than 1,100 sorties over the last 4 days. And here's a very interesting fact. The operations commander here is telling us that 80% of the sorties that have left here, the pilots of those planes have reported anti-aircraft artillery or surface-to-air missiles being fired at them over Iraq, but nothing has hit a coalition airplane. I asked the operations commander if that's luck, and he told me this quote. He said, quote, "Lady Luck is always a partner in the cockpit." He also told us that they estimate that Iraq does have at least 300 fighter planes of its own. Not one of them has been in the skies over Iraq during this war. There used to be a northern flight zone and a southern flight zone over Iraq. Now he says the entire country is a no-flight zone for the government of Saddam Hussein. We are told that the Air Force believes it has total control over the skies. One last point we want to bring up, there was another siren at this base today, a missile alert. It turns out that a missile did indeed fall near another air base in the region. A Patriot missile, a coalition Patriot missile, shot it down. Jim, back to you.
Gary, just briefly, there was a lot of discussion about the GPS jamming equipment that had been sold to Iraq. Word today, 6 of those GPS jamming units were destroyed. Any word there from the Air Force about that?
Yes, the Air Force is saying it did destroy this jamming equipment. They say it was success on their part. They say they've had nothing but success so far, the Air Force, in getting the targets they wanted to get. They got the jamming devices. Their primary goal today is to get more of the Republican Guard positions.
Gary Tuckman reporting there from an air base along the Iraqi border. We're going to be checking the latest developments on the war in Iraq when CNN continues. Stay with us.
Umm-Qasr, which, as you know, is now secure. I know there's been some left and right on that, but it's secure. There are still small groups who are perhaps could be described as unfriendly, but it's secure enough now to bring in humanitarian aid, and that was the purpose of taking that. And that's why we went for an urban area, which, of course, is not something we would ideally commit to, because fighting in built-up areas poses a significant amount of difficulty. We've now got to get humanitarian aid into Basra, and it's quite clear that elements of the Iraqi regular army, probably from 51st Division, who were deployed west of Basra, have pulled back into the town. So there are regular forces there. No, I'm now into Basra. Regular forces in Basra. To what scale and size, we're not quite clear. We determined, as you know, in Qasr that we're up against irregular troops as well. Fudayeen, they've been described as Ba'ath Party fundamentalists, hugely loyal to the regime. They're operating in civilian clothes, lightly armed, rifles, RPG-7, relatively good light infantry tactics they can operate to. Their normal peacetime role is generally as part of the Ba'ath apparatus to keep down the people, but they have got this military capability. And we estimate there are about 1,000 of them in Basra. The way we're operating, we are seizing tactical opportunities as they occur on our terms on the outskirts of Basra. This morning, in the early hours of this morning, we launched a battle group operation into Al-Zubayr, onto a Ba'ath Party headquarters, where we seized a senior Ba'ath Party politician, killed about 20 irregulars, and then extracted very quickly. We can do that with a fair degree of impunity. If you actually look at our All-Bats, we've got a heavy armoured brigade out there, and that allows a huge degree of force protection in order to achieve that sort of rather surgical, incisive task.
Was that near or
in Al-Zubayr? Further around, we're covering the town from about north through west down to south, with 7th Armored Brigade west of it, and 3 Commando Brigade now having relieved the US Marine Corps 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit who took Qasr, and they're now on the north edge of the peninsula. Across the outskirts of the town, we are noting where there are opportunities to probe in, delve in, destroy enemy armor and infantry as they appear before us, take out pieces with artillery on the edges, but I stress we are not firing into the center of the city because we cannot risk the collateral damage to the civilians, even though we are being fired on from the center by their artillery. And that is how we're operating, but I think best described as seizing tactical opportunities as they occur. Part of the strategy, clearly, is to de-link the regular army, probably the softer of the targets, the irregular forces, and the Ba'ath Party regime, and drive a wedge between that and the people. In so doing, we're trying to gain the confidence of the people so that they can assert themselves, as we believe probably, and reflecting back to the end of the Gulf War, is their desire. But we don't underestimate the task. The way we're doing it militarily, I've just described, is by really eradicating down the three elements that oppress, to try and achieve the degree of confidence in ourselves and what is happening in the whole of Iraq, for them to lift up and indeed in the end then get the humanitarian aid in. The only other action out of Basra this morning, there was a counterattack of about battalion size coming out of Basra, southeast towards the Al-Faw Peninsula, towards 3 Commando Brigade. They brought in close air support and destroyed about 20 armoured vehicles, including tanks. And I think, and I'm not going to get into how we're going to do the rest of it, I've given you a flavour for what we're doing. Clearly questions like, how are you going to do it? I'm not going to tell you. I've told you what we're doing now. It gives you a flavour of, I think, our ability to strike when we need to, but it's going to be very much on our terms. We're not going to be pressured into this by any degree of external pressure. When we think the military situation is right and we can clearly see the opportunities, we will act. When that is, you'll have to wait and see. I think that describes Basra well enough. The rest of the British AO, 16 Air Assault Brigade, are still on the Romela Goss, as you know, secured intact. That's the future of Iraqi oil wealth for the people of Iraq. And 3 Commando Brigade on the Al-Faw, with the US Marine Corps 15MU having been relieved in place out of Qasr. That's broadly where we stand in the British Divisional AO at the moment. Yeah.
So what fresh evidence is there that people want to assert themselves?
Difficult. We haven't got much in there, and I'm not telling you what we have got in there. Our assessment is one further development, if I can tell you this actually. This is quite interesting. We did 7 Brigade today, and we have reported this to the NBES. We've got a divisional headquarters. The irregulars were were coming out of the village, the town towards us on the outskirts with civilians in front, forcing them ahead of them, firing at us. We can't fire back, and then just running back into the town. That perhaps gives you a flavour for the level of type of system that is probably operating in there with the irregulars, and I think this is pretty broadly known, oppressing the people. But probably our view is the people are pretty scared, and for us to gain the confidence of them with Baghdad and the regime still in place, given the legacy of 1991 post-Gulf War, I think is no mean task. We always were going to put humanitarian aid into Basra. I mean, it is not a good place to live before this whole thing started. We knew that. The priorities are actually water is the issue. It's not food. They've got food. Water is the issue, and medical. And that actually, in terms of our humanitarian effort, that will be the priorities of the stuff we're going to bring in. In the best case scenario, we would have defeated the Iraqi army in the desert, which we did, with the US Marine Corps very easily. I mean, this is a reality of this war. If they take the coalition on in open ground, they seriously lose, as I would have thought is becoming pretty evident. So what did they do? Perhaps predictably, and we had considered this, they pulled back into Basra. The irregular issue we had sort of predicted, but perhaps not to the extent of which has become evident, and as it first became evident in Qasr. Therefore, there's no way we are going to get the people of Basra to release themselves and indeed get humanitarian aid in there with a military capability now firmly ensconced within Basra. Thereby, we therefore have to eradicate and wear down this military capability in order to achieve the aim of humanitarian aid in, and indeed the uplifting of the people to break from the Ba'ath Party apparatus regime organization. So the shift is driven very much by the placing of military forces within Basra and the suppression of the people thereby. Does that explain it?
Sir, earlier some British military officials said Basra was a legitimate military target now. You seem to be saying that you're not quite to that point yet.
Well, it's a legitimate military target because we've got to get humanitarian aid to. In order to do that, we've got to wear down and eradicate the military forces within there, both regular and irregular. Now, how we do that, I've given you a flavour of what we are doing, but I'm not going to tell you much beyond that. For operational security reasons, if we tell you, they will know.
Would you describe those military forces in Basra as isolated?
No, we can't necessarily say that. We're only up against the Tigris. I haven't got a pointer. Yeah, you can see the Tigris running to the northwest there. And it may be, it could very easily be reinforcements into Basra from the north. We have no indication of that, but it is a possible scenario. But we really don't have a very good feel for the level of Iraqi regular army within there, other than we knew what was in 51 Division. Most of it melted away. It is reasonable to surmise that much of it has gone in there. Although many of them actually, few gave up, few prisoners of war, we haven't got exact numbers, and many of them would have just put on civilian clothes and gone home. And that's been a prevalent feature of the capitulations. They had civilian clothes stacked around the battlefield, and by the time they were giving themselves up, they were very, very often to about 70 or 80% in civilian clothes.
Do you have any troops along to the east or along the Iran border?
No.
Does the incident the other day with the false surrender and an ambush of U.S. Marines change your disposition to surrender?
It's a fact that both the U.S. rear area and ours, as with any military rear area, are vulnerable. The more you move forward, the more they're coming around. And that's a tactic, clearly. They've been using that. They're not stupid, and they're doing it with irregular forces. We've tightened up hugely our rear area security. For those of you brave hearts who might have been up there, I think you will have seen the reasons why. You cannot assume that the forward line of own troops and anywhere behind is safe up there. It's not. And we're very conscious of that. Yeah.
The humanitarian operation take will be overland convoys, will be ships, will be combination roads?
We want to bring the stuff in by sea to Qasr, and then we're going to get it overland into Basra. One of the key things we're working towards as well, there's a water pipeline that goes into that fed the UN force on the demilitarized zone. We're trying to get that extended out of Kuwait into Basra. If we can do that, that's the critical supply of water, which we believe is the main issue. But we will bring stuff
on Iraqi army mortar positions. Now it appears that once this uprising started, the army units to the left, actually in the city itself, have been firing on those crowds with those mortars. Now the British military here has a special radar device which can target exactly where the mortar is coming from. They are sending heavy artillery actually into the city as we speak to destroy those mortar positions. And in the last half an hour there were two very loud explosions that actually rocked the city itself. We're told they've destroyed the ruling Ba'ath Party headquarters in the city of Basra, and it's possible they did that using American JDAM missiles, guided missiles dropped from above rather than pushed in from artillery on the ground.
It seems that events unfolding there in Basra fast and furious. What can you actually see from where you are?
Well, what I can see is the artillery that's been going in, and also the illumination flares that the guys are using to try and light the city to see exactly what is going on. There are British troops at Sprat, the 7th Armour Brigade, effectively ringing the city, not in its entirety, but certainly in large parts of the city. And they will move in at a certain point in time. Now, we had thought they'd move in this evening, but we're now getting reports from the brigade headquarters that perhaps that won't happen. Perhaps they will go in at first light. But that's very difficult to say at the moment exactly what the next step is. All we're told is that perhaps that this might have been expected in the next few days. It's come quite quickly, and they're dealing with it as best they can. The military is offering support by trying to take out these mortar positions that have been firing on the uprisers.
Can you hear the sounds of gunfire? I mean, one would imagine if they were using mortars, they would likely also be using heavy machine guns.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm that far much further out of the city not to be able to hear any light machine gun fire that's been going on. But what I can see is that artillery is being pumped into the city now to deal with it. I'm at a British military base on the edge of the city, and there are tanks, armored vehicles, and troops just ready to go in, as there are closer to the city itself as well.
Have they described at all, characterized to you at all, the lines of communication that might exist between people inside the city and British forces there outside the city?
The basic terms of it are this. I'll just try and crystallize exactly what has happened. There has been an uprising inside the city. Iraqi army units that base themselves in the city and have been hiding from the coalition military forces within the city are now firing upon those uprisers. As a means of support for the uprising, the British military is now sending heavy artillery rounds into the city, and they are trying to take out those mortar positions to give the uprisers some form of protection. That is the basics of the story. I'm afraid I can't help you much more with any detail. I can't tell you how many people are involved in the uprising or how strong the Iraqi military force is within the city still. That's still to be determined. But it is thought maybe at first light British forces will go in to give even more support to those people.
Richard Gaisford, our thanks to you. Richard's covering perhaps the biggest story developing in Iraq right now. Well, Iraqi officials say the civilian death toll from the U.S.-led military action is mounting. Since Monday, Iraq's information minister Mohammed Saeed Sahaf says 78 civilians have been killed. 16 of those deaths, he said, came in overnight bombing attacks on Baghdad. Abu Dhabi television is reporting that the University of Baghdad and a nearby civilian neighborhood were damaged by the bombing. Hospitals in Azmiya, Baghdad, Nasiriyah, and several other places are treating wounded civilians. The U.S. and the UK say they are trying their best. They are trying to avoid civilian casualties. Iraqi television and other Arabic language channels are airing comments from people they say are bombing victims. CNN cannot independently confirm those reports.
I was riding in the car. I saw 2 airplanes. They bombed us, and I was hurt.
Meanwhile, Information Minister Sahaf accusing coalition forces of dropping what he called empty shells. He said they were aimed to scare Baghdad civilians. He said the shells sound like explosions, but contain no munitions. Pentagon sources say punishing airstrikes are now in store to soften up Iraqi Republican Guard units dug in and around Baghdad. During Monday night and Tuesday morning, aircraft struck targets near Saddam International Airport and aimed at Republican Guard positions near Baghdad. More now from Shihab Ratanzi.
Militarily and symbolically, Baghdad is a key objective. The coalition is advancing on it. The Iraqis are preparing to defend it. So again, on Monday and Tuesday, coalition aircraft struck in and around the Iraqi capital with strikes designed to degrade Baghdad's defenses. Saddam International Airport was hit, but according to coalition sources, the brunt of the strikes were concentrated on the Iraqi Republican Guard. With some coalition forces less than 60 miles from Baghdad, U.S. officials say there have been some intelligence reports that Iraqi troops may have been ordered to use chemical weapons on the coalition as it advances on Baghdad. Back inside the city, Iraq's trade minister accused the coalition of preventing needed supplies from reaching the country.
The evil administration, represented by Bush and Blair, are haunting the people of Iraq, not just by bombs that they are dropping every day on the citizens and invading their holy lands, which they were going to be buried in. But now they are preventing food and medicine from the people of Iraq.
Some Iraqi civilians ventured outside their homes on Monday in an attempt at normalcy. Despite smoke from burning oil trenches meant to disguise targets from coalition planes, some people went shopping for supplies after some shops and markets reopened. Others just got out to survey the damage that the airstrikes have done to their city.
We want the war to end. That's the most important thing. What have we gained from this? Our home is destroyed. Where are we going to go now? All of our belongings are gone. At least we're safe, and we are glad that we are alive.
There were also reports of traffic on the roads in some parts of Baghdad as many Iraqis prepare themselves for the days ahead. Shihab Rutansi, CNN.
We're continuing to monitor the situation in Basra at this hour, and we'll be checking all of the latest developments in the strike on Iraq when CNN continues.
For a condemned regime. Do not obey orders to use weapons of mass destruction. Lay down your arms and you will be spared. General Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would like to add our thanks to the men and women in uniform, U.S. and coalition, who are performing superbly and have from the time this all began. Operation Iraqi Freedom continues. I don't have much additional information following CENTCOM's brief, but wanted to update you on the overall picture. On the ground, our forces are nearing Baghdad. They have moved some 200-plus miles into Iraq in less than 5 days of the ground campaign. We are now poised for the next objectives, and our plan is on track. The air campaign is continuing well. We flew nearly 1,000 sorties over Iraq yesterday, most against Republican Guard units, and conducted close air support for the ground advance in the south and special forces in the west. Coalition forces have secured the port of Qasr and are preparing the port for the arrival of humanitarian aid to the people of Iraq. I have a pre- and post-strike image for you today. It's of the Special Security Organization warehouse and boat dock along Tigris River in Baghdad. You can see the warehouse and boat facility destroyed, while the highway and bridge right next to it remain intact and well traveled. Finally, I have 3 videos for you today. The first video is an F-117 using a satellite guided weapon, the GPS weapon, to destroy what we think is the last active Iraqi GPS jammer that we've been able to find. It is that was a 3/4 speed, by the way, because there wasn't much time between the clouds and when it went off. The second is of an F-18 destroying a patrol boat in a canal in southern Iraq. Please note the 3 other vessels in the area. Only the patrol boat is destroyed. And the third is of an F-15 using a 500-pound bomb to destroy a Republican Guard tank south of Baghdad. Remember, we mentioned we focused about 50% of our air missions on the Republican Guard in the past couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, we'll take your questions.
Before we start, let me just say that, as you may know, the President was here today and met with the Joint Chiefs of Staff and with General Franks, General DeLong, and General Abizaid by secure video, and then made an announcement concerning the supplemental. In addition, I've just come from a meeting with a number of the former Secretaries of State, former Secretaries of Defense, and former National Security Advisors who were here to have a discussion with us, which was, I find, always helpful, and it's something we do from time to time. Because we have such a large gathering here, I'd like to suggest that out of courtesy to everybody that people ask a single question. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, you said yourself a moment ago that this operation could become more dangerous for U.S. and allied troops in the coming days as you approach Baghdad. There are Sunday morning generals in every war, and critics are coming out of the walls to criticize this ground campaign. They say that your imprimatur of transformation is heavily on it, and that there are simply not enough troops and armor on the ground right now to efficiently take Baghdad or protect your area. How would you answer that, sir?
First of all, I don't know how anyone outside of the government thinks they know what my views are, or what General Frank's views are, or what General Myers' views are. We've all been deeply involved, and the plan has been a plan that's been approved by all the commanders and by, needless to say, General Myers and General Pace and Don Rumsfeld and the President of the United States. And it is a good plan. It is a plan that in 4.5 or 5 days has moved ground forces to within a short distance of Baghdad. And forces increase in the country every minute and every hour of every day, and that will continue to be the case. There is a force flow that's been put in place weeks and weeks and weeks ago, where people were mobilized, people were trained, equipment was loaded on ships, ships were leased, ships were sent over, ships moved into position, ships were unloaded, personnel were airlifted over to meet with their equipment, and every hour the number of U.S. and coalition forces in that country are increasing. So, I guess how I would respond to what you say are some folks who are concerned about that is that the people who are involved in this, the General Franks and General McKiernan and General DeLong and General Abizaid and Admiral Keating, General Mosley, are very comfortable, as are the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who have met with the President twice in the last 2 days and discussed it. One question? Do you want to comment on that?
You bet I do. It's a plan that's on track. It's a plan everybody had input to. It's a plan everybody agrees to. I've been on public record that I think the plan is finally formulated and is put together by General Franks with some help and some advice, but by General Franks and his commanders, is a brilliant plan. And we've been at it now for less than a week. We're just about to Baghdad. Some of the biggest losses we've taken are due to Iraqis committing serious violations of the law of armed conflict and the Geneva Convention by dressing as civilians, by luring us into surrender situations and opening fire on our troops. So this is a plan that is very well thought out and that will play out, I think, as we expect.
Have you seen indications that the Republican Guard units that are ringing Baghdad have been authorized to use chemical weapons in the event that U.S. forces advance to a certain distance from the city center?
There has been intelligence scraps, who knows how accurate they are, chatter in the system that suggests that the closer that coalition forces get to Baghdad and to Tikrit, the greater the likelihood, and that some command and control arrangements have been put in place. But whether it'll happen or not remains to be seen. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, there is reported to be a popular uprising in Basra, but the popular uprising apparently is not only targeting some of the Iraqi forces, but also some of the coalition forces, and we have reports that at least one British coalition force member has been killed. Can you comment on what's going on there?
I have not seen these reports, but I can tell you roughly what's going on there. What's going on is that forces came in, coalition forces came in from the south. They're moving towards Baghdad. They essentially bypassed Basra. The British forces now have the task of dealing with the remaining capability in Basra. We have intelligence information saying that the Fedayeen Saddam people, I'm not going to call them troops because they're traveling in civilian clothes and they're essentially terrorists, have been moving south into some areas, including Basra, and that they are, in some cases, pretending to surrender and then shooting people. They do not represent a serious threat to the success of this campaign. What they do represent is a terrorist-type threat, and there will very likely continue to be people, until the regime is gone, until it's finally tipped, until there is absolute certainty that Saddam Hussein is not there anymore. I suspect that some of these dead-enders will be down there shooting people and doing that type of thing. That's basically what's going on. Now, if your implication in your question was that the uprising was against the United States or the coalition forces, I suspect that's not true. I mean, these people have been repressed by the regime of Saddam Hussein, and they now have people in there that are shooting them if they try to desert, if they try to surrender, if they try to escape. These are Saddam Hussein's people in there shooting people if they try to leave the city. Now, therefore, an uprising, anyone who's engaged in an uprising has got a whale of a lot of courage, and I sure hope they're successful.
And you think that Saddam Hussein is in the middle of it?
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Secretary,
let's try to do it. Yes.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Secretary, as the nature of the questions before have indicated, and you yourself have anticipated this, at the first sign of any difficulty or casualties, there have been a number of critics, some of them laymen and some of them retired military officers, senior military officers, voicing the kinds of concerns that Charlie meant. Without, again, restating it, would you say that you have perhaps not adequately managed the expectations here, in the sense that some people believe that just 5 days into this, the war might be going badly, and you're trying to make the point that we're much closer to the beginning than the end? Do you need to do a better job in giving the American people and the public an idea of what to expect in the days and weeks ahead?
I don't know how to answer that, really. If you go back to the Afghanistan situation, it was only a few days into it that it was described by one of the newspapers here as a quagmire. And it was a matter of days later that things looked quite good. And
all right, let's break away here. We just heard the Defense Secretary talking about what he believes is the situation inside Basra, that people are being held by gunpoint, by militia, by the army inside Basra, that they would like to welcome the Allied forces that have come into Iraq. They would like to get the delivery of the humanitarian aid that's been promised. Let's go now to ITV, one of our affiliates, and hear a series of reports on the situation in Basra, starting first with Romela Weeks.
I'm standing about 600 meters away from the tanks, the Challenger tanks of the 7th Armored Brigade. For about the past few hours now, we've been listening to the almighty thud as they've been firing their shells. From where I'm standing, it appears that they are firing in the direction of Basra. The barrage intensified after dark. It is now pitch black, but we've been able to see through the night lights on the soldiers' rifles, the tanks maneuvering and lining up. We haven't heard any shells in the past 10 minutes or so. What we're now seeing is flashes slightly to the right of us. I'm told that's likely to be AS-90 guns. And then we're hearing more distant explosions. There is an incredible amount of military activity here in southern Iraq tonight, and it does seem to be focused on Basra.
Let's go back now to Juliet Bremner. She's there with the Desert Rats just outside Basra. She joins me on the line now. Juliet, what more can you tell us?
Well, I too am hearing artillery thumping out from all around us here, and I've just had it confirmed to me by the British commanders here at our base that in fact they have been seeing crowds of people on the streets in Basra, up to 40 or 50 at various locations, and it's suggested that that may be some kind of popular move to try and get at the ruling party, the Ba'ath Party, out of power. They can't confirm that that is the intention, but certainly there's unrest on the streets of Basra tonight, and they say that they saw a mortar fired by Iraqi troops towards the city and its people, and they have just taken that out. They managed to target it and destroy it, so that's now gone, but it looks as if things are moving very quickly there, and it may be that the British can move in to help the local people if that's what they think is required.
Okay, so British troops, Juliet, haven't gone in yet. Is this what the troops here were hoping would happen, or does it just create enormous problems?
the troops here have an enormous problem anyway, because they could have finished this several days ago if they'd chosen just to go in and to blast all the buildings that they knew the Iraqi troops were using as cover. But what they decided to do was to hang back and to try and be far more discriminating about it, and to try and make sure that they were only targeting those specific vehicles and tanks and army movement that they could pinpoint, because they don't want to inflict further damage than they can possibly manage, and they don't want to kill civilians unnecessarily. So they're trying to be as careful as possible. But obviously, if it looks as if they're going to get help from the local people and they're going to come onto the streets, then I think they'll feel they have more freedom to move.
That was ITV's Juliet Bremner. Romela weeks before her there. Some of ITV's coverage from moments ago. The situation in Basra developing. No one can be certain what's going on inside the city, but there you get a good indication that there is some considerable belief that there may be a popular uprising underway. Now, that is in conjunction with what we understand is a U.S. military airstrike on Ba'ath Party headquarters. The Ba'ath Party, of course, is the political power base, the structure of President Saddam Hussein's rule in Iraq, the Ba'ath Party. Also, we're hearing that the British troops are using artillery to target mortars that are inside the city, that are firing on areas also inside the city of Basra. British troops outside of Basra have radar. This radar can see when a mortar fires, it can track the source of that fire and exactly pinpoint it. British troops are using their artillery then, if you will, to put a round back down the barrel of any mortar that is firing inside Basra. What they hope they are doing is supporting the people that might be engaged in any kind of an uprising against the paramilitaries, the Fedayeen of President Saddam Hussein, any loyal military sources that are in there. We heard in the Pentagon briefing Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld's view that the people of Basra are being held against their will at gunpoint by a small number, or a relatively smaller number, of military loyal to President Saddam Hussein. Certainly, when Allied forces went into southern Iraq, they expected the Shia Muslims of Basra to welcome them. These are people who rose up against President Saddam Hussein in the early 1990s. They were not assisted by the West at that time. A lot of bitterness among the Shia Muslims in the South over that fact. Many of them machine gunned by helicopter flights by the Iraqi military in the aftermath of that uprising. That then led to the southern no-fly zone. We're continuing to follow this very volatile, very important situation that could be developing right now in the southern city of Basra, a city of 1.3 million people. But for right now, let's go back to the Pentagon and see if anything more develops there on this subject or any other. Donald Rumsfeld is speaking.
Myers.
Well, General Renoir came and gave a briefing along those lines.
Well, there were a lot of bombs dropped. The reality is that they were dropped on military targets and regime control targets, and they were not dropped on innocent men, women, and children.
No, and I'm asking you if you may have created the impression in the public mind that this is going to be over in 4 days.
I thought I answered that. I certainly did not. General Myers certainly did not. Is it possible that someone might have said something that led some person to believe that? I suppose so. But realistic people, why would we have put in train the hundreds of thousands of people to go do this task if we thought it was going to be over in 5 minutes? I mean, it's just unrealistic.
Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary.
We could go back to Basra for a minute. As you said, the initial decision was to bypass Basra. Apparently the British have now decided that they're going to undertake some specific tactical missions there, military missions, so there apparently is a little bit of a change of plan. Can you just explain what's your plan for dealing with cities? Do you anticipate continuing to bypass cities or try to stabilize them as you go along, given what appears to be some kind of guerrilla threat?
Well, it depends on the situation on the battlefield at the time and where we are in our plan of execution. It was planned to, in fact, to bypass Basra early on, and the British forces, as they have done, have come around Basra at this time. then we have to deal with the situation we find. Clearly, as the Secretary said, the people in Basra, I think for the most part, would be happy to be done with this regime. But they're not going to do so as long as they think there's a shred of evidence that there's going to be some threat against them. If you remember in '91, hundreds of thousands were killed because they thought they had a chance for a popular uprising, and it didn't. They didn't get the backing, didn't materialize the way they thought it was going to materialize. And so I think we have, rightly so, some very cautious people. Now we'll go to the next phase once we've got the environmental situation under control in the oil fields. Once we can start bringing humanitarian supplies up, once we can start getting water up to some of the cities where the water supplies have been disrupted, which is all working and in train. Now we'll look at working those Fedayeen Saddam and Republican Guard that may have come down in civilian uniforms to keep a gun in the back of the other people, and we'll start working that, and that's what you're seeing right now.
General Myers.
Secretary.
Question for General Myers.
Secretary.
General Myers, that's
Yeah.
I have one for General Myers, too, Mr. Secretary.
Well, wait your turn.
I will, when he's through.
General Myers, you talked about how in the last 2 days a lot of our targets have been against the Republican Guard. In 1991, the U.S. military didn't want to go into Kuwait until 50% of the armor of the Iraqis had been destroyed. Is that sort of the template you're using here, and we won't really move to close with the Republican Guard until half of their armor is destroyed?
I tell you what, I'm just not going to get into that. That gets into some of the operational details I think would be at a great disadvantage to our force. But the situation is different. We think their overall strength, their training, and their morale is different than it was in '91. And we're going to take advantage of that in ways that I just can't go into.
General Myers, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Just a moment, please. Going back to an earlier question.
We'll be right with you.
Civilian control. For any the family members on the effort to retrieve the soldiers who have been killed in action and just that process. And is there any possible way that you can use the International Red Cross to retrieve the soldiers that we saw on television? And how disturbed are you about the fact that they are showing the remains of these soldiers on national television?
Clearly, what we expect from the Iraqi regime is to treat any prisoners of war in accordance with the Geneva Convention. And part of that is that the International Red Cross ought to have access to them. In fact, we are doing that with the enemy prisoners of war we have that are nearing numbers now close to 4,000. We will ensure, I think, maybe even today or tomorrow, we'll have International Red Cross in there looking at the condition of the Iraqi prisoners of war we have. We expect the same thing. Of course, we're concerned about our prisoners of war, our missing in action, and it's been our government policy for forever to continue to try to repatriate them and find out what happened to the missing.
Mr. Secretary, thank you, sir. Going back to the question of the intel chatter and the possible use of weapons of mass destruction, particularly chemical weapons against our troops, you and General Myers have often said if that should ever happen, we would use every means possible to retaliate. My question is, what more can you use that you're not now using to retaliate if it should happen?
Go ahead. Okay. There are plans that General Franks has put together to address that situation. And the one thing we're not going to do is tell you what they are, Ivan, right now, because we haven't seen use of WMD so far as we know at this point. But when we do, we have plans to deal with that.
General Myers, I want to ask you about this expectations question. The DIA director a couple weeks ago said in a press interview that while the Pentagon is preparing for stiff resistance, there is a very real likelihood that resistance could collapse very quickly. A couple days before that, Vice President Cheney said that he did not expect a long, bloody fight and that even significant elements of the Republican Guard are likely to step aside. At this point in the conflict, do any of those predictions seem to be bearing out?
Well, I would say, given the fact that we're 200 plus miles inside Iraq at this time, on the doorstep of Baghdad, that we really haven't engaged on the ground the Republican Guard division. So we've put helicopters against them, attack helicopters. We've put air against them. We've put some artillery against them, but we haven't engaged them in a classic battle. So their mettle has yet to be tested. We're going to have to find out.
What does the intelligence show? Let's just follow up.
Let me just make a comment on this. It keeps coming back up about expectations. Analysts say what they say, and quite honestly, they seem to me to be all over the lot. They're not all in one little box of it'll be over in 15 minutes. If some analyst wants to say it's going to be a cakewalk and it turns out not to be a cakewalk, the fact of the matter is we have said repeatedly we can't say how long it will last. We do not know. It is not knowable. I've said I don't know how many times, days, weeks, or months. Don't know. Same thing like the cost. I noticed today everyone was saying, oh my goodness, they did know what the war is going to cost. And I've said repeatedly, we don't know what the war is going to cost. And the truth is, we don't know what the war is going to cost. You can't know it. It's not knowable. The budget figure the president announced up there is not the cost of the war. The budget figure he announced up there is the cost of some money the state needs, some money the CIA needs, some money that Homeland Security needs, some money that this department needs to carry us from the beginning of the global war on terror, starting October 1st of this fiscal year, through where we are today and hopefully through the rest of the year, and some money to flow forces overseas. And we can't tell you. If you can't tell how long it's going to last, you sure can't tell what it's going to cost. But now Now, if people have a tendency to want to gravitate towards some analyst's expectation which is unreasonable, which may be unreasonable, given the fact we're 4 days into it, it's a little early to know if it's unreasonable, but let's pretend it's unreasonable, then I would not follow that analyst, and I would try to listen to what we're saying from this podium as to what we think.
Secretary. Could you explain what's going on with this? A British spokesman came out and said that elements of the 51st Division have pulled back to Basra. This is a regular Army division. We were led to believe that this was a division that abandoned its post, that the commander surrendered to U.S. forces, and they abandoned their post and went back home. Were they forced back there by Fedayeen, or were they regrouping on their own? Are there other groups that you've seen that have abandoned their posts that are somehow regrouping? And does this force you to rethink the way that you're taking prisoners, which is from what I gather, you're trying to cull out the ones you want and let the rest of the ones that you don't think will present a problem go home?
We think the 51st has surrendered, that some of their equipment may have been used by the Fedayeen, perhaps, or other folks the Fedayeen brought with them. I mean, supposedly there were some, maybe perhaps Republican Guard members who changed to civilian clothes and came south. But I've seen no reliable evidence yet, and it may be because we haven't seen it yet, that the 51st is reconstituted. Most of them ran away. Some of their equipment may still be there. They did have a tank battle today with some of their equipment. We think it was the Fedayeen again manning some of this equipment, perhaps Republican Guard, and they were defeated by the British.
See the tanks moving out?
On the surrender of Iraqi forces, I was wondering, since you're saying they're surrendering and then going back and firing on the U.S. troops, I was wondering what the latest is on negotiations with Iraqi leadership, and if there is some concern that those negotiations might also be some sort of ruse, that they may not be serious about that.
I don't know of any negotiations with leadership in Iraq. There are military leaders that have talked about surrendering. Some have actually done it. Others may be engaged in a ruse. That's possible. All the kind of ruse we've seen has tended to be a very small handful of people, Fedayeen, Saddam types, in civilian clothes, pretending they're giving up. Yes.
Mr. Secretary. Can I take you back to the question of humanitarian relief and ask you to just clarify a couple of things? You said at the beginning food, water, and humanitarian relief is already being delivered. Is any of that other than the initial supplies, MREs, and water that troops are taking in with them, any real humanitarian relief? And what is your view on the challenges to getting humanitarian relief into the country along the whole line up towards Baghdad, as long as there is this rear action by these other forces? Because you seem to indicate humanitarian relief first, then you would turn around and deal with the Fedayeen. And of course, international aid workers are very reluctant to go into hot zones.
Well, of course, the first thing we had to do to get significant humanitarian aid in was to clear the waterways leading up to Qasr from the mines. And as you know, we found boats with mines that had yet to be laid, but indications they may have laid some mines. And so we're a day or two away from General Franks declaring that waterway cleared, so we can bring in ships, major ships then, that have been loaded or are just awaiting clearance into that port. That's part of it. There has been a combined effort between Central Command forces and the Kuwaiti government to put a pipeline in from Kuwait up to the border. It will initially go into the Qasr area. After that, we don't know, to bring fresh water in. And clearly, one of the things that's keeping the humanitarian aid from the people in the south is the Iraqi regime itself. As you mentioned, it's the Saddam and others that are keeping the Iraqi people from getting the food, the water, and the medicine they need.
The humanitarian disaster that existed under the Saddam Hussein regime. The people needed food. They were starving, and the money was going into weapons of mass destruction. Second, the military coalition forces have brought in massive humanitarian assistance as they have come in, quite apart from what the general's talking about involving the port. They have been bringing in food and water and medicine as they have come into all of those areas. And the people that are embedded with those units know that fact. Third, the environmental disaster that occurred in Kuwait when the Iraqis touched off all their oil wells was averted. Fourth, there was a concern about internally displaced people or refugees fleeing into neighboring countries in Turkey, Jordan, and elsewhere. It has not happened. The last count of refugees was several hundred, not tens of thousands, as was the case previously. Why is that? It is because there is not a humanitarian disaster at the present time in those areas. The areas that we're not controlling, there could still be a great many people without food, as was the case under Saddam Hussein. And they may not be able to flee or get to medicine because they may have guns at their heads. And they're being told they can't leave the cities. Now, I think there's some very clear indicators of what's taking place. And if we look at them and track them, we'll have a good sense of it. I must say, I also have a feeling that the American people have a very good sense of what's going on there. It may be that some analysts might not, but the American people do. What do they see? They see young men and women in uniform out there performing incredibly difficult tasks. They're doing it courageously. They're doing it tirelessly. They're doing it with great success. And the fact that a few analysts say, well, my goodness, it should have been faster or slower or this or that, I do not think is affecting the judgment of the American people who are having a chance to see what your friends and peers who are out there watching what's happening, and they're seeing that reported every hour of every day.
Can you say what's being done to provide more security for the supply lines, which some critics, active duty officers and former officers say are lightly defended and spread a bit too thin?
Do you want to comment on that?
The problem you have is you get into operational detail very quickly. But let me assure you,
What can you say? Are you providing more security for the support?
there has been and there is a plan to provide security for the lines of communication. I mean, it's obvious when you go that far, that fast into a country that you need to protect your lines of communication. This is not a new requirement. This is something that General Franks and his people...
You believe them too lightly defended, as critics charge?
No.
In my view, no.
That's got total dominance of the air.
Yeah,
it is not air superiority, it's dominance. They have not put an airplane up.
The Fedayeen are chipping away, it seems, at the...
And these are ones and twos, and that you're going to live with, like we live with in Afghanistan. That's where we live with in some major cities in the United States.
There are plans being put in, or plans in place to deal with those onesies and twosies.
We're going to make two more questions.
Secretary, you used the word a few minutes ago.
Well, no. The man next to you, who's been so quiet and courteous and patient. And
very patient. A British-related question, if I may. Talking about the British campaign at the moment to try to help in Basra with this supposedly popular uprising. I wonder how important is that, not just strategically, but also to try to get a message out not just to the rest of Iraq that it is popular to rise up, but also to the rest of the world who look perhaps with a little suspicion at the term war of liberation if there's not an awful lot of people willing to be liberated at the moment, it seems.
I guess those of us my age remember uprisings in Eastern Europe back in the 50s when they rose up and then were slaughtered. And I am very careful about encouraging people to rise up. And unless, I mean, we know there are people in those cities ready to shoot them if they try to rise up. We know there are people in that city ready to kill them if they try to escape. Now, until you're arranged so that you can actually go to those cities and deal with that problem of these special Republican guards, SSOs, and the Fedayeen Saddam people who are in those cities, putting a gun to their heads, unless you're ready to deal with that, then I am very reluctant to run around the world encouraging people to rise up. People will rise up, but let there be no doubt. These are a repressed people, but I hope and pray they'll do it at a time when there are sufficient forces nearby to be helpful to them, rather than in a time where it simply costs their life and it's a wasted life.
General Myers.
Last question.
General Myers, several days ago you met with reporters for breakfast, and at that time laid out roughly what you described would be a campaign, an initial air campaign. It would be like nothing we'd ever seen before. That if it was successful, it would essentially shock the leadership into submission quickly. It would be a short conflict. To what extent have you seen that shock, and what specific signs can you point to that that succeeded in the past?
Well, we talked about a campaign that would start with a lot of violence in both the ground and the air. Obviously, we haven't met as much resistance on the ground, and the air campaign is going as planned. And I would say, Eric, that I will stick by any statements I made at any breakfast about how the plan is going. And I hope I did not imply any timeline with that. I've never talked about a timeline, I don't think. You can go back and check the record, but I don't think I've ever talked about a timeline, because it's unknowable. It is unknowable.
Have you shocked this regime?
There have been
signs of that. They continue to broadcast. They continue to issue orders, apparently. They continue to function, albeit at a degraded level. And I understand it's only 4 days into the air campaign.
I guess it depends how you look at it. If I were in Baghdad and I was looking south and I saw a U.S. Army division that is on the outskirts of Baghdad, I think there would, I don't know if that would be shock, but I'd certainly be a little concerned. And they'll have a lot more to be concerned about shortly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we've been listening there to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, along with Secretary Rumsfeld of the Defense Department, as they summed up their assessment of the situation right now. Secretary Rumsfeld saying he can't judge how long the war will last. He cannot judge what it will cost, either in economic terms or in casualties. They also said that they could not judge the capabilities of the Republican Guard units that are now south of Baghdad in a position to confront U.S. forces. They said they can't judge that until and unless they engage them on the ground. That seems to be the next imminent battle. Perhaps there may be a battle going on at this hour in the southern city of Basra. Let's check up on some of the developments in the war in Iraq now, including reports that there is an uprising underway inside that city of 1.3 million people. It's not at all clear exactly what is going on, but British forces say they're getting reports of a possible uprising against the government. Now, let me quote a British spokesman a short time ago saying that local sources, meaning the people inside Basra, are telling them there's an uprising against elements that are loyal to President Saddam Hussein. They could now be involved in a major battle for that southern city. The British have been hoping that residents would rise up against the leadership and the military. The U.S. Secretary of Defense was asked about those reports. This is what he said.
I've not seen these reports, but I can tell you roughly what's going on there. What's going on is that the forces came in, coalition forces came in from the south. They're moving towards Baghdad. They essentially bypassed Basra. The British forces now have the task of dealing with the remaining capability in Basra. We have intelligence information saying that the Fedayeen Saddam people, I'm not going to call them troops because they're traveling in civilian clothes and they're essentially terrorists, have been moving south into some areas, including Basra, and that they are, in some cases, pretending to surrender and then shooting people. They do not represent a serious threat to the success of this campaign. What they do represent is a terrorist-type threat, and there will very likely continue to be people, until the regime is gone, until it's finally...
All right, we've been hearing from ITN reporters in and around the city about the situation. We'll continue to bring you updates on that. A coalition convoy is now closing in on the Iraqi capital. It is doing so despite a blinding sandstorm they faced today. U.S. forces crossed the Euphrates River. At the U.S. Central Command headquarters, a military spokesman saying the sandstorm just a part of the bad weather over Iraq.
Weather has had an impact on the battlefield with high winds, with some rain, with some thunderstorms, and that's occurred really throughout the country. So it's been not a terribly comfortable day on the battlefield. However, that hasn't stopped us. Our precision all-weather weapon systems and an aggressive integrated operations plan by our air and land components have allowed coalition forces to maintain and increase pressure on the regime on all fronts, even in the bad weather.
The air campaign, U.S. military sources saying there's going to be a major shift in strategy in that campaign. They say coalition warplanes aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt are going to switch from bombing specific targets linked to President Saddam Hussein. Instead, they will now focus on so-called targets of opportunity and on supplying close air support for ground troops. Iraq's information minister delivered another statement from President Saddam Hussein. In it, President Saddam Hussein urged all Iraqis to rise up against what he called the enemies of God. He denies allegations Iraqi forces are using equipment supplied by Russia in their battle against coalition forces. The U.S. says Russian equipment was being used to jam information from global positioning satellites.
You send my greetings to them, that every one of them, they have to remember what they said before me and you, and to remember their pledge before God and the nation, and to remember the fact that they're Iraqis, sons of this land that's being violated by the enemy of God and the enemy of sacreds and the enemy of belief, and to remember that they carried the honor of my name and the quality of fida'i, which means sacrificer. And today,
let's turn now to military analyst, retired General Dan Chrisman, for an update.
Jim, that was certainly a wide-ranging Pentagon press conference. Before I get to the update, just two quick remarks. I was struck by the emphasis upon the chemical threat in the course of that press conference. The chatter, as the defense secretary said, about intelligence that might suggest some indications to use those weapons.
The streets are quiet at the moment, but we're on the outskirts. We're assessing the situation. We're making sure that we have our plans in place because we want to get in there and we want to liberate these people.
At what point might you go in there? I know when we talked yesterday, you were talking about when the timing is right, you will enter. When might the timing be right?
When we judge that we have everything on our side. Obviously, I can't disclose times because of the op plan that's involved, but we will be assessing the situation very carefully. And I would say if we had the choice, we'd go sooner rather than later.
Part of this is about winning the hearts and minds of the people. You have relief supplies with the units to go into Basra once you're able to launch this military operation. How soon might it be before humanitarian aid starts flowing into Basra?
You're right, Tom. We have humanitarian aid with our troops on the front line, ready to go in. We're aware that the people in Basra have been terrorized and kept down by the regime to the extent that they were dependent on the regime for their food, a way that they controlled them. We realize that the water supply is limited in Basra and the electricity supply is virtually non-existent. These services we wish to restore as quickly as possible, get the humanitarian aid in there and reassure the people of Basra that we're there to liberate them, not to occupy them.
Let's go back to the friendly fire incidents once more. In all of the first Gulf War, 24 British soldiers died. In less than 1 week, you have had 22 casualties, all but 2 of them resulting from friendly fire. This has to be a serious, serious problem you're looking at.
One of the 3 points really come out of this, Tom. One, we've had some very tragic accidents the first 3 days. The friendly fire incidents, Yes, obviously, we've taken every care in our planning, all coalition members, to ensure that friendly fire incidents are eliminated. But sadly, procedures or whatever, they're all being currently investigated, broke down. The heat of battle can cause incidents such as this. So, you know, we're investigating closely. Yeah, and the final point is that this is a totally different operation to the previous Gulf War. We are now taking the battle to Saddam Hussein, whereas before we were liberating Kuwait. So, no, 3 questions, 3 answers there. I hope I managed to get through them all right.
Captain Lockwood, thank you very much. Captain Lockwood, Group Captain, the spokesman for the British military here. Again, we expect later in the day to hear another coalition briefing on the operations that occurred overnight, including the taking out of Iraq TV in Baghdad. Again, they say that weather was not an impeding factor for them, that yesterday they were able to conduct 1,400 sorties, a rather large number, despite the fact that the conditions on the ground were not very good. Richard, back to you.
Tom Mintier at Central Command Headquarters in Qatar. Now, we know the position in Basra, or at least as the coalition forces are seeing it. Let's talk more about Qasr and some of the other military developments. Joining me.
The Iraqis will try to throw everything they have in front of the army positions and perhaps roll those positions back. So it does not appear we're advancing at this time. We're merely assigned to hold the ground which was taken yesterday. Becky?
Walter Rogers, senior international correspondent embedded with the 7th Cavalry. So, summing up the big picture of the coalition military plan, officials at Central Command say the focus now is shifting to the south to defeat Iraqi resistance before beginning the battle for Baghdad. Here's Michael Gordon of the New York Times.
The Americans and the British are signaling their intention to take the fight to these paramilitary units in the cities in the south. We're really looking at the prospect of urban warfare in Najaf and Nasiriyah, which has actually been going on for a little bit in Basra, so that these units are dislodged. And at the same time, and I think this is related, there's been a cruise missile strike on Iraqi television, which has the effect of knocking Saddam Hussein off the air. And I think that's also important because that also disrupts his regime's effort to maintain control over this population in the south. So I think these 2 twin developments are intended to help the American and British forces regain more control over this area, also help encourage a rebellion in the area by the Shiite population. And once that area is more secure and the military feels better about moving their supply lines through it and operating in it, they'll be ready to return to the Baghdad fight in earnest.
U.S. Central Command is confirming that a coalition missile strike struck Iraq's national television building just before dawn on Wednesday. Officials say Iraqi TV was on a list of coalition targets whose removal strips Iraqi President Saddam Hussein of his command and control capabilities. For more on the strike and its aftermath, we go now live to Reem Brahimi in Amman, Jordan. Reem.
Becky, just a word here to explain to our viewers why they're seeing a very bizarre background. The weather in the region has been most unusual for this time of the year. There's sandstorms in Iraq and also here snowstorms at this time of year. So that's why there's absolutely no visibility behind me. Coming back to your question, Becky, well, this happened, it seems, this strike against the Iraqi TV station, that seems to have happened some 6 hours ago after a series of very loud explosions in the Iraqi capital. One of them seemed to have knocked off the signal of Iraq's satellite TV off the air. Now, my understanding is the state-run television that's broadcast domestically, not the satellite television, that was off air anyway, and so that may not have been disrupted immediately because a couple of hours ago it was broadcasting locally in Iraq, showing the Quran. This is always the first thing that Iraqi TV programs. State radio was also in regular programming as far as we know. Now, of course, the Iraqi government may have already prepared for that eventuality. It is, after all, a very obvious target, and it seems that they may have prepared to be able to uplink from other places for the satellite television that's broadcast outside of Iraq. Becky?
Reem, you've spent a lot of time in Baghdad. You were expelled just 3 days ago with your colleague, Nick Robertson. You hope to get back in as soon as possible. What's the geography, what's the makeup of the area around the state broadcaster in the middle of Baghdad?
It is quite central in the middle of Baghdad. It's not the same building, though, that the Information Ministry building is. There are lots of employees in both buildings. These are government buildings. As you know, television over there, as all the information outlets, belong to the state. The only thing that doesn't belong to the state, the only information outlet that doesn't belong to the state, are the radio, television, and newspaper that are run by the president's son, Uday Saddam Hussein. Now, these are very, very key assets, but key command and control assets perceived as such, at any rate, by the U.S. administration. However, Donald Rumsfeld on Sunday said that it was something they were still trying to work out because that particular building was in an area that's a very residential neighborhood with a lot of civilians living around it. I myself know a few people who live next to that TV building, and so that was also always a source of great concern to them, even to the build-up to the war. And it seems that some residents from that area would actually have even thought of leaving at one point and moving to other neighborhoods or to family who lives somewhere else because it was such an obvious target from the moment the war began. Becky?
Iraqi TV, as we've been suggesting, is back on air, albeit intermittently within Iraq itself. But how crippling would you say would be the loss of Iraqi TV to the international audience for the regime of Saddam Hussein?
Well, it's definitely, maybe to the international audience, it's not as significant as it is to Iraqis themselves. To the international audience, I suppose it does send a message that they're not in control of their satellite communications, and therefore maybe some countries who would have hesitated to back the current government or not may sort of change strategies seeing that. It's not the only sign, of course, of what position the government would be in. It's more important maybe from a domestic perspective. Iraqi TV is a very, very important tool for the Iraqi government. It's been broadcasting from the beginning of the war. It's been broadcasting a certain number of press conferences, giving out numbers of casualties, but also parading those Apache helicopters that Iraq says it downed, parading a lot of what Iraq says are its victories in this current conflict. The president has been on air a couple of times, broadcast on Iraqi TV locally, calling people to fight, encouraging them to fight, but also sending the very, very strong signal that he's still in charge and he's still in control. And so it is very important people watch that and know where they stand. Becky?
Reem Brahimi in Amman, Jordan. U.S. authorities say Marines seized a hospital Tuesday used to stage attacks on coalition forces in Nasiriyah. 170 Iraqi soldiers were reportedly captured. Defense officials say the building was clearly marked with a red crescent indicating a hospital, but was being used to shoot at soldiers. 200 weapons and more than 3,000 chemical suits were discovered in the raid. Intense fighting continues in the Nasiriyah area. 10 Marines have been killed in firefights with Iraqi troops there. The city is of importance to the coalition as it bridges the Euphrates on the route to Baghdad.
As we continue to update you with the current situation, let's go to the southern Iraqi city of Basra, where British forces report a possible uprising by Iraqi citizens against forces loyal to Saddam Hussein. Iraqi officials are denying that there's been any revolt, and a short time ago we spoke to the journalist Richard Gaisford, who's embedded with the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards near Basra.
At present, there's a lot of meeting at top brass, military top brass, getting themselves together, talking about what happens next, not only here at the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards battle group, but at battle groups and brigade headquarters right the way around the city. It is pretty much ringed now by the Desert Rat, the 7th Armoured Brigade, and it's their decision, really, what to do next. And the initial reports of that uprising came from just behind me here. You see battle group headquarters, where all the aerials are. That's where they told us there was a popular uprising in the city when the Iraqi army units were trying to put it down by firing upon their own people. Well, obviously they didn't like the sound of that here, and they fired artillery into the city at those army locations to try and take them out. They think they were successful in that, but perhaps more successful was their deal they did with the Americans last night. Take a look at this here. This is a Humvee. It's an American military vehicle, and we have a liaison team here that's dealing with the British, and they ordered in a JDAM bomb, a 2,000-pound bomb, a guided missile, to land directly on the roof of the Baath Party headquarters. The ruling party's headquarters here in Basra was totally and utterly destroyed. So quite a lot going on last night. I'm sure there's an awful lot going on this morning, but Becky, so far, no one's telling us what's happening, I'm afraid.
Coalition forces say the southern Iraqi port of Qasr is now largely secure for use in bringing in much-needed humanitarian aid. It follows several days of serious skirmishes with pockets of Iraqi fighters. Earlier, we spoke to David Bowden, who's embedded with a British Marine unit.
I was talking to one of the Royal Marines here and asking him about when his boss was going to go out and talk to some of the community leaders here. And he said that he wasn't going out for a short while yet because it was still a little bit lively in town and he would have to go out with a military armed escort. The Royal Marines say that they are in control of Qasr, but as Brigadier Jim Dutton, the man who is in charge of this whole operation here, told me, there are still, quotes, some bad guys out there taking pot shots at us, and so they are going out with food and water in one hand and their SA-80 rifles in the other, just in case. It has calmed down a lot over the last couple of days. You will have noted over the weekend there was what's become known as the Battle of Qasr, excuse me, this skirmish that escalated all the way through tank fire up to an airstrike which took 4.5 hours and was broadcast live across the world. Now, since then, it has become much, much quieter. The 15 MU who were here, the US Marines Expeditionary Unit, they have now moved on north, and 42 Commando Royal Marines, the British Royal Marines, are now in here in charge. And we're getting the infrastructure up and ready to take the first real aid, which we're hoping will be brought in tomorrow on the Royal Fleet Auxiliary vessel, the HMS Sir Galahad. Now, that will have food, water, blankets, plastic sheeting, all the kind of rudimentary aid to try and get this place up and running again and turn it from a battlefield into a town, into a civilized area.
Let's go to northern Iraq now and to Kevin Seitz. He's in Chamal in the north of the country, where there have been reports of airstrikes destroying Iraqi defenses. Kevin.
Becky, we've been witnessing airstrikes against the Iraqi position just about 1,000 meters behind me all morning long. The first one happened at about 5:30, 5:40 this morning. It was a huge explosion. It shook the building that we're renting here, the house that we're renting, made the car alarms come on. It was a huge orange glow in the sky, and it was just a thunderous concussion. That was followed about 20 minutes later by another bombing run. We couldn't at that point see what they were hitting because it was still dark out. But shortly after that, dawn broke. We were able to come up on the ridgeline, and actually I'm going to step aside for a moment and let my cameraman, Bill Skinner, go ahead and push in on that ridgeline. There was a command bunker where that scorched earth is now on the top of that hillside. All you can see is basically blackened earth. We have been watching this ridgeline for 5 days. Iraqi troops coming in and out of an earth and stone bunker at that location. It was obliterated by this bombing attack. It looks like a direct hit. Now, since that time, there have been 4 more bombing runs on that hilltop. This has been a lightly defended Iraqi position. We've seen Dushka heavy machine guns up there, an anti-aircraft gun, and maybe 2 dozen rather, I'm sorry, to 3 dozen Iraqi soldiers up there. And we weren't sure whether this position would actually receive airstrikes or not. It does defend the road from Chamal into Kirkuk, but we weren't certain if it would actually come under Allied attack or a coalition attack, and that question has been answered this morning. Becky?
What evidence, Kevin, of ground troops in the area?
Well, we haven't seen any. The only ground troops that are here are the Peshmerga fighters. Those are the Kurdish fighters. The name literally means those who face danger or those who face death. And we've been talking to the frontline troops. We've got some pretty good sources here. I asked them this morning how they felt about this attack. I asked their local commander. He was quite buoyed by the whole thing. He has been watching this line for years. And over the last several years, from 1995, 5 of his people have been killed by snipers, by Iraqi snipers firing down into Chamchamal, including one person that's standing on the roof where we are right now. So it certainly is a dangerous area to live full-time. They've come under attack, mortar attack, and machine gun attack, and they know what it's like to live on the front lines of battle. They've been in conflict with Saddam Hussein's regime for a long time, so they're happy to see this happen. But they really don't have any frontline troops aside from these Peshmerga fighters, and they are very lightly armed. However, they say that once these positions are rolled back, they will take that hillside. They'll occupy the positions where the Iraqi troops were. They have not said whether they will go into Kirkuk or not yet. They said they haven't received orders on that yet. Becky?
Kevin sites in northern Iraq. Well, coalition forces have indicated there'll be a major shift in air war strategy, with strikes to be called in against what are called targets of opportunity. With me now to discuss this and the progress of the air campaign is John Fiennes, a spokesman for the British Royal Air Force. Let's talk about targets of opportunity. What do the coalition forces actually mean by targets of opportunity?
Well, now we've attacked and destroyed most of the fixed targets, the command and control. We're able to move on to the next phase, which is close air support, helping our own troops on the ground, and if other targets appear that need to be attacked.
You've been supporting troops as they move towards Baghdad, particularly against one of the specialist Republican Guard units, the Medina. Just give us some sense of what this close air cover is all about.
Yes, as each phase progresses, then we'll switch our attention. At the moment, the Medina division in front of Baghdad is coming under special attention. So certainly for the Royal Air Force, we're using all of our bombers to soften up that target.
We've seen pictures from Walt Rogers, who's embedded with the 7th Cavalry. There are sandstorms, and there have been for some 24 hours now. We have them here today in Kuwait, but nothing like the pictures we've seen coming from Walt. How does weather like that hamper the air operations supporting these troops on the ground?
It makes it more difficult to adapt and take on targets of opportunity. But most of that Medina division, we know what we want to hit, so we're using our GPS-guided bombs, which doesn't matter what the weather is like.
Now, what happens after that?
We've still got plenty of targets and we've still got plenty of bombs, and as the weather improves, we'll switch back to laser and attack those targets.
That's on the war side, the fighting side, as it were. What about the humanitarian side? This is a new phase, in effect, with Qasr reopened now under the control of coalition forces. The humanitarian aid phase has now begun. How will you be involved?
As the Royal Air Force, again, around the outskirts, ensuring that any opposition continues to be suppressed. But as a nation, we're bringing in the first ship, Sir Galahad, loaded with food and other supplies. And as Basra is opened up, our engineers will be assisting with getting all the facilities there working again.
What are the biggest challenges so far as that phase of this event is concerned?
It's getting started. We desperately want to get the food in. The ship is waiting outside. We're clearing the mines, and hopefully by Thursday that food will be moving along.
Let me pick your brains for a moment. Nasiriyah, there have been reports that troops, Iraqi troops, resistance fighters, guerrillas, some people are calling them, have been hiding in hospitals, for example, where there have been chemical suits found and various other things that would have been used against the coalition forces, including, I believe, a tank in one of those hospitals. How concerned are coalition troops as there is more talk heard of the use of chemical and biological weapons against them?
We've always been concerned about the chemical threat. I mean, that's why we're here, to get rid of these weapons of mass destruction. But we're trained to deal with it. We've got the equipment to where, if he uses that, there'll actually be very, very little tactical advantage to him. All he'll do is kill yet more of his own people. So it's an expected threat. We hope he doesn't do it, because he doesn't need to.
Have the forces been at all surprised by the resistance that they've faced on the road towards Baghdad, and indeed the resistance we've been now talking about in Nasiriyah and Basra for a couple of days?
I thought in certain areas we did expect the population, the people, to give up a little bit more quickly. But what Saddam has done, he's reinforced his regular troops with some of his tougher troops from Baghdad, and they're scaring them into carrying on fighting. What we're beginning to see in places like Basra is people realising that we don't mean them harm, we're minimising their casualties, and actually they're better off with us than with their own
Are they
army.
really? Are they really thinking that, though? Because we've seen pictures and we've heard stories of people coming towards the troops, then retreating and then firing on them. Are the Iraqi people yet, or are they convinced that this is a liberation rather than a war?
The people certainly, but you've got to remember they've been oppressed for over 20 years. In the Basra region in 1991, after the first Gulf War, there was an uprising against Saddam because they don't like him. He brutally repressed that. I can understand the people in Basra being very wary about showing their desire for us to arrive until they're certain that Saddam's troops have gone.
We'll leave it there. John Fiennes, spokesperson, or group captain and spokesman, of course, for the RAF. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Don't have to say spokesperson when I've got a man with me, do I? Now, let's check some of the other stories making world news headlines. Richard Quest in London.
Indeed, Becky, starting with health officials in Hong Kong, who are now reporting at least 26 new cases of a mysterious and deadly virus that's spreading around the world. Railway officials in Hong Kong...
On the Iraqi capital's doorstep. And British troops report a possible civilian uprising against the Iraqi government in the southern city of Basra. Welcome to CNN's live coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Becky Anderson reporting from Kuwait City.
And I'm Fanula Sweeney in London.
First, the latest developments with reports that a sandstorm appears to be easing somewhat in central Iraq. There's anticipation a battle for Baghdad is nearing. US-led ground forces are said to be south of Baghdad with the Medina Armored Division of Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard in its path. Asked about reports the Republican Guard has been given authority to use chemical weapons, US Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the closer the ground units get to the capital, the greater the danger will be.
This campaign could well grow more dangerous in the coming days and weeks as coalition forces close on Baghdad and the regime is faced with its certain death.
As those ground forces have been advancing northward to Baghdad, 2 US Abrams tanks have been disabled by hostile fire, though coalition forces say no soldiers were hurt. It's believed Iraqi guerrillas are firing from the back of pickup trucks, what are similar to tow-wired guided missiles. The coalition says hundreds of Iraqis are believed to have been killed in fighting near Najaf, perhaps the largest ground engagement thus far. Iraqi state-run television has resumed its broadcasts, but only within Iraq. A pre-dawn coalition missile strike in Baghdad hit the building that houses the state-run TV service.
What we were doing was attacking the military command and control structure. Now, bombing the TV station is part and parcel of that. It was certainly not aimed at the fact, however unpleasant it may be, the fact that TV broadcasts images that we don't like.
Several airstrikes in the northeastern Iraqi city of Chamchamal Wednesday morning resulted in thick black smoke billowing into the sky. Coalition jets struck at a ridgeline, bombing at least one Iraqi command bunker as the troops tried to destroy the Iraqi position. Well, those stories in detail now. British troops are reporting a possible Iraqi uprising against forces loyal to Saddam Hussein in the southern city of Basra. But Iraqi officials deny any revolt. Earlier, we spoke to journalist Richard Gaisford, who's embedded with the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards near Basra.
At present, there's a lot of meeting of top brass, military top brass, getting themselves together, talking about what happens next, not only here at the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards battle group, but at battle groups and brigade headquarters right the way around the city. It is pretty much ringed now by the Desert Rat, the 7th Armoured Brigade, and it's their decision, really, what to do next. And the initial reports of that uprising came from just behind me here. You see battle group headquarters, where all the aerials are. That's where they told us there was a popular uprising in the city and that Iraqi army units were trying to put it down by firing upon their own people. Well, obviously they didn't like the sound of that here, and they fired artillery into the city at those army locations to try and take them out. They think they were successful in that, but perhaps more successful was their deal they did with the Americans last night. Take a look at this here. This is a Humvee. It's an American military vehicle, and we have a liaison team here that's dealing with the British. and they ordered in a JDAM bomb, a 2,000-pound bomb, a guided missile, to land directly on the roof of the Baath Party headquarters. The ruling party's headquarters here in Basra was totally and utterly destroyed. So quite a lot going on last night. I'm sure there's an awful lot going on this morning, but Becky, so far, no one's telling us what's happening, I'm afraid.
Military officials are calling it the Battle of the Karbala Gap between opposing lines, the defenders of Baghdad and approaching coalition forces. Coalition warplanes flew hundreds of missions in the gap on Tuesday. That was against an assortment of forces, including the well-armed Medina division. The Pentagon says it believes up to 200 Iraqi troops were killed. Some coalition combat vehicles were lost, but no casualties reported. Officials note that the Iraqis fielded only infantry for the engagement. They carried mostly small arms and rocket-propelled grenades. Well, as we reported earlier, coalition forces report the loss of armoured vehicles against Iraqi infantry. Correspondent Walter Rogers is embedded with a reconnaissance element south of Baghdad, and he provided these details.
The surprise that the U.S. commanders have seen, that is in the 3rd Squadron, U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, is that so far the Iraqis have not been using force-on-force. They aren't sending out large units of the Iraqi army to confront the American forces moving northward. Indeed, one commander told me yesterday that, in fact, what he's seen is the Iraqis using more and more unconventional guerrilla-like tactics. Trying to blend in with the civilian population. Also in that same mode, they are not using Iraqi army uniforms, according to this senior army officer. Rather, the Iraqis are using civilian uniforms, and they're fighting almost in a ragtag way. They will mount tow missiles and heavy machine guns on the back of flatbed trucks, and then they will use these sometimes with considerable effectiveness. Yesterday, 2 main battle tanks of the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry Bone Crusher troop were knocked out. There were no injuries, but these tow-like missiles, wire-guided missiles fired from a flatbed truck, did indeed put 2 U.S. tanks out of business. The Army's a little concerned about that, but the major concern for the U.S. Army remains the possibility that some Republican Guard units will move south from Baghdad in the direction of the 7th Cavalry, where we are more or less dug in at this time. And at that point, then you'll see a major force-on-force confrontation. That is, if the Iraqis, the Republican Guards, can be lured out of their emplacements closer to Baghdad. We've not seen that yet, although we have heard there might be some units moving in the direction of the 7th Cav now.
Walter Rogers embedded with the U.S. 7th Cavalry. Well, the Pentagon reports up to 200 Iraqi troops killed in the battle. U.S. Marines have seized a hospital, meanwhile, in the southern city of Nasiriyah after continued heavy fighting with Iraqi forces. Alessio Vinci is traveling with the 1st Marine Battalion. He filed this report.
The battle in Nasiriyah between U.S. Marines and Iraqi military continued for a 2nd straight night, and it was the most intense yet. Heavy machine gun fire, mortars and helicopter gunships were all involved in the fight as the U.S. military pushes north towards Baghdad. The fight was so intense and the front lines so fluid that a U.S. Marine unit involved in the battle mistakenly took U.S. forces staged nearby as opposing forces. The Marine was lightly wounded in the shoulder and immediately evacuated as others frantically tried to identify themselves using chemical lights and special signs. Later in the day, a nasty sandstorm and rain prevented forces on all sides from fighting and allowed the U.S. military to deal with some civilian casualties. Some of them have been flexi-cuffed because U.S. military commanders believe they may be members of a paramilitary group to whom they attribute the stiff resistance against U.S. forces in Nasiriyah.
U.S. military commanders here say among Iraqi forces on the other side of the front line are so-called Saddam's Fedayeen paramilitary group. They are a concern to U.S. forces here because one of the tactics of the Fedayeen is to mingle among civilians. And the U.S. Marines here say they want to avoid as much as possible killing civilians.
The commanders have identified that certain civilian vehicles with certain markings and certain colors have been deemed as resupply vehicles, and that's the way these guys work, you know. They'll stage or cache weapons and ammunition out here, so we've been authorized to engage certain civilian vehicles.
Marine commanders say the driver of this truck refused to stop and drove through a checkpoint at high speed, a violation of the current rules of engagement, so they shot at it. They say such vehicles may carry hidden weapons and perhaps even fertilizer, which could be used as an explosive. For now, though, they have been too busy fighting to verify the contents. Alessio Vinci, CNN, with the U.S. Marines in Nasiriyah, Iraq.
Well, Nasiriyah is just one Iraqi population center that's seeing combat. As the war continues, Iraq's civilians are increasingly in harm's way. About 250,000 people live near the fighting in Nasiriyah. The capital, Baghdad, which has seen heavy bombing, is a city of some 5.5 million people. The strategic port city of Qasr is the entry port for a lot of promised relief aid, but it's small by comparison, with only 45,000 people. The 1.3 million people of Basra, Iraq's second largest city, are without water and electricity services. People in Basra are lining up for fast dwindling supplies of gasoline, water and other essentials. Fighting around the cities cut off deliveries of goods and relief aid. Humanitarian agency officials say they can't even get into Iraq's hotspots to see what's needed.
I mean, it's very frustrating because we can't go in, not just to even begin distributions, but even to begin assessing what they need. We hear reports from various sources, but a lot of times we get conflicting data. So the first thing we really need to do is have access and security so we can go in and go into these communities and find out exactly what they need, what their numbers are, do they need food, do they need water, do they need shelter. So that's really the #1 stage that we need to get to. From there, then we need to obviously rapidly move in the emergency relief supplies to it. Now, in Kuwait itself, there are some stocks pre-positioned here, but not adequate stocks to really address what we think is going to be the need going forward. In terms of most of the non-governmental organizations working here, we've yet to receive funding to actually begin to pre-secure and pre-position supplies and to put in place the staffs that we see necessary to deal with this.
Iraqi television reports say at least 78 civilians have been killed by coalition forces since Monday. The Reuters news agency tracks Iraqi estimates of civilian casualties at 158 since the beginning of the war. Iraqi television resumed broadcasting in the country after losing its signal in a coalition airstrike. CNN's senior international correspondent Nick Robertson spent months in Baghdad before being expelled recently by the government. He provides us with some insight into the situation there and the strike on that television station.
Certainly from the pictures we were seeing coming in from Abu Dhabi television, a lot of smoke coming up from the area where the television station is. Or looking at the wide picture that Abu Dhabi television station showed, we could see the Mansamilia Hotel, a big building on the right-hand side of the screen. On the left-hand side of the screen, in the foreground, a sort of light-colored block-looking building, part of that, a department store. Behind that, a taller structure with a small block on top of it. That was the Ministry of Information. Behind that, that's where the fire was. That's where Iraqi television station is. Immediately behind the Ministry of Information, there's a small Christian church, then a theater, and then that compound or complex about a mile square where Iraqi television studios are. Co-located with those studios, also a small military barracks, and certainly the Iraqi television yesterday had several messages for the Iraqi people broadcasting from different members of the leadership, not only Information Minister Mohammed al-Sahaf trying to put down rumors, if you will, that there was a revolt in the southern city of Basra. He denied that. We also heard from Taha Yassin Ramadan, the vice president. He told the Iraqi people that, in fact, he told the Iraqi people that he questioned how far coalition forces had really come into Iraq. He said that they weren't engaging the cities as they were coming into the country, and even suggested that coalition leaders, including British Prime Minister Tony Blair, were liars for suggesting coalition forces were advanced well into Iraq. And perhaps the most strong message and critical message, really, for the Iraqi leadership at this time coming from Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz, broadcast on Iraqi television, telling the Iraqi people President Saddam Hussein firmly in control of the country. Also on Iraqi television, we had an announcement by one of the television newsreaders delivering a message from President Saddam Hussein. The president apparently called on the Iraqi people
called on the Arabs, called on the tribesmen and the Shiites to support the fight against the coalition forces. So perhaps if Iraqi television has been taken off the air by these latest strikes, this will have a very significant impact on their ability to get this very critical message at a very important time, that message that the Iraqi leadership is in control of Iraq and that the people should support it. It will have a much harder time getting that message to the people of Iraq.
Mick Robertson there in Amman, recently expelled from Baghdad. Coalition warplanes are striking at more targets in northern Iraq. Let's join Kevin Seitz on the line live from Chamchamal with details. Kevin.
Becky, no attack since we talked to you last, but there have been 6 coalition air attacks on this position this morning. The first one about 5:40, a thunderous explosion, turning the whole sky orange, turning our car alarms on, basically roaring through the whole building. A second one about 20 minutes later, when dawn broke, we came up on the rooftop and we could see that a command bunker we had been observing for the last 5 days was completely obliterated. Nothing left but scorched earth up there. There were 4 more attacks following that along the ridgeline, all trying to take out different positions up there. There are several earth and stone bunkers. There is, however, one stone bunker left. I'm going to step aside for a second and let our cameraman Bill Skinner zoom in on it. There's one command bunker that is left. Basically, coalition forces have tried, it seems, to take out that bunker. One explosion seemed to fall over the hill, a couple of them just under, but that's the one left, and we assume that there will be more raids going on today in an effort to completely clear this hillside. This is the first Iraqi line of defense on the road to Kirkuk. Becky?
The big question now, of course, is when and if there will be any evidence in this region of ground troops. Now, of course, the US are working with the Kurdish troops there. Just give us some sense of the evidence that you've seen of any ground troop movements in the area.
Well, so far, Becky, none. The only ground troops here are Kurdish Peshmerga fighters, very lightly armed, AK-47s, no mortars, no machine guns that we've seen so far. Our sources here say they don't have orders at this point to go into Kirkuk. What they may do if this position is rolled back behind us, this Iraqi defended position with more airstrikes, if they decide to leave the hill, which they haven't yet. Despite all of these attacks this morning, they are still up on that ridgetop. We can see them with our binoculars. But they may take the hill, the Peshmerga fighters, once the Iraqis have withdrawn. But at this point, they say they have no orders to actually go into Kirkuk. And our local fighters here also say they haven't had any contact from Americans at all. Now, it may be a different story in Sulaymaniyah, where the PUK leadership is actually based. The PUK is the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. That's the party that controls the portion of northern Iraq that we're in right now. Becky?
Kevin Seitz in northern Iraq. You're watching CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq. Just ahead, we'll go to the Pentagon for the latest on the coalition's battle plans. Stay with us.
In South Africa, we have all kinds of people. We've got big.
Fire or smouldering. So that the news just coming in. It may be 2 separate pieces of news. It may be the same situation. We can't confirm these reports at present, but certainly the Reuters report suggesting at least 15 burnt corpses slain in a popular residential area. The Iraqi Information Ministry reporting that an air raid on Baghdad hit a busy market in the north of the city. Let's give you the rest of the developments this hour. The Pentagon confirms that a second US serviceman has died from wounds suffered in a Sunday grenade attack in Kuwait. A US soldier is accused in the attack. Coalition airstrikes again took aim at Baghdad early Wednesday. Targets included several communications facilities, most notable among them the building housing Iraq's state-run television center. Iraqi TV was off the air for several hours, but has now resumed domestic broadcasting. CNN correspondents in northern Iraq report coalition airstrikes against frontline. Jackie Anderson in Kuwait City, welcoming viewers to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. First, the latest developments. Reuters news service reports a number of casualties in Baghdad after an explosion at a market. Iraqi officials say it was caused by a coalition missile strike. It's not confirmed what caused the blast. Witnesses told Reuters they saw bodies at the scene. Iraqi state-run television has resumed its broadcasts, but only within Iraq. A pre-dawn coalition missile strike in Baghdad hit the building that houses the state-run TV service. With a sandstorm now said to be easing, there's anticipation a battle for Baghdad is nearing. US-led ground forces are said to be south of the Iraqi capital, with the Medina armored division of Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard in its path. Intelligence information indicates President Saddam Hussein's regime may have rigged the bridges leading into the city with explosives. CNN's Walter Rogers, who's embedded with one of the advancing units, reports 2 US Abrams tanks were disabled by hostile fire, but reports coalition forces say no soldiers were hurt. Well, asked about reports the Republican Guard have been given authority to use chemical weapons against US-led forces, US Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the closer the ground units get to the capital, the greater the danger. British forces surrounding Basra, Iraq's second largest city, report there may be an uprising inside Basra by Iraqis against government supporters.
Yesterday afternoon, there was appears to have been a popular uprising against the ruling Ba'ath Party and the militia who were terrorizing the people of Basra. Apparently, it became quite large to the extent that the Ba'ath Party started mortaring their own people. We replied from the outskirts. We used artillery to take out the mortar positions.
Coalition forces have found about 3,000 chemical suits at Nasiriyah, raising concern the Iraqis may be about to use chemical weapons against US-led forces. Britain says it secured the port city of Qasr, and seaborne humanitarian aid is due there on Thursday. Military officials are calling it the Battle of the Karbala Gap between opposing lines, the defenders of Baghdad and the approaching coalition forces. Coalition warplanes flew hundreds of missions in the gap on Tuesday against an assortment of forces, including the well-armed Medina division. The Pentagon says it believes up to 200 Iraqi troops were killed. Some coalition combat vehicles were lost, but no casualties reported. Officials note that the Iraqis fielded only infantry for the engagement. They carried mostly small arms and rocket-propelled grenades. Let's get to one of our embedded journalists now. Diana Muriel's travelling with the British 7th Armour Brigade. She's just south of Basra, or she was when we last spoke to her. Let's get her on the line and get her to bring us up to date with exactly where she is and what she's doing. Diana.
Yes, Becky, I'm just outside the village of Az-Zubayah, which is to the south of Basra. This is a village which has been providing some problems to the gathered British forces. There appears to have been a compound there, which was the headquarters of the local Ba'ath Party, those supporting Saddam Hussein. And militiamen operating out of that compound with access to AK-47s and rocket-propelled grenades as well as mortars were launching various attacks on British forces in various parts of this area, particularly as they mounted checkpoints at night. There were skirmishes, there were attacks on supply vehicles going out to get resupplied. These are the soft-skinned Land Rover-type vehicles as opposed to the armoured vehicles, one of which you will hear going past me right now. It's a tank, makes rather a lot of noise. There have been these skirmishes. Last night, the 1st Battalion of the Light Infantry, A Company, mounted an operation to destroy that compound together with coalition forces. It began with an airstrike launched by the Americans. American bombers came in, dropping a series of very large bombs, 1,000-pound bombs on the compound. I have to say that not all of them hit the target. It was then followed by a division of tanks that went in with the light infantry to finish off the job. Challenger 2s and Warriors went in. They did make contact. There was an enemy casualty evacuation who was taken away and seems to be not critical, even a stable condition, I understand. Immediately after that operation, Becky, the battle for hearts and minds, if you like, started. The British forces went to the village, the nearby village, and distributed around 400 boxes of food aid. This included water and rice to the local villagers, who seemed extremely grateful to receive it. I must say, they looked as if they were living in pretty squalid conditions. While we were there, we understood there was intelligence that from the locals that despite the attack overnight, they believed that there were still 20 to 30 militiamen operating in the area. So this attack on the compound not altogether successful, but nonetheless it should alleviate some of the problems that the British forces have had in this area, particularly at night. As I say, we've seen tracer fire being fired, we've heard machine guns going off, there have been attacks on British soldiers. The British military have confirmed 2 dead in recent days. It has been a very dangerous and precarious situation, and certainly the people that I spoke to, Becky, indicated that the people that were doing a lot of the firing were coerced into doing it by a hard core of militiamen loyal to Saddam Hussein. Intelligence indicates that these people were either paid large amounts of money to take part in these skirmishes, or indeed their families were threatened, and therefore they were cooperating with the militia when their sympathies didn't necessarily lie in that direction. But I cannot confirm those intelligence reports. Becky.
Let's just explain to the viewers what or who the residents of this region are. It's an important centre of Iraq's Shiite population, isn't it? And let's just, if we can, explain the significance of that and the significance of the destruction of the Ba'ath Party headquarters for any revolt. Of course, we're hearing word there is a revolt at present in Basra.
That's right. I mean, Becky, well, to bear in mind that back in the last Gulf War, when it looked as if the Allied forces were going to head north towards Baghdad before they turned around, there was an uprising in Basra at that time, which was, of course, immediately quashed violently by Saddam Hussein, who doesn't brook any kind of resistance. So their sympathies clearly do not lie with the Ba'ath Party, which is why there is this perhaps why there is this uprising going on in Basra that is being reported. I haven't seen it myself, as I am to the south of that city and have not yet entered Basra. So it may well be that there is a great deal of popular support against the Ba'ath Party. That certainly seems to be what we heard from the villagers that we spoke to earlier today. I should say that I did not speak Arabic, and this was rather imperfect pidgin English in which we were having this conversation. But they certainly indicated that they were quite happy to see the coalition forces here. They were very grateful for the humanitarian aid that has already started. This is British government aid that is with army units here already. This is ahead of the main humanitarian aid that you mentioned, which will be coming in through the port of Qasr in the next few days. And that they were not happy that there were militiamen who were basically controlling their village. Becky.
Let's just briefly talk about the humanitarian aid needs in the area. Just how bad are things?
Well, just looking at the people, Becky, I mean, I've been up at some of the checkpoints, the vehicle checkpoints that are being manned by the British Army, and every vehicle is stopped and searched, and all the people are stopped and searched, and the British Army are very careful to use female officers, either from main army units or from the Royal Military Police, to conduct the searches of women. And people look pretty poor. They're driving around in vehicles which certainly would not pass an MOT test in Great Britain. They are dressed very poorly. Many of them do not have shoes. They appear to be very ragged and very dirty. We have seen a lot of people indulging in looting, literally picking up anything that they can. And some of these people are picking up expended weapons. Quite why, it's not clear, and then of course being stopped at these checkpoints and taken in to emergency custody, processed relatively quickly, and usually returned to their families within 2 hours or so if they do not pose a serious threat. So they look extremely poor. They are extremely grateful for the food that they were given. There was quite a scrabble amongst the 200, 300 or so people who were around this British Army vehicle that was delivering the food to the village of Azubaya today, and they are very much in need of some help, it would seem. Becky.
Diana Muriel there, just south of Basra. Let's get you some information just coming in to us. The Iraqi Information Ministry reporting that an air raid in Baghdad has hit a busy market in the north of the city. Now, the Iraqi officials say there are, quote, many casualties. CNN's not been able to confirm this report, but we will bring you information as we get it. We have, though, got what Reuters television correspondents are saying. They say that at least 15 burnt corpses lay in a popular residential area of Baghdad, apparently killed in a US-led bombing or missile raid on the Iraqi capital on Wednesday. They say they counted at least 15 bodies lying in a street close to 3 badly damaged apartment buildings. Several cars nearby were on fire or smouldering. They may be different reports. Of course, there was a significant bombing of Baghdad city overnight from about 4 o'clock this morning. It's now some 2 o'clock in the afternoon here, Baghdad time. I'm in Kuwait City, of course. So it may be that there are 2 separate situations there, but certainly Iraqi Information Ministry reporting an air raid on Baghdad has hit a busy market in north of the city, and Reuters saying 15 burnt corpses lay in a popular residential area. Let's get now to the bombing of the market in Baghdad. More on that. Let's turn to Rula Armin. She's in Amman in Jordan. Rula, what are you hearing from Arab media about this?
Well, Becky, we saw on Iraqi television just a while ago pictures that were fronted as coming from that busy market. According to the anchor from Iraqi television, he was saying that the market was hit by the air raids that took place overnight and early this morning, and that many casualties had fallen as a result of this raid. This is a point that the Iraqi government is going to emphasize over and over again, that the U.S. bombing is not only hurting the Iraqi government and its buildings, but also Iraqi civilians. They're trying to emphasize that point in order to make sure that the Iraqi people are rallying around the Iraqi government, and that they see this U.S. attack as targeting not only the government, but also the civilians. Becky?
These are pretty horrific pictures we're looking at here. We can't, of course, say exactly where those shots are from, can we? We can't confirm anything as of yet.
As it stands now, we cannot. All we have been able to confirm yet is the reports coming from Reuters television crews and correspondents who say they themselves have seen bodies of 15 people lying in a street where 3 apartment buildings have been badly damaged. Now, this is a point that many people in the Arab world as well are going to be concentrating on, because some of the concern in the Arab street is not only about the regime in Baghdad, but also about the Iraqi civilians. And although the U.S. in the last few days have been saying that it is trying hard to avoid targeting neighborhoods that have a lot of Iraqi civilians, it seems today they will have to do a lot of explaining, especially to the Arab street. We have not heard yet from the coalition forces on what has happened, on what is their version of events, and if actually these people have been killed as a result of a U.S. raid. Becky?
Okay, pictures there from Arab TV, Rula in Amman in Jordan. And let's just confirm for you that the Iraqi Information Ministry is reporting that an air raid on Baghdad's hit a busy market in the north of the city. They say there are many casualties. We, though, at CNN, have not been independently able to confirm that report. All in Kuwait, people have been flocking to clinics to donate blood for hospitals in Iraq. Kuwaiti officials are planning to set up mobile hospitals near the Iraqi border to treat those wounded in the fighting.
We have made an agreement with the Red Cross through our Red Crescent that we will supply. We just today, we took a lot of medication, which we took them to Mqasr, you know, and we're going to establish a hospital there, mobile hospital, and that will be, you know, treatment for civilians who is injured during the war.
Well, people in Basra are lining up for fast dwindling supplies of gasoline, water and other essentials. More than 1 million residents there are without water and electricity services. Fighting around the city has cut off deliveries of goods and relief aid. Humanitarian agency officials say they can't even get into Iraq's hotspots to assess what's needed. Iraqi television is back on the air Wednesday after a coalition missile strike hit its headquarters in Baghdad. Now, the Pentagon earlier said that Iraqi TV was on the coalition's list of intended targets. Anand Naidu has more.
Iraqi state television, one of the voices of Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein's government, stuttered and then went silent for a few hours on Wednesday. It was struck by coalition missiles in an early morning attack on Baghdad, but then resumed programming inside Iraq just about 4.5 hours later. The network's international satellite channel had been intermittent since the strikes, but is now back on air. And other media outlets, such as Iraqi State Radio, are still working. The Pentagon says it targeted communication facilities in Iraq in an attempt to disrupt the command and control abilities of the Iraqi government. The Iraqi network often ran patriotic music and messages of support for the government. In addition to the Iraqi TV building, coalition missiles also struck areas on the southern end of Baghdad where units of the Republican Guard are said to be located. Anand Naidu, CNN.
And coming up on our special coverage, Iraq and the emerging humanitarian crisis. Supplies pile up in the region, but when will they be delivered to those who are in most need? Details after this. Stay with us.
It was totally destroyed by a 2,000-pound J-DAM bomb. That, of course, is a smart bomb dropped from an F-18. And the news that we're getting this morning is that bomb caused very little, if not no, collateral damage. There were no civilian casualties attached to that bomb. So certainly good news, a moral victory perhaps for those fighting the war, saying that we can do this without causing injuries and causing deaths among civilians.
If indeed your information is correct, and there are Iraqis now walking across these bridges out of Basra, giving themselves up, how significant would that be?
Well, it would be entirely significant because, of course, the British Army at the moment is sitting down and deciding when and where and how it's going to go into Basra. Of course, it must at a certain point in time, but it now has to decide at what point that is. And if it knows that many of the Iraqi army units are actually walking out, handing themselves into the Brits, well, then that will obviously give them something of a good feeling that things might go well. The one thing they have to consider, of course, is that there are factions, radical factions, there at the moment within the city. Many of them soldiers dressed as civilians who can pull a rocket-propelled grenade launcher from a house, use a house as a command post or an ammunition dump, and start attacking them. So that's something they have to work on. But they're sitting down now, they're working out what their plan is, and we may well know in the next few hours what they decide to do.
Richard Gaisford there reporting from near Basra. Thank you for joining us. Let's get to Ireland at CNN Centre.
Becky, checking some of the latest developments, the U.S. Central Command says intelligence information indicates that Iraqi troops may have rigged bridges leading to Baghdad with explosives. The Iraqi Information Ministry is reporting that an air raid on Baghdad has hit a busy market in the north of the city. Iraqi officials say there are, quote, many casualties. British units continue to surround the city of Basra. Coalition commanders claim that civilians in the city are staging a revolt against Iraqi forces still present there. They also say that Iraqi troops have been firing mortars in an effort to disperse crowds. Iraq denies that any uprising is underway. Mine-clearing operations in the harbour of the port of Qasr are now complete. The city was first declared secure on Tuesday. The coalition, or rather the conclusion of demining, opens the way for the delivery of relief supplies starting on Thursday. And we're going to take a look now at a story unfolding outside the context.
حاول هؤلاء الأشرار أي الأمريكيون والبريطانيون وخاصة القادة الذين يعطون الأوامر.
Which is very clear, really. They try to mislead the audience, the public opinion, the viewers about what is going on in Qasr. They said they controlled Qasr. They controlled the bay. They controlled the docks, and so on. And they tried to give the impression deliberately that they are in control of Qasr. And that's not true. Completely not true. They dropped some of their forces on the dock, and in particular, dock number 10. This is with the first day of the aggression, with the first day of the invasion. Today, we are on the 7th. Up till now, they are only in dock number 10. Not in Qasr, not in the city. But they want to first to deceive their public opinion, their home. They want to deceive their people first. Because now they are in a very shabby situation. It's a small town. It has only a few docks on the water. They dropped their forces there, and now they are in a trap. And we will turn the trap to a full and continuous drainage for their forces. This is a good way. They are stupid. They are villains. So why not to put them there and to drainage them? We are doing that, and we will continue to do that the longest time possible. The longest time they stay stupid, we'll clap to them. This is an excellent. I think this is classical and should be taught in military schools. Well, up till now, the resistance, we are hitting them beautifully from Qasr to the docks. And they are beautifully deceiving their public opinion. It seems sarcastic, but unfortunately this is a fact. Yesterday we heard this villain called Rumsfeld. He's, of course, he's a war criminal. And he is one of the worst of the American rulers. He said, the American mercenaries and the British mercenaries, they are defending themselves inside Iraq. They are in a defensive position. They are defensive, self-defense. They are fighting a self-defense war inside Iraq. Well, congratulations, Mr. Villain. You are defending yourself inside our country. We will show you what defense means. In the battlefields, all columns of the mercenaries, American and British mercenaries, were halted since yesterday, and they were attacked fiercely during last night and early hours of this morning. And these are some of the details. There is a bridge south of Al-Qadisiyah. They call it, and you can jot down the name because we will show on television the pictures. There is a bridge called Abbasiyat. There in Bridge Abbasiyat, the people there had inflict fire into
النار على دبابتين أمريكيتين.
All right, we're having some troubles there with the satellite signal. At the same time, in the House of Commons, Britain's Prime Minister Tony Blair in question time. Let's listen.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister might have noticed over recent days that opinion polls in the UK suggest that Britain is very respectful of his own position in terms of the Middle East peace process, but that they are rather more uncertain and sceptical, if not cynical, about the US position. Can he underline in his meeting with President Bush later on today how important it is that we get an unambiguous and definite date for the publication of the roadmap, that we see an unambiguous commitment from the United States to a UN resolution on reconstruction of Iraq, and that we see a clear commitment to making sure that the illegal Israeli settlements do start to be dismantled?
Can I simply say to my old friend, of course we believe that the Middle East peace process is important. It's for that reason that we have made it clear that when the Palestinian Prime Minister has his cabinet in place, then the roadmap will be given both to the Israeli government and to the Palestinian Authority. And I do believe from the conversations I've had from over many weeks with President Bush and from the statement that we made in the Azores together with the Spanish Prime Minister and the Portuguese Prime Minister, that the commitment of the United States is there to making sure that the roadmap is not merely published but then carried through. And I would point out that it was President Bush that was the first US president to commit himself unequivocally to the two-state solution. Israel confident of its security and a viable Palestinian state. That is what we have to make sure is now done.
Ian Duncan Smith.
Take this opportunity to join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to our armed services for their bravery, commitment and sacrifice, and say to their families that they remain in our thoughts and prayers, as do the innocent civilians in Iraq. Does the Prime Minister agree that it is vitally important we now send a very clear message to the Iraqi people that those who do rise up will receive our full military backing and that their cause has become our cause? And given that, can the Prime Minister inform the House of the latest developments with respect to the reported uprising overnight in Basra?
Of course, I agree entirely that it is important that we give support to those people in Iraq who are rising up to overthrow Saddam and his deeply repressive regime. I think the way that we do that and the timing of it, however, has to be left to the commanders on the ground. I think that's important because they will know the true facts of the situation, and we've got to be careful that we know we have the support in place, able to help them before we encourage them to do things that may lead to their death. Now, however, having said that, of course, this is, as we've constantly said, this is about the liberation of Iraq, not its conquest. There is no doubt at all, in our view, that there are large numbers of people waiting to see whether their greatest hopes can indeed be realized and the regime fall. When they know that that is clear, then I believe that they will take action themselves, and we should be there ready to support them. Now, that may be some way off. In relation to what has happened in Basra overnight, I mean, truthfully, the reports are confused, but we believe there was some limited form of uprising. And what is absolutely clear is that once people know that Saddam's grip on power is being weakened, then there is no doubt at all they wish to opt for freedom rather than repression.
Ian Duncan Smith.
Given the Prime Minister's answer about losing grip on power with regards to Saddam Hussein, he knows that television is a powerful medium, and never more so during times of war when used by a ruthless dictator like Saddam Hussein. Will the Prime Minister tell us what progress has been made to take Iraqi television off air permanently, how successful are coalition attempts to jam Iraqi radio broadcasts within Iraq, and what methods are being used to pass information to the Iraqi people to let them know that if and when they do rise up, they will be supported?
In relation to any military targets, we, of course, have got to make sure those have a military objective. That is the legal requirement as well as the stated political objectives that we have set. There is no doubt at all that one of the issues is how we best communicate with the Iraqi people. That is something that is being urgently looked at. There are different ways that we can communicate with them, including, of course, by people inside Iraq who are able then to tell them exactly what is happening. Now, there are a whole series of things being looked at and planned at the moment. I won't go into the details of them, but one thing is very, very clear, that at the present time, people in Iraq are, and I think this is perfectly understandable, they're simply watching and waiting to see what happens. They have had over 20 years of a brutal repressive regime. They have had 2 occasions before in which they rose up and unfortunately did not get the help they needed. They are therefore naturally wary. We must work with them and, as I say, must make sure that when they are in a position to rise up, we are in an absolutely secure and certain position to give them maximum help.
Speaker, despite some reports on the media, the march to Baghdad
Two
has
different
been
capitals
both fast
right now.
and successful.
We're going to switch back to Baghdad, where we've restored our translation there of Mohammed Saeed al-Sahab talking on Iraqi television, at least locally. This signal to us coming from a Middle East broadcaster. Let's listen.
Are the one who fixed the destroyed that was caused by those criminals. So I tell you to the Red Cross, do not let them use you in such dirty way. They are criminals and terrorists and war criminals. The first statistics that they did not even dare to enter Nasiriyah. This is according to the information that we had. They destroyed 200 homes. Until now, these are preliminary reports that about 200 homes in Nasiriyah were destroyed. The injured, because of this savage act against these civilian cities in Nasiriyah, the injured are more than 500. In addition, my last point, you know that the new episode or the new stage in the air campaign is to use cluster bombs. They are using these cluster bombs in a crazy, hysterical way. For example, they dropped in Diyala County some cluster bombs on a village called Bani Saad. There, next to Bani Saad, there is a village named Qaryat Nahr al-Bustan. And because of the use of the cluster bombs, 9 people were martyred and 19 injured. In Babel, they dropped cluster bombs on 2 neighborhoods, civilian neighborhoods, where 4 people were martyred and 14 injured. One of them was known to me personally because I'm from that area. His name is Kamel Ibrahim, and he was a neighbor of my family, and he was martyred in this bombing. In Baghdad and many other places, they dropped cluster bombs, and I think you saw some of the scenes in some of the neighborhoods in Baghdad, and in other areas they use cluster bombs. In addition, they bombed Iraqi radio and TV station.
All right, we're looking at pictures now on one hand, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf. On the other hand, these are some pictures from Lebanese broadcasting that have come to us depicting scenes of a bombing, I believe, in Baghdad.
Maybe later, I do not have enough information.
It appears we've had some satellite problems coming out of Baghdad. By now, most of you know that there was a coalition bomb dropped on Iraqi television that has disrupted their international broadcast. You can see there the broadcast was coming to us from the Lebanese Broadcasting Company. They have a satellite dish in Baghdad to transmit that signal to the press conferences, but Iraqi television no longer able to reliably transmit anything to the satellites. Let's see if we can't rejoin that right now and listen to more of what Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf has to say.
يعني علوج الاستعمار لا يزالون بالميناء، يراحون بالميناء أو بالميناء على الرصيف 10. مهما عملوا ذول حكام الكويت جحوش الاستعمار ما راح يقدرون يخلوهم في حال أفضل. ذولا الآن بالميناء وهذه فرصة طالما هم
All right, we have once again lost our translation on this broadcast. We're trying to establish that. While we try to reestablish that, let's recap a little bit of what he had to say. He said that U.S. military moves, allied military moves, he described them as stupid in their rush toward Baghdad, said it belonged in the history books. He's telling Iraqis not to be used, not to be deceived by what he called the propaganda coming out of the coalition. He talked about fighting in Nasiriyah, saying that some 200 homes there had been destroyed, 500 people killed. Now, this is in far variance to what we have been hearing from the coalition. As of about 12 hours ago, a casualty count in Nasiriyah was considered to be very low at this point. There was no word on any homes destroyed, any fighting within civilian residential areas. There had been some fighting in downtown areas. Let's go back now to Baghdad, listen to some more. I think we've got our translation back up and running.
The falsehood that Rumsfeld is uttering, because I'm confident that even the public opinion in America, that talk will anger all the wise people in the United States of America. This coward, this villain, this man, this person is villain. He says that inside Iraq they are in a self-defense posture. This person sometimes a person laughs at him. He's amusing. Such rulers in a great nation, humanity should be optimistic, so that the deterioration is not only has not only taken place, but it's going rapidly for this lying nation that is ruled by villains like Rumsfeld. This is a catch. This is a catch for the media. Media should issue reports and investigative reports about that. The latest invention, he says that they are inside Iraq, coming to change the regime, shame on them, coming to occupy, shame on them. They're talking about rebuilding Iraq, shame on them. Iraq is to be rebuilt by its hands and under the leadership of Saddam Hussein, not with the hands of colonization. colonization is destroying the Iraq. Colonization is destroyed in the past, and Iraqi people built. He says that it's extraordinary, twisted. He is so stupid, and he's so right-wing, conservative, zealous. He is stupid. He says that they are in a self-defense posture. I think that the defense minister in the United States has started to lose control, and if the media thinks that part of its mission is to show facts, so I plead with you that you focus on the craziness of this person, because that's very ironic. In the sectors of the operations against the battles, against the armies of the enemy, the picture is as follows. The position in all of the sectors vis-à-vis the armed forces of Iraq is very good. The columns of the colonization have been stopped yesterday and the day before and until this morning, and were pushed back through fighting. They retreated in many of the areas, and I'll give you some information. In Qasr, the Iraqi forces are still in control of the city in their positions, and they are engaged in an attrition war with the enemy. In the FAO, the position is the same, and we're gonna really give them hard time, and before them we gave hard time to many other losers in Al-FAO. In an old time, those at that time that got tired are actually better than those weak ones. These are going to really get tired much sooner than the people that came before them to this area. Also, the position in Zubair, the Iraqi forces started to hit wherever the armed, colonization powers are moving, and the airport and the Romela, they say it's insecure. It is not because of the sand, it's because of something else. That's because we shocked them there. I hope that's clear. In the area of Qadisiyah and to its south, our sons of our people fought the enemies there, and with them there were units of Fida'i, Saddam, the brave ones, and the militia of the Ba'ath Party, and they took over, not burned, they captured 2 tanks. They took over, not burned, and 2 tanks and their crews. In the Euphrates, in the middle Euphrates sector, under the leadership or the command of Comrade Bisban, there was a destruction of a number of tanks, and our crew for photographing is there, and we will soon know the exact number of the tanks that were destroyed. Also, in the same sector, a tank was destroyed by some of the Fida'iyin, and they killed the crew. In the south to the Nasiriyah, the citizens, the armed citizens, volunteers, and the tribesmen, the brave, heroic Iraqi people, and the fighters of Ba'ath Party, the heroic in the south of Nasiriyah, they are surrounding 12 tanks, and now they are practically destroying them. In Diyala, the brave fighters in Diyala downed a Predator plane, and our photographic crew that belongs to the TV and radio took some footage of that and with footage of that plane and two others, and today we will show these downed planes that they call this a miracle. They use it to assassinate citizens downed it.
All right, we've been listening to Iraq's information minister heap scorn on U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, saying the U.S. strategy is stupid. He also says that U.S. and allied forces have not only been halted south of Baghdad, that they have been pushed back. He says cluster bombs are being used in a crazy, hysterical way. Charges that 200 homes have been destroyed, 500 civilians killed in the southern city of Nasiriyah. He underscored what's happened in Baghdad this day. You're looking at some pictures there outside the scene. This is from Iraqi television. It is being picked up, and we received it from the Lebanese Broadcasting Company, showing damage that was caused by what Iraq says were two cruise missiles that slammed into a poor residential area of Baghdad. Indeed, the air war, according to Allied officials, has been intensified. At the same time, they have no comment on this, no indication that it could have been one of their bombs, either intentional or off target. More from Saeed al-Sahaf, as he said that Iraqi forces in the south had not knocked out, but had taken over 2 U.S. tanks and captured their crew members. Now, in the past, when they have made these claims, no matter how skeptical people have been, they have been bringing in the crews, whether it was a helicopter, whether it was soldiers. They have been parading them on television, much to the chagrin of U.S. officials. Perhaps one of the reasons why Iraqi television, at least its satellite facilities, were blasted off the air overnight. Now, at the same time, we've been listening to Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf trying to analyze what has taken place in Baghdad, the destruction and fires that you saw there. The Iraqis say it's from U.S. or coalition-fired bombs or cruise missiles. That is yet to be confirmed by the coalition itself. We're continuing to check on that. Tony Blair's been standing in front of the House of Commons. Here's a little bit of what he said earlier.
This is, as we constantly said, this is about the liberation of Iraq, not its conquest. There is no doubt at all, in our view, that there are large numbers of people waiting to see whether their greatest hopes can indeed be realized and the regime fall. When they know that that is clear, then I believe that they will take action themselves, and we should be there ready to support them. Now, that may be some way off. In relation to what has happened in Basra overnight, I mean, truthfully, the reports are confused, but we believe there was some limited form of uprising. And what is absolutely clear is that once people know that Saddam's grip on power is being weakened, then there is no doubt at all they wish to opt for freedom rather than repression, that we have said. There is no doubt at all that one of the issues is how we best communicate with the Iraqi people. That is something that is being urgently looked at. There are different ways that we can communicate with them, including, of course, by people inside Iraq who are able then to tell them exactly what is happening. Now, there are a whole series of things being looked at and planned at the moment. I won't go into the details of them. But one thing is very, very clear, that at the present time, people in Iraq are, and I think this is perfectly understandable, they're simply watching and waiting to see what happens. They have had over 20 years of a brutal repressive regime. They have had 2 occasions before in which they rose up and unfortunately did not get the help they needed. They are therefore naturally wary. We must work with them and, as I say, must make sure that when they are in a position to rise up, we are in an absolutely secure and certain position to give them maximum help.
All right, that was some recorded comments by Prime Minister Tony Blair in the House of Commons. Questions and answers there. That is a session that's continuing right now. Let's listen into a little bit more of this. He has talked about a number of subjects, including the message he's going to take to Washington in a summit. He'll go to Washington tonight. And, well, let's listen. Here comes one.
Prosecution of the war in Iraq. Isn't it unacceptable that the government has still not issued detailed guidance to schools on protecting children in the event of a terrorist attack. The government's TeacherNet website this morning promises that that guidance will be issued soon. When will the guidance be available?
Well, I can't answer the question directly as to when it will be issued. I will certainly find out and write to him about it. But I would point out that we are making, indeed spending hundreds of millions of pounds making the most detailed preparations to try and protect this country against a terrorist attack. And I have to say to them, I think the job that the security services are doing in this country is remarkable and extremely good. And that is, frankly, the best way that we can protect ourselves. But on the specific point, I'll have to get back to him with the exact time.
John Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will soon meet with President Bush. Will he tell him that the whole House deplores the degrading and demeaning treatment of US prisoners, servicemen and servicewomen? But will he also tell President Bush that we expect the terms of the Geneva Convention to be extended to every prisoner, irrespective of their nationality or where they're located?
We will make sure, obviously, that any Iraqi prisoners are treated by us in accordance with the Geneva Convention. And if he means Guantanamo Bay, if that is the purpose of his statement, I have to say to him that those are not people who are the combat troops of a government. However, I have said before that it is important they are treated with dignity and their human rights respected. We have visited the British nationals in Guantanamo Bay on many occasions, and we've investigated each allegation of the abuse of their human rights. But I also say this to my honourable friend: there is still information that is checked with people in Guantanamo Bay that is of vital significance in protecting people in Europe. Now, I'm afraid that is simply the reality of the situation. I've said before, however, this is not something that can continue indefinitely. At some point, it will have to come to an end. I agree with that. However, in relation to what he says about the Iraqi treatment of American prisoners of war, I will certainly convey that message.
Tom Brake.
This is not a question about Iraq. Does the Prime Minister believe that local justice should be delivered locally by local magistrates? And if so, can he explain the Greater London Magistrate Court's authority's decision to shut Sutton Magistrates Court, particularly at a time when the local police station has been massively expanded?
Well, I regret to say that the honest answer is I can't explain it, since I'm not fully aware of the circumstances of it. And I can certainly look into what those circumstances are, but I assume this is a decision that is being taken by the local magistrate's authority. Well, there it is. That's a local decision, but obviously it's one with whom some will disagree strongly. So anyway, I'll have to write to him about it.
Barbara Follett.
Can my right honourable friend add adequate United Nations?
All right, as the House of Commons at times drifts pretty far off course on this topic of Iraq, let's refocus on the northern front, and that is where we find CNN's Brent Sadler. He's in Kalak, that's in northern Iraq, right along the lines between Kurdish forces and those loyal to President Saddam Hussein, not far from Mosul. Brent?
Thanks, Jim. We've just seen an airstrike in this area behind me. The wind has just dissipated the 3 plumes of smoke that went up along that ridge line there. As I say, within the past several minutes, this is the first time there's been an airstrike against those Iraqi positions overlooking the now largely deserted town of Kalak. So over there, if you can see the river, you have the town of Kalak. This is Kurdish-held territory, Iraqi forces on those hills in the far distance behind me. And now this is at the end of this day, when we've seen in the first part of the day a series of 6 coalition airstrikes against targets in another section of the northern front in an area called Chamchamal, where my colleague Kevin Seitz was reporting very many large explosions aimed at a bunker complex on top of one of the ridge lines there. Over at Chamchamal, you have the main route into Kirkuk, and here behind me, you have defensive positions on the road into northern Iraq's other important oil-producing area, the city of Mosul. So I think what we're seeing here over the past many hours today is the beginning of a softening up process by coalition warplanes against Saddam Hussein's 3 army corps which defend this northern front line, about 120,000 men. We understand from Kurdish sources intelligence sources that behind the ridgeline, the Iraqis have defense in depth, including artillery pieces, including rocket launchers, and of course tanks. And some of those pieces of hardware, some of that armor is within range, rather, of Kurdish populated areas which have now largely been evacuated since the war got underway. It's also worth pointing out, Jim, that this opening up, if you like, as far as airstrikes are concerned, of two sections now of the northern front coincides with greater numbers of US special forces now dispersed in this part of the battlefield. We know there's been a slow incremental build-up of those special forces who are working now in close cooperation and coordination of the United States Army. Now we also, and Marine Corps in actual fact, and we also understand that the Kurds are now helping in specific target identification, that they're assisting US Special Forces forward air controllers in the acquisition of the kind of targets we're seeing now. So a very important development going on here. This also, Jim, coinciding with concerns amongst Iraq's four main opposition groups that the northern Iraqi front is important for the defeat of Saddam Hussein's control over Iraq. Jim.
All right, Brent Sadler reporting there from Kalak, giving us the latest on the northern front developments there, increased airstrikes. What is it all about? We'll have to get a view a little bit later from U.S. coalition commanders, but right now, Jeff Hoon, Britain's defense secretary, speaking in the House of Commons, may give us a better idea of what's been going on in southern Iraq, where British forces are deployed.
In the government's military campaign objectives, published on the 20th of March. After 6 days of conflict, the coalition has made steady progress, following the main outline of our military plan, towards the objective of overcoming resistance from the Iraqi security forces. The Al-Faw Peninsula, Qasr, and the southern oil fields have been secured, and Iraqi resistance in those areas defeated. 3 Commando Brigade is in control, and the US 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit has been released to return to the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, which is now heading towards Baghdad. 16 Air Assault Brigade is deployed in the southern oil fields, and the 7th Armoured Brigade dominates the Basra area. Resistance in nearby Az-Zubayr has been defeated, and British forces are in place in much of the area around the city of Basra. US forces are spearheading an advance northwards with lead elements at Kabbalah, 60 miles south of Baghdad. US Marine combat units have also crossed the Euphrates and are proceeding northwards. Honourable members will have seen accounts of the serious engagement near Al-Najaf last night, in which US forces from the 5th Corps repelled an attack by Iraqi forces. Over 5,000 sorties have now been flown in the air campaign, and we have achieved significant degradation of Iraqi regime and command and control facilities. The focus of our effort will now shift towards close air support of coalition ground forces advancing on Baghdad. Our most important campaign objective, to deny Iraq use of its weapons of mass destruction, our efforts have centred on disabling the command and control facilities through which the Iraqi regime would order the use of such weapons. Our experts have already begun to investigate potential weapon sites in coalition-controlled areas. To date, we have no evidence of Iraqi use of weapons of mass destruction during this campaign, but it is impossible to know whether this is the result of successful military operations or a deliberate tactical judgment of the Iraqi regime. Indeed, we do know from prisoners of war that protective equipment was issued to southern Iraqi divisions. As the Prime Minister has made clear, it will be the removal of Saddam Hussein's appalling regime which will ultimately lead to Iraqi disarmament. To achieve this, we have been seeking to isolate the regime at all levels in every part of Iraq, in Baghdad, in Tikrit, in Mosul, and in Basra, primarily by the use of precision attacks against regime and military targets. Although the regime has not yet collapsed, Saddam Hussein's thugs continue to resist in some areas. The regime has effectively lost control of southern Iraq. The regime must know that its days are now numbered. British forces have made a key contribution towards the objective of ensuring that essential economic infrastructure is secure. The southern oil fields and associated infrastructure have been secured with very little damage. Qasr, the country's one significant port, is under coalition control and is in working condition. A mine countermeasures task force under Royal Naval Command, and including US and Australian elements, is making steady progress in clearing the Cow Abdallah waterway of any mines. This is necessarily a slow and painstaking process. In the areas now under our control, British commanders are making contacts in the local communities in order to begin the process of restoring normality. We seek to deter wider conflict both inside and outside Iraq. The situation in coalition-controlled Iraq is generally stable, although we're keeping a close watch on events in Basra. I can assure the House that the welfare of the people of Basra is at the forefront of the concerns of coalition commanders. Coalition forces are engaging groups of enemy forces as they try to flee the city, and we have successfully struck key regime targets within it, notably the Ba'ath Party headquarters overnight. Northern Iraq remains stable, and we intend to preserve that position. The situation remains calm along Iraq's other borders. Much of coalition-controlled Iraq bordering Iran is under British command. But the suggestion that the Royal Marines were sent to guard against Iranian forces is simply not true. We're seeking close contacts with the Iranian authorities to reduce the scope for any potential misunderstanding. Overall, our campaign looks to secure a better future for the people of Iraq. Our fight is not with the people of Iraq. There can be no greater demonstration of that than the efforts we are making to provide immediate humanitarian support and assistance where we can. Let us be clear. There has long been a humanitarian crisis in Iraq, caused by Saddam Hussein's misrule and the plundering of that country's resources for military spending, including his programs to develop weapons of mass destruction. Many Iraqis have long been dependent on aid from the United Nations Oil for Food program. More than half of Iraqis living in rural areas have no access to safe water. The first stage in providing that help to Iraq must be defeating Saddam Hussein's forces and establishing a secure environment. This is necessary before we can begin to conduct humanitarian operations. The Royal Fleet Auxiliary vessel Sir Galahad is loaded with water, medical supplies, food and equipment for providing shelter. It is waiting to enter Qasr as soon as the sea lanes have been cleared of mines. At the same time, in a cooperative effort with Kuwait and the United States, Royal Engineers are constructing a water pipe from Kuwait into Iraq to provide drinking water. Humanitarian effort will build up over the coming weeks. It is impossible to know for certain the full extent of the resources that will be required. But in conjunction with the Department of International Development, we have plans to address what we know are likely to be the most immediate and pressing needs. This must be part of a wider international effort, and the International Committee of the Red Cross is already providing support to the Iraqi people in Basra and elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, after 6 days of military operations against the Iraqi regime, the coalition has made steady progress. Our servicemen and women have played a pivotal role in what has been achieved, and we can be proud of their courage, their resilience, their determination. But there is much more to achieve, and there's much more that we can offer the people of Iraq. The government's position is clear. We will remain resolute until our objectives have been met.
Bernard Jenkins.
Mr. Speaker, the whole House will join with the Secretary of State in his tribute to our armed forces, and in particular his expression of sympathy for the casualties that have been recently suffered, as well as for the casualties for the Iraqi people. The friendly fire casualties are particularly painful to bear. However, our armed forces know the risks. That does no more than underline their courage and bravery, and we owe them an immense debt. Moreover, it is a terrible time for all the families of our servicemen. There is a notable change in the treatment of news of casualties by the media. Will the Secretary of State join with me in recognising how very much welcome this is, enabling his department to inform relatives of casualties before they are reported on the media? Would he also clarify what support there is for families of reservists who are not attached to home bases and therefore don't have the family welfare support that our other servicemen enjoy? Can I welcome the Secretary of State's overview of the military operations, which puts all the hour-by-hour and minute-by-minute reporting that we see on our television screens into a full and proper context. Will he join with me in congratulating all coalition forces, and particularly the UK forces?
All right, we've been listening there to the House of Commons question time First, Britain's Prime Minister Tony Blair, Jeff Hoon following him, the Defense Secretary. There was a lot of talk about what message is being sent to President Saddam Hussein and his regime. On a separate track, what message is being sent to the Iraqi people. Also, some focus on what message is going to be transmitted to U.S. President George W. Bush when Tony Blair travels to Washington tonight. All right, let's get a check now on some of the developments, get an overview. What's been going on for the last hours? Iraqi officials have been reporting civilian casualties from the latest U.S.-led airstrikes on Baghdad. They say cruise missiles hit a northern residential area and it's killed at least 14 people. There is no verification as to what caused the destruction and the casualties. Iraq's state-run television has resumed its broadcast, but only within Iraq. A pre-dawn coalition missile strike in Baghdad hit the building that houses the state-run television service. For U.S.-led forces positioned south of Baghdad, a howling sandstorm has now eased, though the danger is not. 2 U.S. Abrams tanks have been disabled by hostile fire. Coalition forces say no soldiers were hurt. Our Walter Rogers, who's embedded with an advanced unit, says it's believed the Iraqis are launching what are the equivalent to TOW wire-guided missiles from the back of pickup trucks. As those forces close in on Baghdad, a battle for the Iraqi capital indeed appears near. U.S. military officials say intelligence information indicates bridges leading into the city may be rigged with explosives. The Associated Press reporting that a large contingent of Iraqi Republican Guards is headed south in a convoy of about 1,000 vehicles toward U.S. Marines in central Iraq. Asked about reports the Republican Guard has been given authority to use chemical weapons against coalition troops, U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the closer those ground units get to Baghdad, the greater the danger. Coalition forces engaging Iraqi resistance in Nasiriyah, they have found 3,000 chemical suits. That, too, has elevated fears that the Iraqis may be planning to use chemical weapons. U.S. Marines report finding those suits at a hospital that they seized in the southern city. They also report capturing nearly 170 Iraqi soldiers who were allegedly staging military operations from that medical facility. Minutes ago, Baghdad's information minister said coalition airstrikes in Nasiriyah have wounded some 500 civilians and destroyed more than 200 homes. In Iraq's second-largest city, Basra, British forces are facing hundreds of die-hard Iraqi loyalists. The British say they're fighting the Iraqis for control of the southern city of 1.3 million people, coming to the defense of inhabitants who rose up against President Saddam Hussein overnight. There are reports of Iraqi soldiers surrendering there. Finally, Britain says it secured the port of Qasr and that seaborne humanitarian...
Our attacks against the regime remain direct, and we believe they're effective. And I've got 5 weapon system video clips to show you today, and these were all taken within the last 2 days. Let's bring up the first one, please. This is a bridge out in western Iraq, and there's a military vehicle that's positioned up underneath of it. You'll see it attacked. The weapon comes in from the far right underneath of the bridge, and the bridge remains intact afterwards. A multiple rocket launcher in the vicinity of An-Najaf in central Iraq. A hardened air shelter near Karbala in central Iraq. The next one is a tank, also in Karbala, in a revetted position. And finally, a military headquarters building near Karbala. Our direct attacks against regime command, control, communications, and integrated air defense continue, and they included attacks against several targets of opportunity yesterday. I've got 2 sets of images to show you today, and again, I'll show you before and after images just to make it clear how we attack, where we attack, and to emphasize one more time how precise and deliberate we intend to be. The first one that we'll bring up is an Iraqi intelligence service headquarters in Baghdad. On the image, you'll see the split in the road, and the headquarters facilities really go on both sides of the road, but the right side of the split is really where the targets were located. I would say also it's within 1 block of a mosque, a school, and a prison in multiple directions around the outsides. The next image, please. The post-strike image shows an effective attack against the targeted facilities, and this is the split view that shows them both. The next image is a brigade headquarters in the south of Baghdad. This is a brigade camp that's about 20 miles outside of Baghdad to the south, and the targeted facilities within it are the command buildings and 1 communications building. They are the intended targets, and they're highlighted by the blue arrows. Poster right, please. And the split. Our coalition special operations forces continue to set conditions for our conventional forces by calling in close air support on military targets, including last night the destruction of the Ba'ath Party headquarters in As-Samawa. Our land component remains on track and had action at several places, and I'll highlight some of those to you this afternoon. Let's bring up this map, please. These are really the areas where much of the contact occurred in the last 24 hours. First, southeast of An-Najaf, there were a series of engagements that occurred over the period of about 3 to 4 hours. Coalition forces of U.S. 5th Corps sustained a few damaged vehicles and, in turn, inflicted significant damage on the Iraqi force. Near An-Nasiriyah, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force gained control of a hospital that was in use as a paramilitary headquarters, staging area, and storage area. Notably, within the hospital, there were 200 weapons, Iraqi military uniforms, 1 tank, 3,000 chemical protective suits, and nerve agent antidote injectors. Our UK forces conducted aggressive patrols in the Al-Fa area and Qasr to increase the security in those areas, and also conducted a raid that destroyed a Ba'ath Party headquarters in Basra. They continued to have success against the irregulars in the area. And our maritime component cleared the Khor Abdullah all the way up to the port of Qasr. That waterway is now open, and we intend to start moving vessels in as soon as possible to bring humanitarian supplies, and I'll talk about that in a moment. We continue to talk about the importance of information and our efforts to communicate with the Iraqi people and also with the Iraqi military. I have 2 leaflets to show you today that express what we've been communicating. These are important leaflets, again, to inform the Iraqi people what must be done to protect them and how to stay away from coalition operations, since combat operations are inherently dangerous. It informs them to also go to the radio, and this is consistent with the radio broadcasts that we've had. The second one also, same sort of theme, and talks about special operations forces. Keep distance to remain safe. We remain committed to preserving the rich culture and heritage and the resources of the Iraqi people. The regime continues to put them at risk. I've showed you before images of MiGs and cemeteries. Today I want to show you an image of military equipment positioned close to a very historic site. Let's bring up the image. This is a part of the ruins of a place called Ctesiphon. It's about 20 miles southeast of Baghdad on the banks of the Tigris River. And it is a site that has over 2,000 years of history, and it's significant to a number of nations. What you see with the yellow lines is military equipment, communications equipment positioned right beside that. On top of the building, as the sign shows, this is marked with an international symbol of being a historic place. Nevertheless, progress is being made daily by the coalition in our effort to preserve the resources vital to Iraq's future. Humanitarian supplies have been loaded and are moving on their way to Qasr as we speak. The port is being prepared for reopening, and port workers have been invited to come back and begin work. And I would also say that there are now, in the Romela oil fields, there's now 6 wells that are on fire. Yesterday was one was put out with the aid of the Kuwaiti Oil Company. And so I'll wrap this up at this point by reemphasizing that we are committed, we're on track, and we remain sure of the final outcome. With that, I'll take your questions. Kelly?
One of our embedded reporters has described to us this morning that U.S. troops have encountered an Iraqi who was in a U.S. military uniform and strapped with explosives. That Iraqi was found already dead. Can you give us any information about other instances like this, and how are U.S. and coalition troops prepared to deal with it?
Well, let me first say I had not heard that report, although I must say that I'm not surprised by it. CENTCOM has already been on the record to say that we had information that this regime would seek to gain U.S. and U.K. uniforms in order to commit atrocities. And so if that's the report, if that's true, I'm not at all surprised by that. What I would say to you also, though, is it tells us about the tactics of this regime. We've begun to see that more and more over the last several days. The practices that have been conducted by these paramilitaries and by these others who are out there, sometimes in uniform, sometimes not in uniform, are more akin to the behaviors of global terrorists than they are to a nation. And that certainly is in our mind at this time. Please.
General Brooks, comment here with CNN. There is information out there that the bridges leading into Baghdad may have been set with explosives. What can you tell us about intelligence that you're getting about the approaches to Baghdad being like that?
We've heard the same kind of reports, and when I joined that type of report with what I showed you yesterday, the oil trenches that were deliberately built inside of Baghdad and set aflame already, I'm not at all surprised that that would be the case. We have heard reports about bridges being mined, bridges being rigged with demolitions is the more appropriate way to describe that, in several parts of town. And it just reminds us that this regime will go to extraordinary lengths to protect itself. The first set, by the way, separated Saddam City from where the majority of the regime's work is. Please.
Iraq is reporting today that there was a missile attack on a residential section of Baghdad that killed 14 civilians. Can you confirm that and tell us what went wrong? And secondly, on Sunday, the coalition forces attacked a bridge in western Iraq and killed 5 civilians. And I'm wondering why the bridge was attacked when I thought the goal was not to destroy Iraq's infrastructure.
Well, first, I'm not aware of, I have heard this report that you're saying it's in the media right now. We don't have a report that corroborates that, and so I can't confirm it. What I can tell you is, as I've shown you on a regular basis, we have a very, very deliberate process for targeting. It's unlike any other targeting process in the world. It takes into account all science, it takes into account all capability, and we do everything physically and scientifically possible to be precise in our targeting and also to minimize secondary effects, whether it's on people or structures. As to the bridge in the west, we know that that's an area where the regime has, in the past, positioned weapons that can reach neighboring countries. And as I showed in the earlier video clip, will hide military vehicles underneath of those bridges. Our efforts in that case were related to destroying what was beneath the bridge. Please, over here.
Faisal Bagout from AFP and Al-Watan of Qatar. Well, now it's almost 1 week since the war started, and many hundreds of civil Iraqians have been killed by coalition bombs. Well, do you think that it will help Iraqi people to believe you and to trust you, to believe that you are coming to emancipate them?
Well, thank you for the question. First, I don't accept the premise of the question, which says that the civilians have been killed by coalition bombs. I just don't accept that. What we've seen over the last several days is Iraqi citizens being marched out in front of irregular formations while they are firing. Iraqi civilians are being killed on the battlefield by Iraqis. I can't make that point more strongly than I've just done it. Please.
Sir, a few days ago, General Frank stood here and said this was a platform for truth, not propaganda. To that end,
When will you show us pictures of what happens when precision bombs don't go where they're supposed to, when they fail to hit their designated targets, or if they fail to go off at all? And will you also provide us with a running audit of the effectiveness of these weapons? That is, the numbers that succeed, the numbers that miss, and the ones that don't go off. And if you don't, doesn't that expose you to the charge that this is more propaganda than truth?
Well, I can certainly assure you, having been up here each one of the days and each one of the briefings, that this is a platform for truth. I cannot say that about everything that you're seeing from platforms in other countries or in other areas. And we certainly have seen different approaches to informing the media. We've got a wide open discussion with you on a daily basis. We have embedded media so that the truth does come out. And we believe we're being very consistent with that. Please.
Tom Fenner, CBS News. If I may follow up on that, we've been getting terrific snapshots from our embedded correspondents. But we were told we would then get the big picture here from this podium. And instead, we've been getting snapshot videos, vague generalities. We're on our timeline. That doesn't surprise me. Can you give us a little more of the big picture without telling us more than the Iraqis already know? For example, how many thrusts are there towards Baghdad? Are there 2? Are there multiple?
Well, it's a fair question. And I will tell you this. First, we have to preserve the security of the operation. That's our first priority, and we're going to do that. Operations are ongoing. We have forces that are arrayed throughout all of Iraq at this point. And so if you are someone in the regime wondering where it's going to come from, the answer is it's going to come from everywhere. I'm not going to put very specific terms on exactly what thrust, exactly what unit. It's just not prudent for us to do that. Please.
Kevin Dunn of ITV News. Kevin Dunn of ITV News. General, the pictures from this morning's bombing in Baghdad have already gone around the world. You've already seen them yourself. You must be able to give us some reaction to them and some knowledge, at least preliminary, of what happened, which bombs were dropped, and why it went wrong.
Well, I honestly cannot. We don't know that those were ours. We can't say that we had anything to do with that at this point. Once we have more information, we will be on the record about anything that happens in that way. Please.
General Jeff Mead of Sky News. Can I ask you to talk about Basra a little bit? There was a lot of excitement, particularly among the British military last night at this apparent uprising. Now, has that happened? Was it wishful thinking? And do you understand that the people of Basra may be reluctant after what happened last time to rebel until they see coalition troops in their city supporting them? And isn't just this a reluctance to commit forces, putting the lives of your own troops before the civilians in Basra?
What we saw in Basra last night is a very confusing situation, to say the least. We saw first fighting happening within the city between Iraqis, some of them in uniform, some not in uniform. We also saw a significant degree of violent activity done by paramilitaries shooting into the town of Basra with mortars primarily. Again, a disregard for the people living there. The UK forces in that area were already conducting operations to try to block off the town and prevent any reinforcements from moving in and out of the town. And we've seen some movement of paramilitaries on the road from the north. They were effective in that and also ended up providing some counter-fire support against those mortars that were being fired into the town. So we would hope that, first, it's clear to us that the people of Basra have had about enough of what the regime is doing to them. And that's what we think we saw last night. And secondly, we remain committed to their liberation, not to their destruction. Please.
General Mohammed Al-Mizal, Gulf News. Do we understand that the bad weather may lead to some of your bombs going wrong and hitting residential areas? Second part of the question, does the bad weather today affect your overall operations? Thanks.
Well, let me start by saying that as a matter of practice, in military operations, we always consider the effects of weather. And that happens from the lowest level to the highest level. Daily we analyze what the weather's going to be and what the impacts would be. And in some cases it's as technical as deciding down at the lower end exactly how many charges you put on an artillery round before you fire it because of the barometric effects and the temperature effects. All the way up to, should we fly? If so, with what aircraft? Should we use a certain weapon system versus another? I can tell you that our operations that continued over the last several days took weather into account and continued in spite of it. Were we concerned with a loss of precision, we would not have conducted operations. So I'm satisfied that we have done all that we can do, again, to remain precise, remain on the plan, and attack those targets that were necessary for us. Let me come back over to the left, please.
General, during the past few days, we've seen Patriot batteries strike a number of missiles, incoming missiles. Can you tell us what type of missiles the Iraqis are using and whether or not these were the weapons prohibited by the United Nations and the weapons they claim they didn't have?
Yes, what we're seeing is variants of the Ababil 100 and the Asamud missiles. That's generally what they are. In some cases, we can't necessarily specify which it is, but we've had about 10 missiles fired at this point in time, all of which oriented toward Kuwait, a neighboring country. Those that have been threatening have all been shot down by Patriot missile systems. What is interesting is out of those missiles, several of them have been well beyond 150 kilometers. One missile flew extremely long and went into the North Arabian Gulf and went in the water at about 190 kilometers. Please.
General Danelle Bell for CTV News Canada. If it wasn't a coalition strike on the market, then what was it in Baghdad?
I can't say. I don't know. And when we find out, we'll try to determine. What I can tell you about our process, though, is if we have any concern that we may have had an error, and it's a fair question about what happens when we have a mistake, and mistakes can occur. When we have something like that, we will go back and examine flight paths, weapons release, what the circumstances were, and try to determine whether or not we had an impact on something like that. Right now, we simply don't know. Please, over here.
When is scheduled the first visit of the Red Cross?
We've made coordination with the Red Cross. I don't know the specific date. I think it'll be at their earliest convenience at this point now that we have made the initial contacts for them to come and be able to visit any prisoners we have. We are very open about the treatment of our prisoners. I don't know the date, though. Without getting too precise, I would say we're over 4,000 at the current time. Please, open the right. Second row.
Li Baodong from Xinhua News Agency of China. U.S. troops and coalition forces advanced well, as you said, and the troops are close to the Baghdad. And reports said it's important for Iraq to have to possess mass weapons of mass destruction of weapons, or to use the weapons in or around the Baghdad area, because it's also dangerous for the Iraqi troops. What's your idea of it?
We remain convinced that this regime has not only the means, but also the will to use weapons of mass destruction. What we found last night inside of that hospital reinforces our concern in that regard. The danger does increase, we believe, as we approach Baghdad, but we are well prepared to deal with the potential use of chemical weapons. We've vaccinated and inoculated soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines to the potential use. We have detection equipment. We have protective equipment. So all that we can do, we've done to this point to ensure that we can continue our operations. Our objective is beyond that. The regime must go, and Iraq must be disarmed, and that's our ultimate outcome. Please, second row.
BBC French service. Because of these protective chemical uniforms you found, are you enhancing the campaign of leaflets and radio? And are you reaching Baghdad, the area, with this campaign?
We do communicate throughout all of Iraq at this point. I mentioned yesterday that we've been on 5 different radio frequencies, operating 24 hours a day since the 17th of February. Our coverage goes over all of Iraq, and we try to communicate with as much of the population as we can to tell them about things. We have not announced any weapons of mass destruction use or any of that sort of thing at this point in time. Please, in front row.
Sir, Neil Karlinsky with ABC News. We've heard very little coming out of western Iraq. I believe one Scud launcher has been found. What can you tell us about the ongoing Scud hunt, and to what degree at this point do you control the West?
We're having very good success, we believe, in the West to limit the options of the regime on threatening its neighbors. We know historically that is an area that such activities have occurred. We know that there are potential places to hide them out in that area. And so we've been very aggressive with primarily coalition special operations forces throughout the West to prevent the use of those long-range weapons threatening neighboring countries. Up on the left, please.
Farillo from Onda Cero Radio Network, Spanish network. Why do you think the Iraqis TV is a military target? Because there are a lot of civilians working inside, I guess. Thank you.
We only target things that have military significance. We only target things that have military significance. As we examine the different parts of the regime and how it communicates, how it issues orders, how it controls, all these things go into our calculus of what will strike and when will strike. That's the reason. So this is something that is used by the regime to do the things that are necessary to issue instructions to regime forces. Please.
From Associated Press. There's some think that there are several thousand Republican guards coming south from Baghdad, coming around to Nasiriyah. Wondering if, at this point, can you acknowledge that you're not only dealing now with sporadic pockets of resistance or sporadic firing, but serious walls of resistance coming down from Baghdad? And also an update, please, on the situation in Nasiriyah. What do you control? What have you secured? Have you got some bridges? Which side of the river are you on? And we were waiting for a casualty toll, I think, yesterday from the previous night's firefight.
Let me first talk about the situation south of Baghdad and headed down in the Karbala and Najaf areas. We certainly know about the attack that occurred on the flank of a unit south of Najaf. I mentioned that in the opening remarks. And that attack was seriously repulsed with significant damages to the attacking Iraqi force. We've not seen any significant movements of the types of forces you described from in and around Baghdad. There have been some local positionings, there have been some survival positionings, but not serious attacks, and we certainly remain, we believe, well in control of the situation at hand. You had a last part of that question, if you would repeat that.
Syria, there were some casualties 2 nights ago, I believe, and we hadn't gotten an update on the number. The Iraqis were saying 8.
As a matter of practice, we just aren't going to announce numbers of casualties. I can tell you any losses we've had have been very, very small. Last night, for example, we ended up in the exchange in Nasiriyah, where we went into the hospital and took it away from a headquarters. Over 107 EPWs, enemy prisoners of war, were taken at that point in time. The exchange is very much in our favor in each one of these encounters. Please.
Omar Al-Asawi, Al Jazeera satellite channels. First of all, sir, I'd like to talk about some of the images and videos that you show. Brigade headquarters, intelligence headquarters, and you also spoke about Ba'ath Party headquarters. Why do you have reason to believe that these places haven't been already evacuated? And how worried are you about the prospect of a protracted siege of Baghdad? Thank you.
The timing of our attacks is associated when we believe the necessary effect is to be achieved. And these headquarters are all parts of the regime and its military forces and those forces that support it. I can say that we're very comfortable in the timing. We're very comfortable in some cases the time of day that we do our work to ensure that we have the desired effect. And as to our concerns about a siege, right now our operations are not designed to be a siege, and we're comfortable that we remain on a plan that lets us do what we need to do and accomplish the objective in a way that needs to be accomplished. Is there a follow-up on that?
I mean, the Iraqi leadership is dug in Baghdad. How do you intend to get them out of there?
Well, you've seen some of our attacks against the regime command and control facilities, so they're not dug in those places, I can tell you that. Please, in the back.
The UN and aid organizations have stated that an almost non-significant number of refugees have attempted to cross the borders. That's probably strange since there is a humanitarian crisis. So I'd like your take on that, and also if you could tell us how much your appeal for people to stay off the roads is weighing in this situation.
We think we're having some effect at causing people to stay off the roads, and we believe that keeps them protected. There's a lot of military activity ongoing out there, as you're well aware, and we think that they're best protected when they stay where they are. The liberation is coming, and the good news is that there have not been large humanitarian flows or refugee flows that create humanitarian crises. We have concerns about places like Basra, though, where water has been turned off and only recently turned back on, and the impact of what the regime has done to some of its own towns. Right, the center, please.
Raval, ABC News. Sir, you just said that coalition forces have now secured more than 4,000 Iraqi EPWs, but is there an instance, or will there be an instance, where these Iraqis will ever be denied POW status and instead be designated as battlefield detainees as occurred in Afghanistan? And my second question is, Iraqi civilians will probably die. We don't know how many or if any have died thus far in the war. If they do die, and if it is determined that they died because of a coalition force bomb or a horrendous accident by coalition forces, will the coalition forces provide financial compensation for their families?
Well, first let me talk about enemy prisoners of war and our approach to them. As I mentioned, the numbers are up over 4,000. We continue to take care of those enemy prisoners of war, in some cases providing lots of medical support if they require that. You saw some images on television today of evacuation off the battlefield with coalition forces carrying off wounded Iraqis, regardless of their status. And that's the way we approach our operations. It's just the way we are. As to characterizations of them at some point in time, it's really difficult for me to say that at this point. We have made no policy decision that would change the way we're handling those that we take into our custody as a result of military operations on the battlefield. And as to the second part, that's certainly not something for this command to make a determination on for compensations. In center back, please. On the right.
I'm interested in the visual record, the extent of the visual record that you've been showing for the last number of days on a selective basis. How much is there? Is every attack, every bombing attack filmed? Where does this record reside? How much are you willing to release and on what basis and on what time schedule?
Not all of our weapons have the ability to do what you've seen here in terms of recording the image. Some of them come afterwards when we try to make a determination of how effective we were.
You mean a range, though? Is it 50%, 90%, 20%?
It really varies depending on where we are in operation. For example, some of our initial operations in Baghdad weren't done by things that have cameras on them. And so I don't have a good number for you. There is not a central repository of this, and many of these images are declassified for public release, and that's how we end up going through the process. Please, in the third row in the back.
The Daily Mirror. There are reports this morning that you've ordered a change of tactics to get your troops to concentrate on paramilitaries rather than regular forces. Are those true? And if so, do they not show that we're in for the long haul rather than a short war?
Well, I will reiterate that we are on plan. We know what we're doing at this point in time. We're comfortable with how the battle is progressing. We're on our timeline. We do have some pockets of resistance that require attention, and we're dealing with those, and that will continue. But it does not hinder our ultimate aim, doesn't change our timeline, and it doesn't change the ultimate outcome. Let me go straight in the back here, please.
How much of your weaponry, Michael Kearns, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, how much of your weaponry uses depleted uranium, and what are your concerns about the effects of that on Iraqi civilians?
There's a very small portion of our munitions that use depleted uranium, and there have been lots of studies on what the actual hazards are from depleted uranium. When depleted uranium hits something, it's the residue from that has any possible hazard at all, and that requires close personal ingestion in order to have an effect. We believe that the way we do our operations is as safe as can be done for combat action and does not create the kind of hazard that may have been thought about in the past. Please, over in the third row here.
Kathy Shen from Phoenix Satellite TV in Hong Kong. This war talks about humanity a lot, and according to a Russian radio station, that U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney's daughter, Elizabeth, is on her way to Baghdad to join the anti-war group who use themselves as human shield to defend further aggression from coalition. What do you have to say to the innocent civilian people who are willing to risk their own lives in the hope to stop this war? Thank you.
First, we'd say that our efforts are, in fact, to liberate the Iraqi people. and free them from the types of brutality that we've seen exhibited over the last several days. People have a number of things that they believe in, and they make their own choices. It's a very dangerous place, and it is ill-advised to go to the kind of area that Baghdad is right now with the regime and its activities, things like the fires, things like the bridges being rigged for demolition. It's not well advised, but people have their choices to make, and that's the way it goes from there. Our approach to it will be, regardless of who the civilians are, we'll take every effort to try to minimize the potential effects on them. That's the best we can do. Unfortunately, there may be civilian casualties in the prosecution of war. Please, third row.
Ahmed Samir, Abu Dhabi Television. Regarding the weather, do you think you made the wrong decision by fighting in these circumstances, and it would have been better to wag the war pretty much earlier? And secondly, how close you are from Baghdad?
We, as I mentioned before, have the ability to operate through a variety of weather circumstances, and we take weather into account for all of our operations. At this point in time, the timing of the operation is not driven by weather. The start of the operation, as you've heard said on the record in a number of places, was not driven by weather. We can operate day and night in good weather and in bad weather. Some of our capabilities are impacted, but our entire operation is not. And I'm simply not going to tell you how close we are to Baghdad. Last in the back. With blue shirt, please.
Hi, Tom Parry with CBC Radio. Can you tell me how many of the bombs that you're dropping on Iraq are not hitting their targets?
I don't know that we've done a measurement of that. What I can tell you is after every attack, when we go back to examine whether we achieve the desired effect, if something is missed, it's always within an error rate that we calculate inside of the initial plan for the attack. Some of them we attack again if we don't hit. If we didn't achieve the desired effect, we'll go back. And that does happen on some occasions, but I don't know what the number is, and perhaps we can get that information to you and feed it back. In the second row, please.
Tyler Marshall, Los Angeles Times. You say the Qasr waterway is clear. Your British colleagues indicate that they've still got another couple of days worth of mine clearance to do. Can you clarify that seeming contradiction? And you say that you don't know whether the bomb that struck the Baghdad market is one of yours. What other options are there?
Well, first, let me say the Qasr port mine clearing operations have been ongoing for several days. And our reports today is that we've succeeded in clearing from the southern part of the Khor Abdullah all the way up to Qasr, and also in the port itself. And so that's the latest information we have as we know it. As to what happened inside of Baghdad, again, we've seen people wearing U.S. uniforms, as you've reported, strapped with explosives. We've seen irregulars marching people in the street in front of them as they fire on coalition forces. We've seen buses following tank columns that empty out and have people with weapons engaging in combat. We've seen a number of things that tell us that what meets the eye always is not necessarily what is true. In the back, please. I'm sorry, in the purple shirt, you were up first. All right.
Luke Herman, Canal Plus Television, Paris. How come you are still using depleted uranium rounds, since we know that they are causing health problems, including cancers, to the civilian populations and to the military operation?
Well, I think that's probably overstated, and we've done lots of analysis and scientific work, and we believe that we're still safe with what we use. That's simply the way it is. All right. In the back with the green shirt, please.
Rice, Houston Chronicle. Your lines of supply are getting increasingly longer as you get closer to Baghdad. Are you having to pull units away to protect those lines of supply from guerrillas? And are you going to need the arrival of some of these forces that are in transit to protect those lines of supply before you can make an assault on Baghdad?
Well, security throughout operations is something that every commander has to consider whenever operations are ongoing. And we have certainly penetrated a great depth inside of Iraq at this point. We maintain security throughout, and as commanders see a need to adjust their security on their lines of communication or around their positions, they do so. We're comfortable that our commanders know exactly what they're doing and will accomplish whatever they need to and make whatever adjustments are necessary to keep security as it should be and keep the lines open. Frankly, one of the great stories of our operations so far is the logistics and how well those have flowed and how well we've been able to protect it and keep things going. Let me go first row, please.
Nicholas Mitchell, BBC. Can I bring you back to the situation in Basra? Last night, your colleague, the British Chief of Staff, General Peter Ward, said that you want to give, quotes, every encouragement to the people of Basra to rise up. What undertakings specifically can you give to the people of Basra that if they do rise up, you will give them full military support, including the use of ground troops, perhaps?
I think as to how we will assist those who are trying to remove the regime themselves, which we certainly believe is their future, it's too early for me to say exactly what methods would be used to do that. We do know, just like last night, that mortar fire was used from UK forces to counter mortar fires being used by Iraqi forces into the Iraqi population. That's just one example. And it certainly shows that there is a commitment to ensuring that there is, in fact, liberation at the result of this operation. Go over to the side, please. How about second row in the black suit?
Do you have any update on whether the International Red Cross has actually been able to reach American POWs?
I don't have any information on that at this point in time. And far side?
Mohammed Al-Makki, Al-Hayat, LBC. General, do you think entering and controlling Baghdad by U.S. forces is an easy matter? If yes, why and how?
We've never said that this would be an easy operation. We have always said that we're certain in the outcome, and that remains the case. Our forces are very well trained. They're very capable. It's a robust force that can operate in all dimensions, air, land, sea. We have special operations capability that enhances that and makes it possible for us to be successful. We will ultimately achieve our aims, and there's no question about that, and there's no doubt. Red shirt, please.
E-bomb does, and can you confirm that it's not being used yet, but is it possible that it's going to be used during
I don't know
this
what it is,
operation?
and so I just can't address it. I've heard talks about it, but I don't know anything about that. So, in the back with the blue shirt, please, and glasses.
From French television. Can you talk us about what's happened on the north, on the Kurdish border? We heard that there is a bombardment. When are you able to open a new front, and what's happened there?
The primary effort that we have in the north right now is to ensure that first we have a degree of stability that's ongoing. We have coalition special operations forces that are doing a lot of good work up in the north. The Iraqi regime forces have in some cases tried to attack with fires primarily into the Kurdish autonomous area. And we've responded with close air support and a number of other attacks as well. And they've been very effective, just as they have been throughout the country. I think we have time for one more. Let's see, right here in the center.
It's Paul Hunter with Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Just back to the questions about the video that you've been showing. To be clear, so are you saying that you don't have a single example on the video of a bomb hitting a wrong target or missing its target? And if you do have any, when will they be shown?
Well, again, what I'm showing you is our approach to precision and the effects that we're achieving. Our effects do not achieve the level of perfection. That's never happened in the history of warfare, and I'm certainly not going to try to tell you that that's happened now. And so, as I mentioned, we do re-attacks when we see something that we want to achieve a desired effect and haven't, which tells you that there's always a degree of effectiveness that you have to measure. And what I've shown you here thus far is successful attacks. I don't have images of unsuccessful attacks, and at some point in time, perhaps we'll show those in the future, but we'll see in the coming days on that. Okay? It's an interesting question, but I don't think we're going to do that at this point, but we'll certainly remain truthful, and that's how we've been thus far, and we'll continue to do so. Okay, thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon.
All right, there we have the latest briefing. Perhaps the highlight of that coming out is the headline that's coming out of Baghdad. A bomb in a marketplace. Was it a misguided U.S. weapon? Were they Tomahawk missiles that went astray? The military briefer there indicating the answers are not forthcoming. An investigation is underway. He's asserting that the U.S. is going to track the path of some missiles, see if something went wrong. He did say accidents do happen. He refused to be drawn in a number of questions, refused to be drawn to speculate that perhaps the Iraqis had done it themselves, and perhaps some of the journalists were expecting him to come out and say that. He wouldn't be drawn to take it that far, saying clearly it was still under investigation. He also refused to speculate on when there might be a joining of the battle, if you will, between Republican Guard troops and the U.S. Army and Marine forces that have been moving northward. There has been a report we've been following, and maybe the best thing is to go to Tom Entier. He was at that briefing. He's now joining us from Doha. Tom?
A bit confrontational, Jim, desiring to see images of bombs that went astray. The general did admit that not every bomb hits its intended target or destroys it or even does what it's supposed to. Asked if he would supply images of those weapons that went off the mark instead of the precision hits that have been shown, he said it's quite possible in the coming days he would bring some that did not hit their mark. Asked several times about the explosions in Baghdad that Iraq says hit the civilian marketplace, said he had no information about that. So there are a couple of things that he did not want to discuss. He did not want to discuss a time plan for Baghdad, but did confirm that they had reports that the bridges leading into Baghdad had been rigged for detonation, that explosives were believed to be on those bridges. So a lot of things in this briefing that did not come with any full, real answers, especially about the bombings and some of the targets that may not be hit. Also bringing out the point that they have information that one Iraqi soldier was dressed in an American uniform laden with explosives, apparently a suicide bomber. So some interesting material coming out from General Brooks. But again, on the information about the bombing in Baghdad, he really didn't have any information about that. Jim?
Interesting, too, you know, there's been, and it's been playing on the wire services, I'm sure you've seen it, that column of some 1,000 vehicles, Republican Guard convoy coming down toward the U.S. Marines that have spearheaded the operation, at least on one front, and he's saying they haven't seen any movements.
That's very interesting that, you know, there are these reports of large columns that are massing for possible counterstrike. What we are hearing from General Brooks didn't seem to collaborate that information that we have been hearing from other sources. Interesting talking about the scenario in Basra, talking about how good the intelligence apparently is on the ground, that they knew about the people coming out, they knew about the counterstrike from the Iraqi forces, from the Ba'ath Party, firing mortars in the city, and that the British forces returned to fire on that and called even an airstrike in. So there are some things that they seem to know a lot about, and there are other things they either know and don't want to say, or simply not willing to put the operational details out into this public forum.
Tom, how good, really, are these briefings to give us the overview of what's going on? Yes, they play a few clips of the dead-on perfect hits, and you hear about some other things, but how useful is it really to assessing what's going on the battlefield?
It's really difficult. I can say that, you know, when General Franks is here, there is a perception that the U.S. operational plan or the coalition operational plan is being discussed. When General Franks is not here, there is a perception even before the briefing starts as to what are we going to get today. So it's still early on, and you know, with different briefers, you get different information. General Brooks is an intelligence officer, so there may be a hesitancy on his part more than others to talk about certain phases of the operation.
All right, Tom Entier's there in Doha, continuing to check in on and verify some of the reports that we're getting. We're going to continue to look into and try to press for answers about that strike on Baghdad, one that has killed at least 14 civilians, according to Iraqi officials there. We've got to take a break right now. More of the war in Iraq, continuing coverage on CNN, straight ahead.
Attack or an ambush occurred against U.S. forces northwest of the town of Anjahar. I don't know much more than that in terms of how many people were involved, exactly which U.S. forces were involved. to say nothing of injuries or casualties. Now, this location is significant because it is known to be an active hotspot for a group called the Saddam Fahim. That organization is fiercely loyal to Saddam Hussein. They are described as being fanatical. U.S. intelligence believes or has observed that they operate usually in small groups using RPGs, rocket-propelled grenades, AK-47s, traveling in SUVs, and other civilian vehicles. At the same time, we also have news that farther north, in northern Iraq, that Iraqi forces there are taking advantage of bad weather to position their tanks against U.S. forces. Again, sketchy on the details. We don't know much more than that, other than the low visibility, which is a problem everywhere in northern Iraq as well as central Iraq, where I am, means it's very hard to see what may be coming your way. A condition that has apparently played to the Iraqi advantage. Jim?
Lisa, I'm just wondering, I realize that there can't be any more specific information about this reported attack, but I wonder whether U.S. forces are getting a better sense that, yes, they are involved in what will be sometimes a guerrilla war.
Yes, they are. In fact, just in the last couple of days, they have taken the unit that I'm embedded with, have taken additional security precautions, running additional perimeter patrols around the bases where they're located, and when in convoys, as in fact we are in at the moment, additional security both at the front and at the rear. So indeed, U.S. forces are aware that this is turning into another kind of conflict. Jim?
All right, Lisa Rose Weaver reporting to us there from south central Iraq. We don't know the exact location. I'm not sure she does either at this point. Our correspondent Diana Muriel, though, is embedded with British forces currently positioned just south of Basra. She joins us now on the telephone line. Diana, what can you tell us? Basra, a very important story that may be developing right now.
That's right, Jim. Basra, of course, is Iraq's second largest city, and British forces are encamped outside of the city to the south of it. Today, they have been trying to quash some problems that have been emanating from a village, Az-Zubayr, just to the south of Basra. There seems to have been a cell of militiamen there, headquartered at the Ba'ath Party headquarters in a compound in the village. The Ba'ath Party, of course, supporters of Saddam Hussein. There was an operation this morning, Jim, which was a joint coalition operation using American bombers to bomb the compound and then British tanks to come in and clear up. There was contact with the enemy. They took one enemy casualty, who I understand was conscious and stable, and they may have been able to gain some intelligence from him. Local villagers told them that they hadn't, in fact, taken out all of the militiamen attached to that particular cell. They believe there were 20 or 30 of them still there. And I am now talking to you from a checkpoint not far from that village. Certainly, the British soldiers manning this checkpoint seem to have better intelligence than they have done over the past couple of days than they've been here. They've been separating groups of men, Jim. They seem to be identifying certain people by items of clothing. I can't specify exactly what items of clothing, and also by certain markings and certain identity cards. Again, I cannot give you the details of that, but they believe that some of the people they're detaining at this checkpoint may well be connected to that militia emanating from that village. In the meantime, that bad weather that's being reported in central and northern Iraq, I can tell you it's also with us here. We had a thunderstorm which lasted most of the day yesterday, freezing cold this morning with mist, and now there's a sort of a sand fog which is making visibility very poor indeed. British forces continuing their operations, continuing to man checkpoints, and I have heard, coming from the direction of Basra, some bombing, some shelling, but I cannot confirm exactly where that was and exactly what the targets were. Jim.
All right, Diana Muriel, near the southern city of Basra, a city of 1.3 million people, where there was an uprising, a possible uprising reported overnight. Coalition officials keeping a very close watch on the situation there, trying to ensure that, unlike 12 years ago, any kind of resistance to President Saddam Hussein's forces would be supported in one way or another by coalition forces. Well, U.S. troops have entered the town of Nasiriyah, that, of course, to the north, the scene of some fierce fighting in the past. Alessio Venci is with the Marine Expeditionary Force there. Alessio.
Hello to you, Jim. Well, U.S. military commanders here telling us that the goal of this mission in Nasiriyah is not to occupy the entire city, of course, but just a corridor through which they will be able to supply the troops moving towards north, towards Baghdad. And commanders here are telling us that at this point that route is pretty much under the U.S. control. This, however, does not mean that there will be no longer fighting along this route, especially near the city of Nasiriyah, since the U.S. military commanders are telling us that there are some pockets of resistance. Mainly this resistance comes from the Saddam's Fedayeen, following up on what my colleagues Rose Weaver and Diana Muriel were reporting earlier. These Fedayeen are known to be paramilitary groups working in small groups, and they're creating a bit of a problem for the U.S. forces here because they mingle among civilians. And at least in my sector here, we've seen checkpoints being reinforced and extra care being taken in controlling those vehicles approaching the checkpoints. We also seen today many prisoners of war being taken by the U.S. military, most of them surrendering voluntarily, those being then taken by the U.S. military, given to intelligence officers for further questioning. Also, in order to avoid and to minimize contact between the civilians and the U.S. military, because in some cases those Fedayeen protecting themselves with civilians have caused the death among civilians here. In order to prevent this kind of incidents where U.S. Marines are forced to shoot at Fedayeens, but also eventually kill some of the civilians who are used to as human shields to protect those Fedayeens, the U.S. military has set up some signs and also set up some markings written in Arabic, so that the people approaching those checkpoints are very well aware that they're entering a dangerous area, that they're entering a restricted area, and that should they proceed through the checkpoint at a high speed with a car, the U.S. military has no other choice but to shoot at that car. And that is what has happened in the past few days on several occasions, meaning that most of the combatants, as the military here describes them, have been killed, but sometimes also people traveling with them, including civilians and including some children. Back to you, Jim.
Well, that's disheartening news. I want to get back, though. There was a raid on a hospital that was used as a staging ground for Fedayeen or other military forces, and it was reported that I believe there was more than 100 prisoners taken. I am just curious, I don't know whether you can answer this, Alessio, but how did they get into a hospital? How did they capture more than 100 people, 170, I think one report said, without a firefight, or was there a firefight?
Right. Jim, this hospital is in a different sector from where I am now, and I was just talking to a military commander, and unfortunately the reason why we cannot get to the hospital is because the sector between here where I'm standing now and where the hospital here is, well, there is no secure route between us and the hospital. It is still not under total control of U.S. forces. That gives you a little bit also an idea about how the U.S. military is controlling patch land of territory around here and not just an entire area. Nevertheless, we were able to get some information regarding that hospital, and namely that there was some firefight, that there was some fire exchange, and we also know that from military commanders here and from military officers that they're having actually a little bit of a problem because they are really having to deal with a large number of prisoners of war, with a large number of people who are surrendering. And right now, because of the haze, because of the bad weather, helicopters cannot fly. Therefore, they cannot take them out of this area and direct them where they're supposed to go, where the interrogation points are. So we are beginning to see a problem here where there are too many prisoners of war and there are not enough buildings to secure them, not enough buildings to keep them also sheltered, because at night here is very cold, it is very windy. The temperature this morning was really close to 10 degrees Celsius. It was really cold, and yesterday throughout the day there was a major sandstorm here, making it difficult not only for the U.S. military here to conduct its war operation, but also for regular people to go about their business. Jim?
All right, Alessio Venci with the Marines outside Nasiriyah. Our thanks to him for that report. Meantime, correspondent Kevin Seitz is in northeastern Iraq. It's an area where coalition warplanes have been targeting Iraqi bunkers and other targets. He filed this report on the increasing activity in that region.
We'll go in and resume their work. On the question of post-conflict to Iraq and what role UN may play, that is an issue for the Council to decide. The UN has played such roles in the past, But obviously, it's something that the Council will have to discuss. And I will be seeing Prime Minister Blair also tomorrow, and I'm sure this is one of the issues he would also want to discuss with me.
What would you recommend to the Council in terms of what you think the UN's role should be in post-war Iraq?
This is something I would want to discuss with the Council. I'm sure the Council members have their own ideas, and we will need to sit and discuss that and decide how we move forward.
Mr. Secretary General, if I could, the Council will meet this morning to discuss the offer food program. I wonder, how concerned are you that this is becoming more of a political problem than a technical problem, and how to deal with readapting the offer food program? And what would you like, sir, to come out of the open meeting, if anything, today that's scheduled for later today on Iraq?
No, I think on the oil for food program, I'm confident that the members will find a solution. I had a lunch with the P5 members and we discussed this issue, and I'm confident that they will find a way out. They are concerned about the Iraqi civilian population. They would want to do everything to help them, and they know that the effort is geared at that, and they want to put the needs of the people at the center of all that we do at this stage. So I have no doubt that the Council will come to a satisfactory conclusion on the oil for food. As for the meeting this afternoon, I expect the member states will express their views on the conflict and go on record.
Sir, have there been violations of the Geneva Convention in terms of POWs? And do you have any concerns in this area?
I think it is important that all parties to the conflict respect the Geneva Convention, and POWs should be treated fairly, humanely. They should not be humiliated, nor should be made objects of public exhibition.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we were listening there to Kofi Annan going over some of the fundamentals. He's going to be holding a meeting with some of the top-level administrators of various UN agencies, all of it focused on what the UN does next about the war in Iraq. These are the latest developments in the conflict. Iraqi officials are reporting civilian casualties, and Kofi Annan specifically cited this as he was talking to reporters there. They believe they're from the latest U.S.-led airstrikes on Baghdad. The Iraqis say U.S. munitions are responsible for the deaths of 15 Iraqi civilians at a popular market in Baghdad. Coalition officials say they are looking into the incident, but they say they have no information at this time. In another development, we have a report of an ambush of U.S. troops. Here's what CNN's Lisa Rose Weaver told us a short while ago.
A short while ago, I learned here from U.S. military sources that an attack, an attack or an ambush occurred against U.S. forces northwest.
W. Bush arriving with his wife. He is coming there. He's going to be making some remarks shortly. We're going to bring those to you live. All right. Now let's turn again and bring in retired General Dan Crispin. Let's take a closer look at what are the strategies at play here. General, let's, for a change, if you will, talk a little bit about the Iraqi strategy in this conflict. We heard that there might be troops on the move, Republican guards. There was reported a 1,000-vehicle convoy. At the very least, they may have been taking advantage of the sandstorm to change positions, to redeploy some of their armor.
Jim, let me try to put each of those comments in a context that suggests how Saddam and the Iraqi military is actually conducting this war at this point in time. They're doing three things, I think, Jim. First of all, they're moving to counterinsurgency and guerrilla warfare. Second, they're launching surprise attacks. Third, that they're trying their best to preserve the remnants of their guard divisions. In sequence, on the first piece, this movement to insurgency or guerrilla warfare. First, Jim, you need very little command and control to make that work. Just general mission orders to the field will suffice. Those are being carried out from all indications. It will harass the supply lines that are growing longer and longer, and it will be a force on the coalition to counter this, not with M1s and Challengers, but with mobile infantry, a very important first piece. Second, on the spoiling attacks that they're launching. It's very clear under the cover of the sandstorms, as Walter Roberts reports, under the cover of sandstorms, they are launching spoiling attacks to delay the coalition advance, to try to take out as much of their armor, recapture bridges, hold off as long as possible the advance of coalition armor and infantry to Baghdad. And third, Jim, they're trying to preserve the guard. I really would be suspicious about the movements of large numbers of vehicles and soldiers at this point. My suspicion is they're trying to preserve by hiding their T-72s and their BMPs, to preserve those as long as they can until the 3rd Division and the Marines approach them with direct fire engagement. Jim?
All right, General, as we look at that strategy, I'm just wondering, even in the far south at Qasr, you have a situation where these irregular forces can threaten civilians. I understand port workers don't want to report to work in Qasr. They're fearful. You have Iraqis inside the city of Basra. This irregular force, if you will, is paralyzing, it would seem, some of the political plans of the coalition.
It's certainly complicating it, Jim. I think the British commanders have been very, very clear in their intentions with respect to countering this. And that's, first of all, to avoid a massive rush into the cities, to target very selectively those either headquarters or control elements that they can isolate inside the city of Basra. That's the way that they desire to take out these remnants of the Fedayeen, to avoid the massive civilian casualties that would ensue if there's a rush into the city. This is the most challenging assignment, though, Jim, for a junior officer, a junior non-commissioned officer, to make those decisions on the ground in terms of choosing weapons and being very selective in the rush in to preclude an even worse tragedy, and that's the harm to the civilians themselves. Jim?
Iraqis playing it smart to this point, though. It would appear this is a strategy. It may only be a delaying strategy, but it appears that it has a possibility of working.
Jim, I heard a very interesting comment in that regard over the last 24 hours, and that was a description that's being applied to the Iraqi forces used in this manner as technicals. If you recall, the use of that last time was in Mogadishu, and it was a very similar kind of approach there. SUVs, pickup trucks, loaded with tows and light to medium weapons that were harassing coalition forces in that campaign in Somalia. So the tactics that were applied against that then are going to have to be the tactics that will be applied here now. And again, Jim, this is mobile light infantry. M1 tanks are not that effective. You need infantry to make this thing work, and that's what the coalition is undoubtedly looking to adjust as this campaign unfolds.
All right, General Dan Chrisman there from the CNN Center. General, thank you for that. Let's go out into the field for somebody that is deployed. He's in southern Iraq, west of the Euphrates River. It's Martin Savage. Martin, I haven't heard from you in a while. Get us up to date.
Sorry about that, Jim. We've just come out of another what we call communications blackout. These are mandates that are placed upon us by the Marines. That is not by our own choosing. The light you can tell fading here, evening setting in. We are under light discipline, which means no lights can be set up. We are inside of what is referred to in military jargon as a TAA, or Tactical Assembly Area. It's essentially a parking lot. I doubt if you can see it now in the darkness behind us, but a huge gathering of military hardware and vehicles. These assembly areas are set up very quickly in a matter of minutes to a matter of hours. You can stay here in these assembly areas. They are protected on their perimeters for maybe a couple of hours. It could be a couple of days. We don't know at this particular point. It's an opportunity for crews to get rest and for equipment to be worked upon. We've just finished digging our foxhole, which is a nightly requirement due to the threat of missiles and also artillery attacks. When you're with the Marines, you're always digging, and we've just finished that job on top of everything else we have to do. Let me tell you about what happened last night. The 1st Marine Division running desperately short on fuel. They actually had to put a pause in forward-moving operations because they were so low. A critical shipment of 250,000 gallons of diesel fuel had to come in. Where does it come from? Northern Kuwait, over a very tenuous supply lines. It's a long way to get here. That fuel had to come in. The problem was there has been attacks by Saddam Hussein's supporters along that critical supply line, especially in this particular area where we are. The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines last night, given the task, hold the lines open, make sure that the truckloads of fuel can get through. Imagine what tempting targets those huge fuel tankers would be, especially given the fact that a bullet, a mortar round, or a rocket-propelled grenade could send them up into a ball of fire. So we went in. We were warned ahead of time. Expect fighting, expect shooting, expect RPGs, and even perhaps mortar rounds. We ran into just about all of that in the pitch-black darkness that followed immediately after the horrendous sandstorm that we fought through yesterday. The fuel got through. The bottom line for many of these Marines, the first hard engagement they've had, receiving unfriendly fire, returning fire of their own. Everyone is all right on this end, we can report. Jim?
How unnerving is that strategy? We've been hearing a lot of it, Martin. I'm sure you have been hearing even more of it. Do U.S. forces, coalition forces, think that they're prepared to deal with it?
They do believe that they're prepared to deal with it. They have quite a bit of high mobility, which is something you need when dealing with smaller forces, guerrilla forces, if that's how you want to refer to these attacks. So they were quick to get into place with their armored vehicles. They lay down, as they call it, suppressing fire, and that is supposedly to protect the convoys of vehicles. And then they leave smaller units in place all along that supply line. So they have very high mobility. They can strike quickly. They can return the fire when needed. And that apparently was the case last night. So they say it's harassment, not a major problem. Jim?
All right, Martin Savage is there. Martin Savage with the Marines, continuing to cover the situation there. I believe we're going to go to, I guess we're not quite ready for President Bush. We've got some other speakers up on the podium. We'll bring that to you live in just a moment. Relitza, why don't you join us now and help me out here for a little bit as we fill in.
Absolutely. We are watching world opinion, which is divided at this point on the war in Iraq. We've been watching the world's newspaper editorials. China's People's Daily newspaper, for example, cites unilateralism has been running wild since the U.S. Bush administration took office. We will continue to monitor those editorials, but we'll go now live to Tampa, Florida, where U.S. President George W. Bush is going to address the troops right now.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. General DeLong, thanks for such a kind introduction. Laura and I are really proud to be here with the good men and women of CENTCOM and MacDill Air Force Base, Florida. We are pleased to see so many family members who are here. We thank you for coming, and I want you to know your nation appreciates your commitment and your sacrifice in the cause of peace and freedom. We're also proud to be here today with our friends and allies, a representative of the 48 nations across the world who have joined America in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Over the last week, the world has witnessed the skill and honor and resolve of our military in the course of battle. We have seen the character of this new generation of American armed forces. We've seen their daring against ruthless enemies and their decency to an oppressed people. Millions of Americans are proud of our military, and so am I. I am honored to be the Commander-in-Chief. I appreciate very much General Peter Pace, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who has joined us from Washington, D.C. today. He is representative of the caliber of our generals. He's one of the finest people I know. I'm proud you're here, General Pace. Thank you for representing the Marine Corps so well and all the fighting men and women. I'm proud also to be here with Charles Holland, Commander of SOCOM. The Wing Commander of MacDill Air Force Base, Colonel Tanker Snyder. He told me that was his given name, Tanker. That's a heck of a name, Tanker. Of course, I'm really proud of your governor. I want to thank members of the Florida congressional delegation who flew down with us today on Air Force One. Starting with the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, a Floridian committed to making sure our military has what it takes to win war and therefore be able to keep the peace, the chairman, Bill Young. As well, Congressman Jim Davis, Mike Iraqis, Adam Putman, and Catherine Harris came down today. I know we got some of the mayors from the local area here, Rick Baker, Brian Oxt, and my old buddy Dick Greco, the mayor of Tampa, Florida, for being here. I want to thank everybody in uniform who is here today. Thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your love of America. I appreciate the members of the United States Coast Guard who are here today. Our Coast Guard is deployed in the Middle East. At the same time, it protects this homeland of ours. And you're doing a fine job on behalf of the American people all up and down the coastlines of this great country. I want to thank members of the Florida Army National Guard who are here. And I suspect we might have a few veterans as well as retired members of our military. I want to thank you all for your service, for setting such a clear example for future generations of those who wear our uniform, I think you'll agree that our military is not letting you down when it comes to upholding the great tradition of peace through strength. One of the problems of being the president is you always end up being the last guy here. So I'm sorry I didn't get to hear Toby Keith and Darrell Worley, but I want to thank you all for coming and providing your talents today in support of our efforts to make the world a more peaceful place. I also want to thank Chaplain Stone. I appreciate your words of prayer for our men and women in uniform, especially for your prayers for the loved ones of American and British troops whose lives were lost. People across this country are praying. They're praying that they hope those families and loved ones will find comfort and grace in their sorrow. We pray that God will bless and receive each of the fallen. And we thank God that liberty found such brave defenders. At MacDill Air Force Base, I know you're proud of a certain Army general who couldn't be with us today on the account of some pressing business. Tommy Franks has my respect, the respect of our military, and the thanks of the United States of America. MacDill is the command center of our Special Operations Forces. The silent warriors who were first on the ground there in Iraq. And here at CENTCOM, you're coordinating the work of a grand coalition that is disarming a dangerous enemy and freeing a proud people. Every nation in our coalition understands the terrible threat we face from weapons of mass destruction. Every nation represented here refuses to live in a future of fear at the mercy of terrorists and tyrants. And every nation here today shares the same resolve. We will be relentless in our pursuit of victory. Our military is making good progress in Iraq, yet this war is far from over. As they approach Baghdad, our fighting units are facing the most desperate elements of a doomed regime. We cannot know the duration of this war, but we are prepared for the battle ahead. We cannot predict the final day of the Iraqi regime, but I can assure you, and I assure the long-suffering people of Iraq, there will be a day of reckoning for the Iraqi regime, and that day is drawing near. Many of you here today were also involved in the liberation of Afghanistan. The military demands are very different in Iraq. Yet our coalition is showing the same spirit, the same resolve. That spirit and resolve that destroyed the al-Qaeda terror camps, that routed the Taliban and freed the people of Afghanistan. In Iraq today, our military is focused and unwavering. We have an effective plan of battle and the flexibility to meet every challenge. Nothing will divert us from our clear mission. We will press on through every hardship. We will overcome every danger, and we will prevail. It has been 6 days since the major ground war began. It's been 5 days since the major air war began. And every day has brought us closer to our objective. At the opening of Operation Iraqi Freedom, Special Forces helped to secure airfields, bridges, and oil fields, to clear the way for our forces and to prevent sabotage and environmental catastrophe. Our pilots and cruise missiles have struck vital military targets with lethal precision. We've destroyed the base of a terrorist group in northern Iraq that sought to attack America and Europe with deadly poisons. We have moved over 200 miles to the north toward Iraq's capital in the last 3 days. And the dictator's major Republican Guard units are now under direct and intense attack.